Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LAUNCHPAD, the second one, of course, the last chance, the last open qualifier for these teams to make it into the top two leagues. I'm here with Lego Mage, and we have a pretty interesting matchup on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of people I know in this match right now. As we're looking at the pick ban as well, we see Cast to Last, stacks on stacks coming out on the start. Pancake stacks, pancakes start is always a kind of an interesting one because it's kind of just like a must take. And the Rune Imi bands coming out. We see Atlas with Atlas now Kazan. For red side versus the Rasmus, Asher, Kai blue side. I'm going to guess that that's an Asher goalie on Mexi Casual, but we'll see what they're running when we load into Atlas Lab here.
Yep, and it is looking like it. It is looking like Mexi Casual is on the Asher, and notably, Bume is on the Rasmus, and that's the pick that Bume is known for. That is the pick where Bume has performed at a very high level. I think a lot of people were surprised at the last tournament that he did quite well in. Really exceeding expectations, and Bume being given that pick, the respect being paid to Renequade's Rune instead, might be what defines this game.
Yeah, very well could. I believe Renequade's been working on the Kai quite a bit. I don't know what the state of it is personally, but I'd imagine it's pretty good. Everyone going stacks here to start off. We got Magnetized Souls on the Kazan for Nicky Minlin. Not a pick you see all that often on that character. And especially on Atlas Lab, it's a little bit of a rare choice. But we'll see how it ends up panning out for them as almost both barriers down for the side of Time Thief right now.
And Mexi Casual making sure that both aren't down on the other side of the map here. And with Renequade pouring on the damage, even the now healing is still leaving Nicky Minlin a little bit low, and that could be a potential win condition. Rasmus does a lot more damage now than he used to. Renequade pushing in with the barrage, but it's not quite enough.
That's a nice save by Spartan. Nicky Minlin, though, going to have a chance here. Bringing on the second barrier. Julak popping the black hole. It's going to take Renequade off the field. It's up to Boom now in the 1v2. Gets it past Julak, but a nice clear from Spartan. Buys some time. Crook leverage from Nicky Minlin. Mexi gets there in time. Boom coming back on the defense. Renequade back online. They'll be able to hold through it. Almost getting launched in right there, but as we go into overtime, both sides will have yet to score. A lot of damage coming through. Core flip from Julak. Not going to be able to find too much, though. Core back in Spartan's hands, able to get it back through. Nicky Minlin tries to go in for it. Core flip's got to come out from Mexi Casual, though. Renequade now looking for the breakaway play. The Expanse shuts it down. Gonna go again. The death touch blocked by the core flip. Pass to Nicky Minlin. Trying to get it in, but Mexi will continue to hold it down, however. It's Spartan with the Astral Projection. A bank shot off the wall. Goes just a bit too fast for the Asher to catch up to it, and it's first point to the Time Thieves.
The sheer core speed is enough in overtime for the Time Thieves. They kind of steal away that goal in a sense, but Renequade's pushing forward. You are not lying about the Kai. Renequade looks pretty comfortable on it, but Julak's battling right back and forcing out abilities from Mexi, as another great shot from Spartan, it looks like, is the one that takes the barrier. Has been very accurate from the goal box.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that strike shot, that Astral Projection, as well as just having the strike shot, it's very useful on these melee goalies. It's something we see quite a lot at this point, and both these players are utilizing it quite well. A nice setup there from Julak, able to get it to Nicky. A good shot to the top. Will be able to secure their set point status. Pancake check. Looks like Julak's at max stacks. Everyone else getting there. Renequade notably pretty low though. A little bit low on that speed on the Kai.
Yeah, very far from that 150 pancakes. Is a little bit concerning, especially as the midfielder, as Renequade once again goes for a barrage, does find the last strike, and does take the barrier here. Bit of a breakaway play, Bume in position, but Spartan has the clear away, but Mexi keeps it in control with the strike shot, but Nicky with the grab will make sure that the offense of Flow State does not continue.
Now Spartan making some nice dribbles. Julak body blocking the Giga Blast, making nice defense, but losing the strike war. Boom, able to sink it in. Perfectly timed there. Will put Flow State on the board and a chance to stay in this set.
And a chance to go even further here, because that was the type of goal that Flow State really needs. Setting up Boom in these 1v1s, in these situations where 1-1 interaction can mean that barrier, can mean that goal. And that's where Boom excels on the Rasmus.
Yeah, absolutely. And now core flip from Rennequaid. You know, Sad Boy's the first barrier, but gets the bottom one. Now the ball on Flow State side of the board. Core flip from Nikki is going to get stalled out here. Rennequaid looking pretty low here. Nicky Biddleman goes for the KO, but doesn't quite find it. Still running around trying to survive. He'll be able to get the orb. Core flip coming out from Mexi. He's got to try and force it through Julock. Barrier beam will be enough. Now Boom dribbling up the field, trying to get some offense going. The barrage from Rennequaid will do it. They get Spartan's core flip as well. Big trade there. The offense looking to reignite for the Time Thieves right now. Core on the top side, the ass protection comes through. Boom goes for the death touch. Julock able to block that one. Now Nicky Midland looking for this barrier, but still can't seem to find it. Mexi has been absolutely holding it down. The speed on the Asher, making it very difficult. As Rennequaid now looking for this goal, trying to get it to Boom. Going to overtime once again, receiving the core, trying to go for the center. Pendulum swing comes up short. They have another opportunity here. The pass splitter coming out from midfield, but it's going to get blocked away.
Very calm clears by Nicky Midland too, as the forward. Sent it forward in the center. Not a common clear angle, but it was perfect there. But now Spartan's in a lot of trouble. The Atlas in an open net. The abilities burned. Big opportunity. But it'll be Nicky Midland who sends it right past Mexi Casual. And now if Rennequaid can't keep this core up, could be a scoring opportunity for this Kazan, who has so many tools to get it done. But a great clear by Mexi around the now triangle. And once again, it goes into Nicky Midland's hands. All the angles in the world available, but Mexi does cover the right one. But the strike shot whiffs. Rennequaid's got to get a good core flip here, or else it could be really doomed. A demon angle attempted, but not successful. But it's still out of the hands. Julock finds the core flip, finds the dribble to the top side, and does find the set for the Time Thieves.
Bit unfortunate. Mexi went for the dash downward, straight down, thinking Julock was going to go straight, but Julock was able to read it and go to the other side. Looking at this draft now. A lot of good things on the board. Fight or Flight, Manu, perfect form. A lot of options for this now as well. You also see Orb Dancer showing up. Looks like it's going to be a monumentalist pickup though. Might for Mexi. Nicky going for the Fight or Flight on the Kazan. Going to be quite a fast moving Umbrella Man at this point. Rennequaid opts for the Orb Dancer to get some more of that speed going. Team player on the Atlas. And it looks like perfect form for the Rasmus. A lot of good pickups here. Pretty much everyone getting what they want. I don't think anyone can be too upset about this.
I will say though, one team a little bit happier than the other. Manu now and Fight or Flight is kind of good, and I think that could snowball the game completely in their favor. It's going to take some real outplays from Boom and Rennequaid to get past this.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. There's so much mobility that they have to work with, and Rennequaid kind of getting suppressed a bit last set, the way that he was, getting kind of low on the pancakes, not really getting the core much, taking a lot of damage. It could be a bit rough to deal with, and with all that extra mobility, they're going to have an easier time, getting around the Asher, who, without the pancake stacks, generally is just going to be a little bit more stationary.
Good prediction by Spartan on the shot attempt by Boom. Mexi dribbling away, but Nicky has so much speed to work with, and it just stacks building up over the course of this point. And despite the barrier being down, it doesn't even feel like it's down on the side of the Time Thieves as they continue to mount the offense. Nicky pushing forward, finally loses the core. Now it's a breakaway for Boom. Top side, Rennequaid flip available, and right past Nicky somehow manages to beat the close strike head on, and that's a goal that the Flow State really needed.
Really nice shot from Rennequaid there. And also F4 Orb Dancer stacks as well. Getting the pancakes up there. This guy can easily kind of take over the game. At this point, if Julock isn't able to outpace him, Rennequaid could has the potential to run really, really fast at this point by just picking up a single orb. So we'll see how much use that's going to end up happening. A double barrier falling to the side of Flow State is not good. Nicky Midland almost was able to set up the goal as well. Luckily, they will be able to fend it off. Might have another opportunity here. The pass player's got to come out. Core flip from Spartan. Mexi's there to intercept. And they're able to keep it held off for the moment. Well, I say that. Crook leverage from Nicky Midland will sink it in.
That was basically a strike war versus 3 people from Nicky Midland. Doesn't even use the core flip. Could have used it there. Doesn't decide to. Still wins anyway. and the Time Thieves continue their goals, it feels like. And despite how fragile the Kazan can be, I'm not really feeling it right now. I feel like the damage has to come in onto Nikki.
Yeah, and double barriers now to the side of Flow State. Death Touch coming out from Boom's blocked by the Expanse, but Spartan can't get down there in time. Vertiquade just sets up the corner. Didn't even think that that was going to go in, I imagine, but Spartan just wasn't able to reach it. Didn't have strike shot up. It just wasn't fast enough. It's crazy.
A little unfortunate, but you have to keep moving on, and it's a big opportunity for Flow State to pick up a set of their own, maybe a good draft of their own. Not that the other one was bad, but it was so much better for the Time Thieves. Core drifting up to the top side, no barriers taken on the right side of the map as Nikki Middelin pushing forward with the flip available. Awkward spot to use it, passes down to Julak. A great attempted play, but not quite enough to get the barrier.
Now Nikki still pushing for this bottom side. He's going to be able to pick it up. A lot of damage coming through. He's going to get staggered, but Julak holding the core on the top side. And Renequade's going to have to commit to that defense for bits. Open barrier, open goal to 2 barriers is a bit of a rough situation for Flow State to be in. Mexi can't really push up, and Spartan has a bit of liberty to work with. But Renequade running fast, making plays, but Julak holding it down on the defense, basically just striking, ruining all of Renequade's day. Boom will finally be able to bring down the first barrier almost a minute into the match. Looking for a second one with the whiplash, but Nikki Middelin breaking away. Julak pushing up the field as well. Renequade try to stop with the barrage, but a pass down to Nikki means the offense is going, and a Strike War 1 pressing the point. Nikki Middelin will set up Time Thieves on set point.
That's kind of the issues that Flow State is showing already, right? They're playing solid, but it kind of feels like the Time Thieves have a much more coherent offense. They have the passing plays. It's not just a pass because they see it. It's a pass that's part of their game plan. And with Julak having flipped, it could be even more as Spartan manages to clear away from the hook. I think that was a strike shot that auto-cleared it. And it's going to be really tough to get past. But Bume manages to do so. 1 barrier down, almost 2. But Spartan gets it out of there just in time. And the game remains somewhat even.
Bit of a whiff flip there from Mexi, but Boom will have the core in our hands, trying to push up. Core flip from Spartan to try and clear it out. Flow State able to recover just a bit. Nikki Middelin now pushing up in the top side. Not able to find anything, though. Core flip coming out from Boom. Waits out the Astral Projection. Is able to push it through 2 of them. The now secondary, not quite enough to stop that. Now with an open goal, Flow State have a chance to make something happen here. Nikki Middelin is staggered, but has flip. Trying to stay alive. Going to burn it here. Shot to the bottom. Mexi, great save on that one. On a crazy angle. Now Renequade setting up Boom. An absolute dimer to sink it in. Flow State will pick up a second set.
Yeah, Flow State evening it up here. Second set going to them, and Renequade getting first pick. You do want that midfielder getting more speed, but this draft's a little scary. That's Catalyst on the board. I think that has to go over because it's such a strong awakening here, and there's still great awakenings left on the table. Timeless Creator, a great option for now, and of course plenty of size to go around as well. Chooses to double deny the size away from Mexi, who does have that Might of the Colossus. Not sure if that was entirely the play, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, Mexi gonna end up picking up the Creator. Julak could have had double creation size. I don't know if that would have been better than denying. I mean, I feel like it would have been better than denying double size, but either way, not letting Asher get damage can always be somewhat nice. But I mean, we're starting off with a 9-second goal from Boom. The barrier's just collapsing before our very eyes. As I guess Flow State just going to keep it up.
Yeah, Flow State in a bit of a flow state right now, if that goal's to say anything about it. Spartan finds the clear, but it's not looking like the same team that was the Time Thieves. Not as efficient on the offense, kind of feeling battered a little bit, taking a bit of damage it feels like, as Mexi finds the clears, but Nikki still playing around the Asher quite well, but with the additional creation here from Mexi, it's going to be a little bit harder to get around that airship.
Yeah, they're trying to get the offense going. They will be able to pick up 1 barrier here. Got to get that second one. The barriers, when they're on the same side of each other, can tend to be a bit goofy because it's either like a lot of hyper interactions happening on that top side, or it's a whole lot of nothing as the core floats around on the bottom, like it tends to do now, which is where the goalies prefer that it is. ultimately, but makes it a little bit difficult for the Brawlers to do too much. Renekwe does have the flip up. It's running quite fast. Flowstate have been able to keep it over there for a pretty considerable amount of time. Finally rotating it over to the top side now. Julak is able to hold it down in the midfield.
Yeah, Bume now trying to set up, but a good flip away from the side of the Time Thieves will keep it alive for now. Mexi, last second save with the primary, holds the core on the top wall, and the barrier still standing. We're deep into overtime at this point, and the barriers are not showing no sign of going down. Spartan trying to force it through with the expanse. No strike from Nicky Minolin. A pass back, trying to find the opening, but Mexi finds good clears, somehow manages to keep this barrier alive still, and both goalies are doing a great job at the moment.
Just keeping it real consistent. Wait, I think Julak just backpassed it to the take the barrier. Maybe a bit of a misplay there. About to see that on the replay. But it is finally the Time Thieves' goal is open. They're still hunting for a barrier of their own as Flow State look to set up a potential scoring opportunity. Mexi it with the cross barrier over to Boom. Goes for the flip, but Renekwe not quite able to catch up to it. Nicky Minolin still looking for this barrier, but can't find it. Death Touch comes through, but Julak able to block that one. Once again, still stalling out just a bit. Julak with the core flip, still blocked by Mexi. The absolute iron wall at the moment, not letting this barrier fall. Even when Julak is pushing this top corner, the secondary is going to be enough, though, as both sides are finally opened up. And Equate has a flip available. Going to burn it here in the midfield, able to get it around the triangle, gets it down to Boom. The expanse shuts it down, though, and Mexi can't get there in time. It's going to go right through as the Time Thieves tie it up.
Oh, it's a bit of a strike shot moment. Goes for the strike shot on the fast core instead of just walking there or strike shotting vertically. It's always tempting to strike shot forward against the fast core. You can keep it forward, you can get it out of there, but when you miss, it feels like it happens once every game at the very least. And that's Mexi's one. We'll see if it won't matter.
Hopefully not. I mean, when Mexi has the one barrier, though, that's really where he's going to be shining, because you don't even have to worry about using the strike shot all that much, since you can just kind of sit on it. And, I mean, like we're seeing right now, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Julak will be able to get it in the 1v2, which is a bit rough, having a little bit of extra time to work with now. And core flip from Spartan to send it back in. The offense going hard, but Mexi going to be able to shut that down with the barrier beam. However, he's in still a bit of a tricky situation with this last barrier remaining on the Time Thieves side of the board. Oh, again, will go down. I think the secondary from Julak actually hit that. That might be a double own barrier from the now.
Yeah, that was definitely the secondary from Julak. That's a little unfortunate here. It all matters if they can convert, though. Can Flow State make it happen? Renekwe staggered, not in a good spot. Gets away, but gets caught in the end by Nicky. Flip down, looking for an opportunity for Boom, who does find a dribble with the pendulum swing, but goes for one dribble too many, and now Mexi's in a tough spot, but the primary will get it out of there. Nicky Minolin once again, the dash from Mexi, saving it away, and Boom's working on a flip now. Big opportunity. Finds the secondary to clear it away to the bottom side. What a shot by Boom to save that point.
Some crazy defense coming up. Boom stalling, buying loads of time. Some great plays by Mexi to bring that one back. All these rounds have been so tight and generally pretty long, except for like the one or two that were like really, really quick. But both these teams have had their defense on lockdown. Like, they've just been interrupting plays left and right and holding barriers for ridiculous amounts of time. And I mean, I could easily see this going to be a set 5 slugfest if Time Thieves are able to bring this one back.
Yeah, and Nicky could be the target here. Does not have meter as Boom comes down, but a well-timed core flip by Spartan will clear it away. And Mexi almost loses control of the core. Has another ability, has Renekwe to back them up, though. In the corner, bit of a tough spot as Nicky Minolin's pushing forward. The triangle makes it such a tough space to clear out of, and the Time Thieves will secure the goal, will send us to a 0.5. Well played in the corner.
It is neck and neck right now. 0.5 in set 3. 1-1-2-2. If we get into it, and Renekwe once again, having suffered that death, lost the pancakes and the orbs, so is really working to bring those back, whereas everyone else is at max. So a bit of a disparity in the midfield for Flow State, to be sure, at the moment, but how long these rounds go, there's definitely time to bring that back, and the Catalyst has been helping out quite a lot in keeping the core flips up.
But an early strike from Mexi means the barrier goes down, and Julak mixes up the timing. Monumentalist now secondary, directly forward into the goal. The Time Thieves close out the comeback in this set. They are the ones in the lead now, and Julak gets first pick once again.
A little bit scary. See the Egoist pop up on the board. That might just be the pick right there. There's a couple other nice things, but with how strong that Awakening is, and considering Kai with Catalyst, yeah, Julak's just going to first pick that one. Very terrifying pickup on the now. Rapid fire here from Mexi. Not going to go for the Ponder. Going to save that for Kai. As Stagger Swagger picked up by Nicky Minlin to keep the damage up and get a little bit extra speed. Rampage denied away by Spartan. It's going to have to be Hot Shot settled for the Boom, which certainly isn't that bad, but I think once again, this is a really good draft for the Time Thieves, and mainly just because of the Egoists more than anything.
The Stagger Swagger is also going to help out quite a bit. Nicky Midland's been getting chipped down, not KO'd really, but at that low stagger, the additional benefits are quite immense. As Bume is the one trying to 1v2 at the moment. Double orbs on Rennequaid also worth noting, but Nicky is all over the place.
Both barriers down once again. Flow State in a bit of a tough spot, losing them early here. Passing plays come out between Nicky and Julak. Nicky goes for the crook leverage. Mexi able to get there in time and looking to set up Boom, but Rennequaid's got to be able to convert over and provide some help. Try and make it a 2v3. Nicky able to make the breakaway play and get out of there. Goes back to the midfield now. Rennequaid does have a flip available. He's trying to set up Boom right now to bring down this second one, but Spartan still has the expanse, and with the twin drive, it's definitely hard to bait it out. Uses it here as Rennequaid goes for the flip, but the astral projection blocks it away. Barrier remains standing. Once again, it's going to be the defense as we go into overtime. It will hold. Trying to get back to Boom. They're trying to make yet another push, but Rennequaid trying to get there in time. Barely has the speed to get around the barrage. Will secure it. Both sides opened up now. Mexi just has to get it past one last push to get another opportunity, but the flip down. He missed the angle. It goes right back to Nicky Midland, who sinks it in, and it's the Time Thieves first up.
Bit of a tragic defensive play at the end there. I've missed that angle plenty of times. I think every goalie feels that pain. And that small error will mean that the Time Thieves are just 2 goals away from moving on into winners. And in a bracket like this, in a stacked Launchpad number 2 like this, you do not want to drop the losers early.
Absolutely. See if they're able to hold on their bracket lives here. Boom does have a flip available, but a lot of pressure coming on to Mexi. Burnt the pass splitter there. A nice setup from Julak. Gets it past 3 of them. The barrier is able to come down. Boom burning the flip to get one in return. Spartan still has one to work with, and that's really all that he needs. Julak now looking for the point pass up to Nicky Minlin. Mexi able to block it away. Crook leverage into the core flip. Nicky's going to be able to sink it right in, right through Rennequaid. And it's game point for the Time Thieves.
1 point away, and they have the resources to get it done. Julak almost at core flip, and you know that Egoist is about to proc here. It's such a scary situation. Boom and Rennequaid need to be the playmakers, need to take these barriers early. Flip for them if necessary, but it's going to be a difficult approach.
Egoist speed now. Julak able to bring down one barrier. Pop up from Nicky's going to find a second. Julak in the top. Not burning the flip just yet, but still has it available. Keeping it in the corner. Trying to get to Nicky. The crook leverage gets it through, but can't find the shot onto the goal. Rennequaid now looks to potentially set something up. Has a flip of his own. Julak is still moving a little bit faster than everyone else. Gonna burn the flip here. Times up Nicky perfectly. Press the point. Barely able to reach that one. Sends it right above Mexi. A beautiful shot. The Time Thieves, they'll take it home.
Well played from the Time Thieves. It looked shaky at some moments, but when it all came together, this is a team that looks confident. And I can see them moving on further. What's their projected opponent? Now is Baru of Strikers. Okay, well, they're going to have a hard road ahead of them, but good luck.
Yeah, that'd be good luck indeed. A very close game. I think once those last couple drafts went through, Time Thieves were kind of able to snowball it a bit out of control, but it was pretty close up until then. Julak, 276 redirects on the now, 62 shots, 7 goal participations. Looking really good on the character. Rennequade, unfortunately, did really well, but two Awakenings were stacking Awakenings, and getting KO'd a couple times really, really was detrimental. And with playing against both Kazan and Manu now, who both had extra size as well, and extra speed, is definitely really, really difficult. But both goalies as well did very well. The defense held on for both sides, made some of those rounds way longer than I think they had any right to be. But yeah, we'll see if Flow State has a chance to bring it back in their losers run.
Yeah, well, on that note, we're going to head to a bit of a short break. Winners round 3 is on the horizon here, and we should be seeing a fun game from that round up next. So don't go anywhere.
All right, and we are back with our winners round 3 match. I have AJ with me now. We made a hot swap, but we're about to be checking out Quest Esports versus Chikara Stormweavers. Going over to Taiko Temple for this one. AJ, what are your thoughts going into this?
Should be pretty fun. Taiko Temple is a map that has a lot of fun angles on it, and it's always a pleasure to see some of these higher skill players make use of those angles. So I'm really looking forward to that. Probably one of the main picks is probably going to be Asher, pick Band Away almost immediately. Of course, we'll see that when we get into it, but that's going to be my prediction for this.
Yeah, it's generally a pretty strong pick on this map on a variety of roles. I don't know. Oh, actually, we can see the draft right now, so I do know. We do have 1-2 punch, missile prop start. The Mako and the Juno both getting banned away. Mako also very good character on this map. We see first pick Asher for Chikara, as well as the X and the Now, so likely going to be an Asher goalie there. Meanwhile, Dubu and Aimi locked in on the double pick for the side of Quest Esports, just waiting on their brawler to come through. But already Chikara's got a pretty nice lineup to go for 1-2 punch. I like what they're cooking. They got the speed, they got the fight, and they have a lockdown goalie. And it will be a Zentaro, it looks like, for Bosher on that forward position.
Yeah, I was going to say you can never quite count out a Dubu brawler position here on Taiko Temple, especially locking in the corner, but I highly doubt it's going to be that Zentaro goalie coming out. So you're probably right on the money with that one. So fairly standard team comps from at least potential for standard, unless they really throw some weird wrenches in there. But should be a fairly standard game of Taiko Temple here. A lot of angles, a lot of goalies holding it down in the face of the aggression from the enemy forward midfield combos. So should be a really good showcase as to what these teams do in a standard situation. And that standard style of play is usually the one that brings out the most skill. You know, you can have those occasional off-meta comps that take advantage of a very niche aspect of a map and can really be very good. But it's nice to see that sort of stock standard play that really brings out the best of passing and positioning.
Yeah, and on the 1-2 punch start, both these sides definitely have some damage that they can dish out. The Aimi Zentaro it's definitely going to be something worth considering. They could just kind of target down the X if they really wanted to, and they'd probably be able to out damage healing from Now. So we'll see how this ends up going. Obviously, X Now can be a pretty snowbally comp for Chikara. If they win early on, they can just kind of win more. So we'll see what this ends up looking like. But it looks like it's going to be Zonseki on the X, Wiggly Wobbly on the Now. And the Asher is, in fact, going to be the goalie here as we get into it.
Yeah. Most likely going to be a lot of 1-2 punch pickup. You can see the missile prop on the Now, maybe, but you can also get a lot of value out of that 1-2 punch. And of course, on the other side, you can kind of count Zentaro's passive, but that's almost certainly going to be a 1-2 punch Zentaro. Dubu, most likely going to be that missile prop pickup, though. So should be fun seeing all that, having that forward aggression from the missile prop there as a Dubu. You can get a lot of stuff done with that. So seeing how that Dubu plays up with that and how much he can really keep it on the other side of the map, I think is going to be one of the big deciding factors going into this game. Because if that Dubu can sort of play at half court and keep the core locked onto one side or the other, it's really going to be. And we see immediately the full rushing up to do that. We see the Cyber Side getting that first barrier 6 seconds into the match, but Wiggly Wobbly fighting back, getting that second barrier, one for his team very soon after there. We see some pass play here in the corner there, back and forth. Trying to keep it. The Dubu wall is amazing, and that's the second barrier going down.
And also Siphoning Wand on Zentaro as well. This guy is looking to brawl and throw hands. Amster Quest went for the Mag Souls on Aimi as well. Pick getting a lot more popularity recently, right? So he has a lot of mobility playing around that center part, but a KO comes out on a Wiggly Wobbly. Power play for Quest Esports. Fool with the nice pass up. Hamster Quest with the glitch pop to stun Storm. Will allow the core to float right in as Quest Esports will be first up on the board.
Yeah, The first blood into power play combo there. Quest Esports really dominating in that point there. The first barrier into first kill into first goal, if they can keep that up first set. And of course, I mean, it's not a best of 3, but first game still is potentially there, unless Jakara Stormweavers can come back with something. And that right there is really nice. Getting along the bottom into the corner is a really great way to take that first barrier, and even killing the Zentaro off the back of it. So a lot of good play there from Jakara Stormweavers. Zonseki trying to play up a little bit, but the glitch pop and interference from Hamster Quest on that IME is just brutal for that passing play. Very low is the X, but of course there comes the now ultimate. Bounced off the barrier and off the edge, and now they're firing back. Power play reverses direction 180 in just a few seconds. There's Zentaro respawns, X goes off the map, and now Quest Esports has their turn on the aggression.
And Hamster Quest up in this top side, working with this power play, looking pretty good. They're going to force out the core flip from Storm's just able to barely get around the Fool and bring out the barrier, but Hamster Quest going to pick up another KO, flip of his own now. As they once again continue the power play, Fool looking to set up this bottom side, the soup down in the corner, that barrier not long for this world. So we go right into overtime off of that. Now Zonseki, the one looking pretty low. Bosher looking for the KO, can't quite find it, but no more energy on the X as they keeping the pressure on. Hamster Quest up in the top corner. Bosher able to recover the bounce. Will be able to dime it in, and Quest Esports there on set point now.
Yeah, great positioning by Bosher on that point there, just being slightly above the X, and Storm not quite cutting the angle perfectly. So perfect setup, good forward play there. You have the scorer in the midfield play a little bit apart from each other so they can catch those rebounds really nicely and sort of just choke out the goalie's positioning. We see the same thing, though, from Jakara Stormweavers having the X in the middle, but not quite as perfectly executed. There we go, pass down to Zonseki. Bull Rush doesn't quite get too much done, but repositions nicely, almost nearly at the second barrier. Dugu Wall is going to come out. Tofu Fortress holding the line for now. Cyber Swipe gets countered by a strike shot from Storm really nicely. Bellringer comes out into strike. Nice dribble in the corner there, but not quite too much. We're just kind of going back and forth here. The Corfo comes out of the Dugu, countered. Really nice proximity zone there from Wiggly Wobbly. Hamster Quest, though, passes down to Bosher. Bosher opting to just go on the sort of defensive pressure here, attacking the X rather than going across, and gets the kill with the passive as well. Beautifully done. Power play. Can they do something with it? Wiggly Wobbly so far saying no.
So far, keeping it held down. I mean, the power plays that have been coming out for Quest Esports have just been so consistent, and they've been able to do something on just about every single one of them. They're really making Storm put in the reps on the defense, and with Zonseki not really able to play the game, it's definitely going to be very difficult. This guy's going to be stuck at the back of the draft, which is not where you want your X to be.
Yeah, definitely can be a bit of a problem with that, and you know that's how X scales, is by getting those clutch awakenings. So really will come down to the draft how this game goes. But ooh, the missed core flip from Hamster Quest. Storm though with a great core flip there, and the X tech from Zonseki sends it in right past, using a head pad on the Fool. I mean, there's not so much that you can do against that. Strike, you counter one strike unless you have some other ability left to counter that X tech and the reflexes of a Mongoose. It's so difficult to contend with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point. A much needed point for Jakara Stormweavers. They can bring this set back, but I think as we saw there, it's going to end up being a bit of a slog. You know, to play for the long rounds, really, and put on a big defensive show. Deal with the power plays that Quest Esports have been getting so consistently. It looks like right now, Wiggly Wobbly almost getting taken out here. Barely misses the drum off the Oni's blade. But we'll be able to survive that one as, well, everyone keeps their barriers up for the moment.
Yeah, great Bellringer takes that one barrier as soon as you say that. Little bit of a caster curse, but you'll love to see some progress in the match happening. As soon as we say that, it is 2 barriers down. This match is so volatile. The teams can trade evenly for so long, and then instantly 1 barrier taken, another on the other side. The Bellringer with Bull Rush comes through. The X-Tech as well gets 1 barrier, has the core flip, does Zenseki. Doesn't even need to use it, though. Brilliant setup there by Wiggly Wobbly, just pushing it through the bottom. And the Fool not quite trying to greed for that core flip and not quite having that pay off.
Yeah, Jakara Stormweavers looking to bring it back now. Zonseki's got a flip up that they can work with. And if they manage to bring back this first set, it could be a bit rough. Zonseki's still going to be at the bottom of the draft. But winning it regardless is going to mean I think Storm will be the MVP and Wiggly Wobbly is going to be up there. Huge core flip from the Fool. It's going to find the double, though, as suddenly Quest Esports have swung the momentum right back in their favor to try and secure this 5th point.
Yeah, and that was actually the core flip that was not used to save that last goal, so a lot gets done. Core flip out of 3 players, and that's going to be the Cyber Swipe Hamster Quest. Dashing forward on the IME with the core flip to counter. I mean, if you're Storm, you core flip the one core flip, beautifully done, but there's just another one and another ability and an entire pile of things to go against. So really well played there by Quest Esports, taking the first set there and having Dubu be the first pick with something like Orb Ponder on the table.
And in fact, it will be that Orb Ponderer going over to the Hamster. Huge pickup, especially when the missile prop. Explosive entrance going to be denied away here. Affects both the Aimi and the Zentaro quite well, so pretty decent pickup from Wiggly Wobbly with not much else on the board. Perfect form for the Aimi. Team player over the Asher. Size on the Zentaro going to deny away from the X, who has to settle for Unstoppable. Not the best pickup for Zonseki, but the team player is really nice for Storm. But Quest Esports, I think, definitely coming out pretty big on that draft.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Chikara Storm just has the all right, we'll take what we can get, but Quest Esports does have so many beautiful things. But one barrier to one barrier down, Chikara Storm, we resume behind, still playing really well. Almost going to second barrier, but great defense by the Fool with the help of Hamster Quest, and even Bozer in the backline there. Bozer playing a really good Zentaro forward here and actually helping out a lot in the backline, somehow sort of being in both places at once. Bit of a cheeky dribble off the drum from Hamster Quest, goes to the back though, Zonseki interrupting it. Bozer going forward, trying to get into the corner here with so many abilities. The Fool playing super far up as well with the somersault and the log and everything. The firewall sentry as well. We have somebody going off the edge there. It's going to be the now Wiggly Wobbly, but can they capitalize on the power play? Pass up to the Aimi, going down to the Fool with the Tofu Fortress going to secure.
Ooh, just able to play so aggressive on these, and Chikara Stormweavers, they got to stop getting punished on the edge. I mean, you got 1-2 punch Aimi and Zentaro. They have the kill capability. They have both the ability to both chip down and knock people off the edge, so kind of both ways that you can get KOs. They can pull it out pretty consistently, so they just have to be so careful. And as I'm saying this, Zonseki getting caught out, belly flopped on by the Fool, and a double KO. Bozer finds another one. Both barriers are gone, and this is just going to be a formality. Oh, Storm actually with a nice redirect. Will buy a bit of time for Zonseki to come back, but Hamster Quest is keeping the pressure on right now. A back pass to the Fool. Now, actually, all three of them are back. Quest Esports throwing the power play away just a little bit there, but we'll come back to neutral with both sides open.
Yeah, that might be one of the strongest caster curses I have ever seen. Congratulations. The 1 versus 3 power play just completely flipped around. The Storm able to hold that really nicely. Hamster Quest trying to get something done. Red Core's back to the Fool, though. Bounce off the drum from Wiggly Wobbly. Zonseki at the bottom. Not getting Cyber Swipe just because that Unstoppable pickup does help that Squishy X, but in the end, it is secured. Bozer and Hamster Quest. It took them a lot more than we initially expected, but in the end, they were able to score that goal.
Quest Esports keeping it rolling on set point once again. We'll see if they'll be able to just close this one out without any potential comeback shenanigans like we've been seeing. An early soup. We'll see both barriers fall. Chikara Stormweavers are just pushed all the way back in their goal box. The pressure is just way too much. The Fool is actually able to push it through 2 of them. Another goalie score there as Quest Esports take it 3-0.
Yeah, the Fool is no fool here. Being able to play that far up, knows his limits, maybe pushing the limits a little far, but so far not getting punished too much for it. We had the couple of barriers lost, unfortunately, in the 1v3, but other than that, it's been pretty solid. We also see the Catalyst pick up on Zentaro. Bozer's going to be a lot more able to core flip there, just able to brawl too. Orb Dancer gets taken by the Asher. Really nice pickup, though. Just speed on Asher is always good, especially on a goalie. Reverb going to Dubu. The Ponderer Reverb combo is just going to be absolutely brutal in terms of how many abilities are going to come out from this Dubu. And down the line, we have, Prize Fighter flying to X is pretty good. Twin Drive on now pretty good. Hot Shot in the Aimi is also pretty good.
Yeah, a lot of nice stuff here. Zonseki with the Prize Fighter is definitely a risky pickup, considering they haven't really gotten any KOs. So it could just very well end up being a dead awakening at this point in the game. I think the snowballing has officially gotten out of control, and well, with a 11-second goal to start us off, I mean, Quest Esports kind of showing us why they're here. Bozer didn't even get any Rampage stacks at that point. That's how quick it was.
Yeah, and it also just goes to show that, midfield can also get barriers too, and it's just been a great rotation of all the roles from Quest Esports. We have the Fool playing forward when he needs to. I mean, we have Hamster Quest getting every single one of these barriers, it feels like. So just really good rotation and positioning from the side of Quest Esports, getting a second goal, taking them 1 point away from securing the entire game. And what was a very even game has now just completely gone into a sweep from Quest Esports.
Yeah, everything at this point is pretty much falling apart. They're going to have 3 flips up. Well, I say that. They might just score before they even get the energy available. Luckily, it is a good kickoff for Chikara Stormweaver, so they have a little bit of an opportunity, a little bit of breathing room. But this is full-on miracle mode. There's not a lot that they can really do at this point. They plan to scale the X, and it did not work. Quest Esports ran away with too many early sets, and, well, now they're just looking to close it out.
Yeah, but a little bit of weird Dubu wall interaction there means the barrier will stay alive for now. Corfu from Wiggly Wobbly isn't perfect, but it buys a little bit more time. But that is going to be another now going off the edge of this map. So difficult to survive even with that healing ability. X also very low here. And if he dies, that prize fighter stack is gone. The Cyber Swipe into the strike is going to be enough. Boser takes it in with the help of the entire team. Everyone putting their hand in the middle, helping out for the play. And Quest Esports, well played.
Clean win for Quest Esports. Keeping it textbook, keeping it solid. The Imi Zentaro on the 1-2 punch start. Definitely really terrifying, just as we see on a closed map like that. Just knocking people off the edge, left and right. 4 KOs for Hamster Quest, 3 for Boser, and 1 for the Fool in a 12-minute game. It's pretty impressive. Put them a lot. Chikara Stormweavers, unfortunately, going to have to try their luck in the losers brackets to try and make the comeback. But as for Quest Esports, they'll be moving on to the top 16.
Yeah, just really well played there. Chikara Stormweavers really gave them a run for their money in that first set. They took it to that 5th point, and it was so very close. But after that, I mean, the story is told in so many different ways here. You can talk about the KOs, you can talk about so many different things, but if you look at the redirects as well, Quest had the top 1 and 2 redirects in the game, 125 and 118. It's not a massive lead over Chikara, but it certainly does tell a bit of the story of just how much control Quest Esports had over this game. There was never really a moment, well, there was the one glaring moment in that 1v3 involving a caster curse and Storm really going for that miracle play. But aside from that one instance, Quest Esports just felt so in control of this game, so impossible to go around.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, with that, it was a bit of a quick one, but it is what it is. So when we're throwing it to a bit of a break, and then when we come back, we'll have another round 3 matchup, I believe. So stick around for just a few more minutes. And welcome back to our next winners round 3 match. Esports at OSU Black versus Eternal Sovereigns. And looks like we're going right back to Psycho Temple here. And taking a look, they've already started their draft. We got the Rampage, Monu start. X and Asher are out of here now, getting first picked by OSU Black. Rasmus Finney for the other side, and then Atlas Kazan to round out that team. Just waiting on the last pick from Eternal Sovereigns. It's going to be a Juliet. So interesting team comp from Eternal Sovereigns there. AJ, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think just starting from the very beginning, it's going to be a Juliet for the last thing there. I think it makes a lot of sense there. Very heavy kill comp here coming up from OSU Black, and that might be how they won against Seed 7 here. Whiplash actually did end up falling to them in a crazy upset of like 32 places. So just really well played by them, and it might have just been through kill comp. It was also on Taiko Temple, so the clear favorite, or the clear favorite to win in this one is the Eternal Sovereigns here, 1 round away from winning last week. But the underdog that has proven that they have some mettle is OSU Black, so I think this is going to be a much closer game than I think anyone can expect. And I think OSU Black actually has a very reasonable chance of taking this one, especially with that comp of Fanny, Rasmus, and Juliet.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to end up being a Rasmus midfield or a Rasmus goalie. I feel like Rasmus goalie makes more sense in this context. But we'll have to see. It's not, these 3 characters together are not something you see that often. Meanwhile, now on the Monu start is pretty good to have. Of course, Atlas as well are both getting huge benefit from that, and Kazan has Rampage to work with. So it's a pretty scary team comp for the Eternal Sovereigns, who I think are the blue side. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I really like what they have going here. There's not a lot of like weakness. We saw the Now Kazan perform really well in a couple games ago when someone was playing it, and now you have like kind of almost the ideal starting awakenings for them. So I'm curious how OSU Black is going to be able to handle this.
Yeah, the one thing though is that there's not a lot of kill pressure from the side of the Eternal Sovereigns. There is a little bit. I mean, Now can do a fair bit of damage. Kazan can do a fair bit of damage. But ever since he was moved out of that, ever since he was nerfed out of that brawler role so long ago, he's kind of been like a second brawler. So you really need a lot of damage to help him secure that. So I think that if OSU Black can out-damage that Now Atlas healing, which is immense, I think that they have a reasonable chance here. And I think it's going to be done off the back of KOs. It is going to be that Fanny goalie, as we see that. Which does make a little bit of sense off the Rampage start. You do want that Rasmus to take the size and go forward so he can do things with it. But we're actually going to see the first barrier falling down. Eternal Sovereigns off to a blazing start there. The punch from Zunicorn not quite able to get it done. But we see one barrier finally done. Good drum dribble tech there. And we're standing 1-1 further into this point. Some nice wall tech. They're trying to set up this attempt on the barrier, but such good defense by Alonzo and Names. Playing up a little bit too far, lose that second barrier of the card as well, not quite reaching Eternal Arctic, not quite reaching the core. But the Whiplash is able to get that first, so the Pendulum Swing is able to get that barrier, and the first goal taken there. Very back and forth in that point. We saw the barriers going down, sort of alternating for a little bit there. And Esports OSU Black taking first point. I mean, I've been talking up a little bit, but even I'm surprised by just how convincing that was at the end there.
Yeah, it ended up looking pretty good. It's definitely a really aggressive team comp that they have to work with, but they're also holding it down on the defense quite well. Not really letting Sovereign do too much. Pretty low on XP, both Sovereign and Names, which is kind of what you want to see. When you're Esports Black, it means there's not a lot of those interactions having to happen. Big KO coming out from Zunicorn. Is going to be able to burn the flip for that. However, Sovereign with a nice bounce off the center will be able to pick up the goal regardless and tie it up there for Eternal Sovereigns.
Yeah, just really good to see that kill come, but it is answered back. So you have to be careful of how much you commit, and that might be one of the things we see, that OSU Black can't fall into that pitfall of KO comp where they go so hard for the kills that they're not actually able to get to the goals. And those are the things that matters at the end. Sovereign, great dash into hook strike. Strike shot as well, force up the core flip from Names. Not a perfect angle. Does get it to Zunicore, but not able to actually get much done with that. 2 barriers still standing for the Eternal Sovereigns as it passes back to Peanut Enjoyer, who's trying to get it through. But, I mean, with the Cosmic Expanse and the now proximity drones as well, it's so difficult to get it through with basically anything. Hook, though, is really nice to get that speed in the pass. Names trying to get it through. Actually, Card perfectly counters Sovereign Strike. Pendulum swings a little bit too early there, not quite catching the core. Uses so many abilities, but in the end, it's going to be Sovereign getting that barrier, and we see the goal taken immediately after the great crooked leverage from Strike.
Sovereign's going up on set point right now, and core flips about to be available here. And have a little bit of that advantage. Potential for the explosive plays with both the forwards going to be having it up this round. Esports OSU Black, it being a little bit of a predicament here if this Atlas or this Now are able to get a really good awakening on this draft, especially starting with Manu, when they already have a huge power spike, so they can just kind of pick whatever they want that's really good, and they'll just be that much better. And now with an open goal, Eternal Sovereigns might just have the chance to make that a reality. And Sovereign able to get it around Dave's AH. A nice dribble there. Didn't even need to grab with the crooked leverage. They'll take set 1.
Yeah, and that is that weakness of the Finny goalie, is that if it gets into that melee situation, it's so difficult to play against. You have some tools that you can kind of use, but they're a little clunky to try and defend a goal. The triple take, the big finish, can be used defensively, but it's so much better on the offense. So Esports at OSU Black are trying to keep it further afield, but it can be very difficult to do that when you're against a team like Eternal Sovereigns, and getting Egoist in the Atlas means that he's going to be able to rush forward around more. Going to be harder to kill him in the goalie box. Big Fish on Now is a great deny against Rasmus. Might of the Colossus is well taken away. The explosive entrance is by no means an awful awakening on Rasmus, but definitely not what you want to get. But Stacks and Sacks on Finny, not a bad price to come out with.
Yeah, it's a pretty good awakening for Esports OSU Black, but I'm looking at the Egoist on Alonzo plus the Might on Sovereign, and that's really, really nice to have. The Egoist especially is going to be big. If Unicorn can make the KOs happen, that's really they're really going to have to play around that, I think. That's kind of their big win con, is get this Juliet some KOs, but so far not able to happen. They do have the barriers, though, which they might just be able to get a point on this one. We'll see if they're able to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, strike shot goes a little bit wide as well. The pass down to Unicorn, back up to Peanut Enjoyer, back all the way to Names are hard, but not quite able to get it through. The Cosmic Expanse is amazing in the defense. The big finish is a little bit of a weird bounce, goes into the corner and goes to that little pocket there. Sovereign almost able to score the goal, but hits that little door as it's opening. Pass down to Eternal Arctic. The ult from Zunicore is a little bit mispositioned there. Alonzo as well with that ego speed running forward, trying to get things done. Sovereign with a hook into the strike right around Peanut Enjoyer in between Names are hard is an amazing way for Eternal Sovereigns to end that set. Or end that point, sorry.
Crooked leverage is so deadly when it ends up getting on point. Was able to get it through 2 of them right there. Continue to stack. There's not a lot of Rampage stacks on the board at the moment, but Sovereign is just benefiting from them so much with the extra size and extra power from it. And a great Atlas ult as well, right there from Alonzo to save Sovereign from almost dying. Core flip getting burnt. It's going to be the double barrier for Eternal Sovereigns, as they once again have an open goal situation, potential scoring opportunities. Got to get out of this top corner. Unicorn's going to burn the flip, though, and open them right back up in return. That's actually a bit of a defensive stand. Sovereign jumping in the midfield, a bounce off the center. Names with the big finish, though, is able to save it away. Almost a crazy play, but OSU Black will keep it going.
Yeah, Corvus was really nice from Names are hard, but it's not quite enough to get it through. Eternal Arctic is great on that now. The hook into strike again is so nice. The bounces are pretty nice, but it just gets it to Atlas and not around him, not through him. Sovereign bounce off the drum, but is countered. Names are hard. Just can't get there in time, though. Sovereign able to just, it seems like, work circles around Esports at OSU Black, and just able to very consistently hook it around them, strike it around them, and just find these almost impossible angles every time.
Yeah, Sovereign's definitely cooking every time he's able to get his hands on the core. And speaking of which, doesn't quite find the maddening descent there, but they still have the pressure going with the Egoist pop, but pushes up too far. Alonzo gets KO'd for it. And now it's an ad rush for Unicorn, able to pick up 1 barrier here. They're looking for a second one. The Dashbone's going to be able to find it. Core flip for Peanut Enjoyer. Pass to Unicorn will sink it in. The power play enough to put OSU Black on the board. And that's what they need to find to keep this game going. They need to get the ad rush procs on their Julie and have the power plays.
Yeah, there's a lot of need though, and there is only 1 point before Eternal Sovereigns takes away this set, and will really just keep on scaling those awakenings. The barrier though is defended really nicely, keeping it out of this corner as well is very important. The big fish goes backwards, but Peanut Enjoyer is able to defend that. The strike wars won by Names Are Hard there. Sovereign kept the core away, or the core is kept away from him. Zunicore trying to get the punch in there, not quite perfect. The dash as well, not quite perfect. The course flip though will get it done. 2 barriers open. Names Are Hard playing super hard to try and get things done. The core flip from Sovereign isn't perfect though. So many things happening so close. Eternal Arctic able to get there in time with the proximity drone speed. Really nice. And that big finish long shot from Names Are Hard to take that and tie up the set. Wonderful play by OSU Black, but a little bit dirty from both teams there in the middle. A couple mistakes, a couple things not quite being perfect in the angles.
And Names has been pretty on point with the big finishes. Made a really good save earlier, and watch the angle like that. It's definitely something to look out for. The Monumentalist is going to be helping out immensely with that as well. It's got a little bit more room to maneuver around, a lot more room to catch it, and it won't like slip out at a point you don't want it to. So utilizing that starting awakening very well on the Finny. Using it right here to prevent a second barrier from going down, but still in a bit of a defensive stand as Esports Black. They're going to be able to pick the KO. Doesn't look like they got... actually, they did get the ad rush proc. I lied. Unicorn able to run quite fast now, but not able to bring down the barrier here. Taking a lot of damage in return, and Sovereign will come back online.
Yeah. It's a power play, but it's only enough to tie up the barriers. The big finish, not quite enough to save. It was almost, but Sovereign was able to strike it back in there. Atlas going around the bottom there. Core flip forced out of the Juliet to get it forward, but the hook is perfect on the intercept there from Rasmus. The now arrow also not quite enough, but Sovereign goes up to the top there, and that same exact angle from Sovereign has gotten OSU Black so many times there. Just down pass from the now or a hook from Sovereign, and then he sets it up there so beautifully, and there's not a lot you can do against that if you are Rasmus or Finny. You've already used your abilities. There's nothing really else that you can do. And I mean, team player going to Atlas really is going to be somewhat of a nail in the coffin for them.
Yeah, that's a pretty big pickup right there. Fighter Flight's still on the board. Will get picked up by Peanut Enjoyer. Which is a little bit of something to work with. A bit of glimmer of hope right there. Unstoppable and Rapid Fire going over to the Now and Kazan respectively. Hot Shot last picked up by the Juliet. But yeah, team player in that Rapid Fire there for Sovereign. That's going to be really rough to deal with, especially with how Eternal Sovereign's already playing this. It's going to be pretty hard for OSU to come back from this game. A double barrier is a nice way to start it off, but we'll have to see if they're able to make the reverse sweep. Peanut Enjoyer, what a death touch to stun Alonso and sink that one in. So maybe there is some hope after all.
Yeah, I mean, really good play by Peanut Enjoyer there. You throw it at the Atlas, that he gets that hit stun from the hook, gets pulled out of position. It's a Rasmus classic, but pulling it off in the moment is so difficult to do. And, you know, it might just be that OSU Black is just one of those 2-set comfort zone teams. And it seems very much like it with that big finish from Names Are Hard coming through in clutch to get that second barrier. Zenicore trying to go through here. Sovereign with a hook strike is really nice. Getting the first barrier. The second one soon to follow after with Eternal Arctic backing up. But not quite the goal just yet. There it goes. Eternal Arctic putting down the bottom. Sovereign just tying up the enemy team. And Names Are Hard with the Kai. This is fine. In just shock after getting those 2 early barriers and then having it flipped around so quickly.
And Eternal Sovereign's right back to their old tricks. But a big KO, a double KO! As Zunicore getting the kill onto Eternal Arctic. We're getting KO'd in return. Off the edge at the same time. The 2v2 show for the moment. Not much able to happen, but both barriers are down for the side of OSU Black, which is not particularly great. Sovereign looking for the setup. Isn't quite able to find it. Names able to save that one away. They're still in this one. Core Flip's got to send it around. Names trying to force it through the Peanut Enjoyer, but Alonso's got the Egoist proc. Core Flips it in. It almost goes in, but Names is just fast enough with the stacks to be able to reach it in time. And have to make another miracle save again. The Sovereign pushing hard. Able to clear it out, but out to Alonso in the midfield. Trying to force it through into the bottom corner. Names making the saves. Core Flip from Peanut Enjoyer gets it out. But now they have to reset and get some offense going of their own.
Yeah, and you can see some of the stress getting to these players. Some of them are using abilities to try and counter what they think the opponents are going to do, but they're just missing. They're a little too afraid of their opponents. we see the Pendulum Swing, those really nice, gets it through Eternal Arctic, and now the core is going back and forth again. Strike War won by Peter Enjoyer there, but he needs to win a little bit more than just one Strike War, and Sovereign, again, the hook strike. It's his bread and butter, and it has been this entire game. It's been the demise so many times of OSU Black, and this is now it. It's now or never for OSU Black. One more point and Eternal Sovereigns takes it.
Yeah, game point here. Got a flip on Zunicore, but once again, they need to get a KO to really make this work. It's really been the only way that they've been able to do a whole lot this game. They've got one barrier down. Core flip's got to come out from Alonso. Core flip from Zunicore in return. He's able to find the second one, but Sovereign looking to fire back. Picks up one, top spins, trying to go for another. The triple take will be able to save that one. But Alonso now sending it right back in, and Sovereign brings it down. The second one, goal gates open. Core flip on the line. Names able to save it with a core flip of their own. But it's a bit of a dangerous situation. Sovereign once again able to maintain control of the core, and Names can't find the triple take in time. Eternal Sovereigns, they'll be taking it 3-0 in a pretty incredible game.
Yeah, GG's to both teams there, but this is where the string of upsets ends, it seems, for OSU Black, at least for now. They have been stopped by Eternal Sovereigns from that. But, I mean, what a game you would not expect from Seed 10 versus Seed 39, which you would not even expect to get this far. So, props to OSU Black, and props for giving us a game. So many of those points were so back and forth so often. Just absolutely incredible and just wonderful to see.
Yeah, absolutely. OSU Black fighting hard, but Eternal Sovereigns, I mean, their team comp was very strong. They played it exceptionally well. They had the perfect starting awakenings, and they just made it work so good. So, with that though, we're actually gonna be dipping over to our next game in like just a bit right here. It's gonna be Cat Much Enjoyers versus Lions Eat Bears. Lions Eat Bears being Lolamau, John Fortnite, and Vens versus Sphinx, Jewish Asian, Mudflap, and Jules. So this is gonna be a really good game. I think both of these teams are kind of stacked. This is like this is about as even as I think you can get in terms of just rosters, and they're competing, of course, for another top 16 spot. So, I'm very excited going into this one. Looks like we got the Oni Village, Monu Ad Rush start as well, which is a bit of an interesting one since Ad Rush is not really a big proponent of this map.
Yeah, it can be pretty difficult to get those kills and actually get any value out of it. But of course, if you do get a kill on an enemy in Oni Village, it can really make the difference. Especially if you end up with that ad rush and use the speed gates, you can just go so fast and really capitalize on that. So there's a chance it gets taken, but I think we're going to see a lot of Monumentalist here. Of course, it might just be that you see the Kai picking up the ad rush just for the sake of that 1 extra second of cooldown. It's certainly not an awful thing to have, even if it isn't stellar. But we do see that Rasmus coming in here is going to be pretty nice. Of course, one of the foremost forwards, I would say, right up there along with the likes of Juno and Estelle on this map. Just really good at controlling the core, getting it around, and getting it through people when you get it over there. So really good pickup there by Lions Eat Bears.
I'm sort of expecting to see a lot of stuff get played around Monu here. I'm surprised Now hasn't actually showed up yet. The Atlas band makes a lot of sense, though. But we got Kazan, Kai, and Asher for the side of the cat one. Cat Much Enjoyers, yes. So yeah, Asher goalie is going to be really good here. Looks like we got the Estelle coming in last. Very strong character on this map. Not a great awakening start, but you're pretty much guaranteed to get a dash awakening at this point in the game. It's pretty early on with how many are just in the pool. So it's definitely something you can make work. The character is just disgusting on this map. And with Rasmus Brawler, this is basically Rasmus Brawler, or one of the stronger brawlers on this map as well, with the Mako. Both these team comps are very solid for this. But I think a lot of them are going to be looking to get something good on that first draft, since the starting awakenings aren't super favorable for them. So this first set could be pretty important.
Yeah, definitely will decide how the rest of the match goes. If you can get something good there, then it just is worlds different. That first set, when there's not other awakenings to balance things out, really can make all the difference. But yeah, with that Asher versus Mako matchup, It really is, and I've talked about it before, but Oni Village is a very goalie-sided map. It is not necessarily easy to defend, but it is very possible to defend the barriers to a very large degree. And so it will really have to see the forwards play up and out of their minds in this game just to be able to get it through the characters. Asher and Mako just so prevalent on that goalie, so powerful in that role at defending. It does appear that we are going to go for a quick reset, though, of the match. Maybe an Awakening restart because we didn't set that or something. But we will be back in the game just shortly. It does appear that it was a goalie swap. Someone wasn't in goalie that should have been. Very quickly realized that, sent us back, but we will be going to game as soon as we can get that worked out. And, there we go. Starting to load it again. Brief things do sometimes happen, but there we go. Back on Oni Village.
Back on Oni Village indeed, and we're talking a little bit about these matchups. Asher going to have to be contending with this Rasmus and Estelle, and Mako going to have to be contending with Kazan and Kai. Like, this is so interesting because it's like you're picking the forward kind of duo that's working really well against like this lockdown goalie, but you're picking, a lockdown goalie that is doing exceptionally well on this map and really doesn't have to worry about like having to stuff it back through. So it's definitely going to be an interesting one. This could very well just be a long game. We see 5 ad rush come out for everyone who basically doesn't like Manu. Jewish Asian, of course, on the Asher. Going to pick up the little dinosaur. Double mag souls for Cat Munch enjoyers. Being magnetized soldiers, going to play a lot around the midfield, I'd imagine, on the Kazan and the Kai. So we'll see how this pans out. Mag souls versus Slicks here.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a very large burst of speed. We do see one barrier going down to each side, though. But yeah, that burst of speed that you get from the Mag Souls in the speed gate as well, if you're on the edge of the map, really just can be so powerful. Great defense, though, by John Fortnite. Keeping up with the enemy aggression using its secondary on Mako can be so powerful at defending. But pass up to the top there, trying to get around. That's really the big story here. We're just going to see the core go back and forth a lot on this map, and it really has to be... forwards have to get that perfect setup to go through the goalie. So they're going to pass it around, they're going to try and get it, and it's going to be intercepted, so they have to restart their setup. But there we go, Lolmau taking it right around the Asher, getting that barrier. The Mako ult is good to keep it forward a little bit. Now we see Vens trying to go up, and we see going into the corner there, Sphinx passing forward, but the core flip interception from Vens is really nice, passing it up. Sphinx intercepting so well, so many times.
Nice strike war there from Jules. Bring down the second barrier now. Ven still keeping it up in the midfield. Sphinx has a flip available. Going to burn it here. Trying to get it to Jules. Be able to. He's going to be able to win the strike war against John Fortnite. And that's Cat Much Enjoyers. We'll bring it first up on the board here.
Yeah, first up on the board, and that's a good thing. We were talking earlier about that first set being important. Now, of course, the first goal isn't always the way things go. But if you can score first point when you have a Kazan who's weak at level 1, it really is a good sign for your team. But Lolmau with a great Death's Touch into strike dribble, beautifully done, but tried to go for a shove through a Kai and an Asher instead of passing around. I mean, it's a difficult choice to make there. You think that you can with a core flip, but you just didn't quite have every tool needed to get it through there. Jewish Asian playing super far up there, almost getting KO'd there. See Lolmau rushing forward, the secondary up ready to just blast the Asher off the side of the map. Strike shot as well, really nice, but not quite going to get through. John Fortnite, a little too good to fall for something like that. The Death Touch goes a little bit wide, and Lolmau not quite striking it there, and that's going to reset the aggression a little bit. We see Ven sticking a little bit close to Lolmau to try and keep interceptions from happening, trying to line up a piercing shot with it as well, but not quite enough. Sphinx, though, looking very low after all these trades and looking very killable potentially.
Yeah, it's going to definitely be hard, I think, just to get any KOs. I don't think it's what they're really too worried about, as much as just trying to stuff the core through. They may have an opportunity for a play here. The pass splitter did just get burned. It's always a good sign, but they're going to have to make something happen. Nice and snare jumps from John Fortnite, but a good recovery from Cat Munch Enjoyers. We'll see them open up the goal first. Sphinx and Jules now look to set something up. Nice dribble from Jules. Goes to crook leverage. Pop-up doesn't quite find it. The core flip from John Fortnite able to shut that down, but Jewish Asian holding down the defense as well. Looking to give Jules another opportunity. Dribble into core flip. Looking for the bottom. It's going to go right through Vens as Cat Munch Enjoyers bring it to set points.
Yeah, Vens tried to strike early in case Jules went for a quick flip there. But unfortunately, Jules just had the patience to wait that out. And there's not much you can do because if you don't strike immediately, there's a chance it just goes right in. So good play there. And with that momentum, getting that first barrier, really nice. The Rose Warp into the Pendulum Swing is nice, almost getting out of it. But Sphinx is just so on top of these interceptions, not letting any play get set up. The core flip even and stopped by a strike. The piercing shot stopped by a barrier beam. Strike into strike. And we are just back to just one barrier going down. Finally, great pass up to LaunchPad. Finally gets it. But, ooh, unfortunately, Vens doesn't quite find the angle on that top barrier there, which you can just nick that corner sometimes, but was not perfect. Jules, though, with the hook into barrier, unfortunate, but does get it done. That's a kill as well onto Kai, and that's going to be the ad rush getting procced. Cooldowns reset, speed galore. Can they get it done, though?
Triple ad rush paying dividends. Jewish Asian makes one great save on sword angle, but he obviously can't keep it up. But everyone's moving that fast in the 2v3. LaunchPad able to sink it in. But yeah, when that ad rush does proc, it's not going to be very often, but it's a huge momentum shifter, making the power plays incredibly good for Lions Eat Bears there. Because even John Fortnite is going to be moving really fast, and will provide a lot of offensive pressure. Speaking of offense, LaunchPad making some quick work of those first two barriers here with an open goal on Cat Munch Enjoyers.
Yeah, we see the Mako even going a little bit wide, which gives a little bit more momentum to Cat Munch Enjoyers, but they're not quite able to get this barrier just yet. Solid defense, LaunchPad rushing across the top as well, just making such good use of the slick kicks there, able to get so much done with the speed. We see a great defense there, John Fortnite, getting it around Sphinx there. Of course, Sphinx has been so on top of the interception, so getting it around him really is quite the feat in this game. Jules XL getting stunned up by the Rose Warp there in the barrage, finally getting the barrier. The goal is open now. Lions Eat Bears in danger of being scored on, but Cat Munch Enjoyers have had an open goal for a while. Crystal Thorns, though, countered by the pass splitter. The Drummond, ooh, nicely done there, though. The core flip from Vens. LaunchPad as well with the stun onto Jewish Asian. The pendulum swing just in case something happened there, but Vens had that one in the bag, really nicely done. And Lions Eat Bears tying it up here in a 5th-point set just to start things off.
Yeah, keeping it a close one down to the wire. As Cat Munch Enjoyers, they really like to close this one out and not lose the potential lead. Core flip getting traded here as the barrier goes down. Open goal on Lions Eat Bears, and still 2 to work with for Cat Munch Enjoyers as Jules walking up the goal line. Is going to be able to win the strike war. Top spin to confirm it. It will be Cat Munch Enjoyers taking home the first set. And first pick looks like Sphinx going to be the MVP here as we get into this first draft, which could be pretty important.
Yeah, I mean, of course, when you're on that Kai, you're looking at things like Chrono Boost and Rapid Fire, even Catalyst as well. So many good options here. Gonna go for the Catalyst there, the option of, just core flipping more often, intercepting better with that extra range on it. But of course, that does mean that the Estelle gets Rapid Fire, which especially with that extra second of cooldown on Ad Rush, and if you get the Ad Rush proc, it's just going to be coming out so quickly. But, I mean, Rampage on Kazan, size as ever, really good, denies the Rasmus as well, who has to settle for an explosive entrance. Chrono Boost settling onto Mako as well isn't the worst in the world. On a Jewish Agent kind of going for a weird creation build on the Asher, kind of just picking up what's there, but can really get a lot of work done.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely an interesting one. Sphinx and Jules both coming out with big awakenings like that is pretty scary. Of course, the Rapid Fire on Vens is also going to help out quite a lot for the side of Lions Eat Bears. We'll see how it comes out, though. I think Cat Munch Enjoyers have a pretty good chance to continue to snowball this, though, especially as Jules just continues to grow larger. It's going to become very difficult to deal with, and Sphinx already moving fast is going to have more energy to work with. Already first to have the flip available as the second barrier falls.
Yeah, and of course having that flip and not needing to use just then means he can use it right then to try and pass to Jules, and gets the kill, does Jules there. That's huge, especially with the Ad Rush. So can they get something done? The hook is intercepted really nicely. The core flip comes out from the Kazan, but it's right towards Vens and LaunchPad, who managed to clear it out. They are holding on for so long. Mako's now back on the field. The power play has dissolved, but it's still kind of settling in. Can the momentum swing over? We now finally see that the Dust Touch isn't perfect. Piercing shot trying to follow up, but doesn't quite get the connection. But there we go. The pendulum swing with the strike after is really nice. The strike shot, unfortunately, Vens misses that core from. That's a little bit of a momentum stall there. The piercing shot is countered as well. We see so much back and forth here. LaunchPad going for a dribble, going with the secondary as well, but a great barrier beam is perfect. The pendulum swing gets the kill onto Asher. There we go. The pendulum swing and piercing shot onto Sphinx. Manages to survive, but cannot really do anything about that. So really well played there, and we see Lions Eats Bears really showing how you deal with a goalie kill power play.
Yeah, holding it down forwards in the net. They made the defensive stand that they absolutely needed to, and were able to bring it back. LaunchPad playing really well on the offense there, utilizing that pendulum swing, as well as the extra speed from the explosive entrance. quite well for the quick repositioning. Speed is kind of king on this map. Speed and teleporting, really. So now that they have that kind of in their a little bit more in their kit to work with, they're going to be able to hold up against the Mag Souls forwards of Catmuch Enjoyers a lot better.
Yeah, and that really does go just to show how powerful the core control midfielding aspects of Oni Village are. We do see, though, that kill comms can work and can happen. We see Kazan going off the edge of the map. Ven's a little bit low there, but not able to capitalize too much on this power play just yet. The pass splitter really nice into the corner there, just keeping any aggression from happening in that angle. And Sphinx trying to also shut things down as well. Ooh, the strike shot into the core flip from Jewish Agent. That is forced out, so no more core flip on the Asher, but he can hold out for a while as well with just regular abilities. Jules XL trying to go for a dribble. Good angle from the Mako, trying to get it, but it's just shy of hitting Lolmao, but is able to defend that top barrier. We are now deep into overtime. The core is doing cycles around the map so quickly here. Venz has the core flip as well. Not going to use it just yet. Waiting to try and use it for the offense. Probably a goal if we can get that. Piercing shot stopped last second by the barrier beam. The strike is enough to get it through. Piercing, the core flip is used, and it's a great pass for Lolmao. Gets it into the goal off the bottom. Beautiful angles there by the side of Lions and Bears.
Yeah, good read from Lolmao and Venz. Jewish Asian got a little bit out of position. They were able to capitalize on that. Get that nice angle on the wall. They have some energy to work with as well as they look to potentially get a set of their own. Lolmao looking for the breakaway, but the pass splitter getting used early on shuts down a lot of options. And still trying to get down the first rental barrier. Core flip from Lolmao is going to get stalled out. Not able to find too much here. Now Jules going to flip it in return, but Ben's able to block that one as we get into the diagonal barrier setup. The core in Lolmao's hands. Nice pass to Venz. Jules able to intercept here. Dribbling for quite a long time, and Lolmao just kind of able to steal it right back and get the barrier off of it. Venz quickly with a piercing shot. He's going to be able to sink it in. Maybe a bit of a misplay there from Catmuch Enjoyers as Lions Eat Bears take a second set and tie it up.
Yeah, I mean, really well played there by them. And we had that first game, 5th point, lasting a while. We think that this is going to be an Oni Village map going, half an hour, 40 minutes, and then boom, Lions Eats Bears just take a set and 3 goals with, we had like 1 overtime point, but the others were really fast. Hot Shot is the reward for that Estelle. A very powerful awakening, cooldown, and core speed. Always amazing on a forward. We see Orb Ponder likely picked up here by Jewish Asian. Styre Swagger is nice on the Kai, though, to prevent and diffuse some of those ad rush power plays. But I mean, prime time on the Rasmus there is amazing. The Kazan with Super Surge is pretty all right too, and the glass cannon falling down to Mako, a little bit more power, a little bit more speed, never hurt anybody.
Yeah, definitely nice to have a little bit more ability on the Mako. The Hotshot Asher or the Hotshot Estelle is kind of beginning to come online. The Venz is pretty terrifying, and with the KO and proccing the ad rush, it becomes even worse. That's I think what that Lions and E-Bears is kind of going to have to be playing around right now is Venz's ability to just constantly be dumping out piercing shots and rose warps in the midfield, which so far it seems like a pretty good plan for this map.
Yeah, I mean, Venz is basically just kit dumping every single time into the enemies. We see Jewish Asian actually playing super far forward, even while Styre trying to use the pass splitter as well. Taking a fair bit of damage, but with that secondary shield, really nice defensive barrier. Lolmao getting Giga Blasted, though, so he can't get too much dribble tech there, not too much control of the core, but in response, just hooks Sphinx away from the core, too. Mako goes wide, but the barrage also does. A little bit of weird interaction there is, we just have some people missing abilities because other people just hit a weird angle that they weren't expecting. Otherwise would have been a great read, so not too much flack there. Venz trying to go for a dribble in the corner here. Lolmao not quite able to get the strike, but from downtown, but not quite enough, even with the piercing shot to follow up. This barrier is standing for so long, even when Jewish Asian was staggered and had to vacate the goal. Sphinx was holding it down, so really well played by Catmuch Enjoyers, able to keep this barrier alive for so long. Core flip forced out of Mako there, going for another trip around the world. This is the core. Venz picks it up, passes it down to Lolmao. Lolmao has the core for piercing shot, goes a little bit wide. We're in the corner out again. The Crystal Thorns goes wide as well. Lolmao holding on to so many abilities here, trying to get that perfect setup, because that's what you need to get through Jewish Asian on this defense. But Sphinx is so good at the intercept that he's not getting that opportunity to get that setup that he's looking for. He uses the core there finally with piercing shot as well, trying to stun up the goalie, trying to get things done, but it's not enough. Jules XL also trying to get the core flip in there, but it's not enough. John Fortnite holding it down so well. Both goalies just excellent at that defense.
Yeah, and quickly turning into the average Oni Village game. Jules with the red core, not even able to find it there. But see if they get another opportunity. Jewish Asian trying to find it, but it's LaLamau who's able to get the pendulum swing off and finally open up Catmuch Enjoyer's side of the goal. But it doesn't matter though, because Jules will be able to find the pop-up off of John Fortnite's clear, and Catmuch Enjoyers will go first up on the board at set 3 after a absolute slugfest of a point. But quickly, I think we're going to see mental fortitude begin to fall in players and in goalies, and it's going to be small mistakes like that that are going to end up being the hinge of barriers falling and points being scored.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, it's important to also contextualize this with the tournament. You know, this is not the first game that these players are playing. This is at minimum the second game of the day. So there's already been some play before this, so the fatigue sets in even easier when you settle into one of these 30-40 minute Oni Village games. And so you really will start to see so many of those mistakes made. Jules XL somehow staying alive, though, with those mistakes, playing really well in the middle here, not too close to the edge. Mako not quite hitting the primary there, but ooh, Venz finds a really nice angle onto the barrage, or to the barrier there. The Kazan also going off the edge. Kazan staying, Kai staying alive, Kazan dying, but LaLamau and Venz getting it done in front of Catmuch Enjoyers there. Really nicely played by Lions Eats Bears, just focusing down the Kazan, able to get the kill. Kai picked up the Stagger Swagger. He's not as much of a target anymore, but they just switched.
And Core flips up now for the side of Lions Eat Bears. See if they'll be able to make something incredible happen here. Potentially close out a set. But, I mean, it's a bit more of the same, really. It's kind of just standard Oni Village gameplay. And we're really just kind of waiting for Jewish Asian to make a big slip-up, like missing a dash right there. Will allow John Fortnite an angle onto the bottom side of that barrier. And potentially setting up a scoring opportunity for Lions Eat Bears. But Sphinx is holding it down in the midfield pretty well. LaLamau looking for this corner, but not quite able to find it as Jules able to return the favor. And both sides are opened up.
Yeah, great defense there, though, by Jewish Asian, using that barrier beam. So many lesser goalies would have missed that opportunity, but is able to hold it down. The strike shot as well is very nice. Sphinx taking a lot of damage, but he has that Stagger Striker, so he'll be back up in full shape before too long. But we're trying to go through. The Rose Warp is able to get it. Venz just perfectly timed on that time when you're not really expecting all of a sudden Mistel to appear and teleport and knock the core away from you. Venz just finds that angle. Jewish Asian was like, I trust my midfielder. I know what he's capable of. And then Estelle is like, well, you shouldn't have, because your midfielder just didn't get the core. It was intercepted a pixel before it gets to him.
Now on set point, Lions Eat Bears. The opportunity to take a decisive lead for once in this game, where it's been just neck and neck the entire time. Just 1 point away from grabbing it. Sphinx looking pretty hurt. Is staggered. Jules is in the snare drums as well. If they can pop an ad rush, they can seal the deal. They have two options. Venz goes for the kit dump, but doesn't hit Jules. We'll be able to escape from that one. And Sphinx holding on to the core and buying a bit of time for the forward, who is still taking loads of damage. But Sphinx, with the barrage, able to force it through. However, LaLamau with the death touch into Pendulum pops the ad rush, is now looking for the play. The power play is here for Lions Eat Bears, but they can't make anything happen. Jewish Asian is stalling. Sphinx is stalling, and Catmuch Enjoyers, well, they'll be out of it with Jules back online now, trading core flips. Jules immediately resetting this back into the top side, though. LaLamau breaks down the second barrier as both sides are opened up just in time for overtime.
Yeah, and we have a core flip available, one single one. That's going to be a Kai going off the field, though, but it doesn't matter because Kazan is able to get the goal. Really well played there. I mean, LaLamau found a great angle for killing the Kai there, especially with the Stagger Swagger. It's so difficult to get that, but unfortunately, Jules was the one in control of the core at that time, and he found the angle just right in the middle. And it can be so difficult to hold that open goal when it's deep into overtime and the core is moving so fast. It's moving so much faster than you and your abilities. It's so difficult to do that. So just really well played and really well found.
Yep, and, well, tying it up once again. Catmuch Enjoyers like it nice and even all the time. A nice top spin from Jules, though. Will have an open goal and potentially a scoring opportunity. Core flip from John Fortnite. We'll be able to send it wide and get it out of there. But Jules, once again, with a nice pass received from Sphinx, we'll be able to sink it into the top as Catmuch Enjoyers. They'll pick up a second set here, another hard-fought one, 0.5. And Sphinx, once again, the MVP going into the draft.
Yeah, and that's going to be potential to pick up Unstoppable if he wants to live a little bit more, but there's also that Fighter Flight, which is looking really juicy. Big Fish as well for more staggers. He's looking at it, but it's going to be that Fighter Flight. It's just so hard to pass up when you're that midfielder and you're going for those strikes. Just, Slick Kicks too, although he actually has Mag Souls instead, but now he basically has Slick Kicks as well. He's got 2 gears. So really good pickup there, but that does mean in the end we're going to have Might of the Colossus falling to Rasmus, which has been denied pretty consistently all day against Rasmus's. But that is a great pickup for him. A lot more speed going to be coming out of Lolmao. And of course, Unstoppable on Mako is a really sleeper pick. Just not getting stunned out of abilities or channeling is so huge.
Yeah, it's a really good draft overall. I still think Venz's build is absolutely insane, but Sphinx is really coming online. He's playing really well this game, and now with Fighter Flight, Stagger Swagger, Catalyst, Kai, this guy has huge opportunity. Jules as well. A lot of size to work with. That extra stagger is going to help out immensely from just not taking chip damage on the big fish here. So really good pickups pretty much all around. And I think this is just going to continue to be a neck and neck the entire time. Lolmao will put Lions Eat Bears first up on the board, but they have to kind of climb the mountain a little bit and bring it to set 5 to take the game.
Yeah. And that is kind of the funny thing here is, with the set 5s and the 0.5s, so far it's been Catwatch Enjoyers took every 0.5. And Lions Eat Bears are the ones that are going for these 3-point sweeps. And so far it's looking to be on track for that. If Lions Eat Bears takes this set in a 3-0 sweep, they're just going to keep on with that. And it's kind of funny to see those games where the momentum just shifts so much between sets for, sometimes no apparent reason. And just how the players are playing, how their mental momentum can swing, and how resilient they are in those longer point, longer sets. Really just can come into play here so well. The pass splitter, though, from Jewish Asian was just immaculate at the last possible second.
Yeah, now Core Flip's coming up pretty much all around right now. Got 2 for Lions Eat Bears. As Lolmao and Ven's trying to make something happen. Rose Warp in, not able to find the core, but Sphinx has to back off. Core Flip coming out. Barrier beam into dash. Jules also burning the flip onto defense. Lolmao goes forward as well, but the barrier will remain standing. As the energy kind of getting reset. It's just the goalies who have it at this point. It's kind of interesting. But heading into overtime, and both sides still at a stalemate.
As soon as you say that, of course, the Caster Curse kicks in. The core flip from John Fortnite is used and missed, and Jules XL is going to be the one to take advantage of that, getting the barrier, getting the goal in the end as well. I mean, it really is just 0 to 100 just like that, and that is kind of the Oni Village experience some of the time. You have, these really long, drawn-out points and sets, and it takes so long, and sometimes you just sort of settle into those doldrums and you're not expecting it, and then boom, just like that, it flips around. You have a sweep, 3-0 sweep, you have the barrier taken down into an open goal, into a score there, and it's just so difficult to contend with those changes in pace. And so far, it's shown that Catwatch Enjoyers are a little bit better at, rolling with the punches, taking those, later sets and sort of surprises that come with some of these longer games. But the pendulum swing, not quite enough from Lolmao, is almost certainly a goal, but really good defense from Jewish Asian.
That was a huge defensive stand from Jewish Asian, and they're able to get the second barrier off of it here as well. Chance to bring it back. A nice save with the dash, and barrier beam shutting down both the primaries from Lions Eat Bears, but Lolmao able to sink in a nice shot into the bottom, threading the needle right there between Sphinx and Jewish Asian. Lions Eat Bears once again on set point, an opportunity to take it and drag it out to a set 5, but it's a long road ahead of them here. Meanwhile, Catwatch Enjoyers just have to reverse the sets to be able to take the win.
And importantly, take the win into that top 16 bracket, so they save themselves from going to losers bracket, playing those extra games and fatiguing themselves even more. So this can be quite huge for determining, seeding as well in that bracket. This really does determine a lot of how the rest of the tournament goes for these teams, so they really do want to win this one. There's so many advantages to it. Sphinx looking very low, has to core flip just to evade the Crystal Thorns KO, which is not something you see every day. Giggle Blast as well as a nice throw, but John Fortnite is not letting it go so easily. Venz and Lolmao and John Fortnite all have core flip, whereas Catwatch Enjoyers have not a single core flip to their name. Secondary as well from Mako is really nice on this defense, but they just can't get it through just yet. They finally do, but Jewish Asian pass it back forward. Primary from Mako is not quite enough. Jules is now the sort of victim of the KO comp, taking a lot of damage, especially off that Mako ult. The core flip as well comes out. So much momentum gained. Tries to get a kill flip, but it's going to be the Mako primary that takes it in. The ad rush is proc. The core flip and the piercing shot is really nice. We're going forward. Lolmao pads up at the top. The pass splitter is really nice. Sphinx dribbles onto the other corner, and they're kind of diffusing this power play a little bit. Sphinx, such good control there, but got to LaMao and down to the bottom. Dash rush out to the top is perfect, and that's going to be 3 points to Lions Eats Bears, taking us to a set 5 on this game.
What a play from LaMao. Perfect death touch setup to break Jewish Asian's ankles. That is like the pinnacle Rasmus scoring play there. And Egoist, the important awakening that hadn't showed up yet, will be making its appearance here and going over to Venz, who has one of the best Estelle builds of all time, literally just missing a Dash Awakening, but building around the primary quite a lot, and just speed. Speaking of speed, pancakes for the Kai. Finally, some good size, more size actually on LaMao. Gonna be able to build in to that Might of the Colossus even more here. Team player for John Fortnite is a really strong pickup, and then 1-2 punch and twin drive. Jules and Jewish Asian respectively. A massive draft for Lions Eats Bears, I think. They got literally everything that they could have ever wanted there, and then some. So I think they're looking really good going into set 5 here, which is kind of where we predicted it was always going to end up.
Yeah, I mean, we have these teams, it's so difficult to call which one is so clearly better that, yeah, it is going to end in one of these 0.5 slogs where, you know, it really balances on a hair's edge each and every point. So many times both the goals are open. There's very few total sweeps with no barriers being taken. We see another cycle of the core around the map, and it's going to be Jules XL taking the first point here, and that is some much-needed momentum here for the Cat Much Enjoyers, coming off of a draft like that, off of a loss like that. Really nice to see them still in the game, still sticking with it, and just really sticking it to that sort of really good Awakening draft, just saying, nah, we're good, we'll win, we'll kill the Estelle off the top of the map, just randomly Jules XL finding an amazing angle on that.
And there's the KO, so a little bit of ad rush speed. Well, I guess Jules didn't get it, so no ad rush speed. But a power play to work with, and one barrier will be taken down here. We're in the 1-to-1 setup once again. That Much Enjoyers. We're off to a pretty good start here, but I mean, once again, every single one of these points tends to play out generally pretty similar. We're just waiting for someone to make that one critical mistake where everything kind of falls apart. But a huge KO from Jules right there. Burnt the core flip for it, and the pop-up as well. A great combo to get the ad rush speed, and that's the second barrier gone now. The power play for Cat Munch Enjoyers. They could be looking to get something. Sphinx working their way up the field. Core flip's got to come out from John Fortnite. He's able to clear it out. Try and get back over to Venz. The ball is still remaining pretty firmly on Lions Eat Bears' side of the field. Jules in scoring position. Nice primary from John Fortnite. Sphinx looking to catch the rebound, but Venz able to save that one away. And a great shot from Sphinx off the midfield center wall. It can mean Cat Munch Enjoyers bring it to match point up 2.
Yeah, saying we're not the only ones who can sweep here, taking 2 very convincing points there. Solid defense. It seems like they've had that sort of mental reset there. They aren't going so easily here. They're not letting Lions Eats Bears control the entire map like they have been able to do with all of the cooldowns on this Estelle, but they do get 1 barrier for 1 barrier trade. Sphinx is very low in health now, and if Lions Eats Bears can get that KO, can get that control once again, it really will be so massive for them. They can really just flip this entire set so easily off of just that. Core flip, though, countered beautifully by LaMao, not going anywhere. That's a kill onto the Kazan as well. Beautiful power play here. Opportunity to the core flip counter as well from Venz is really nice, but the Rose River follow-up isn't perfect. Sphinx very low on health. Baby Blast goes a little bit wide. Has to dodge out of the Mako primary. Pass down to Venz into the corner. Beautiful play there by the Lions Eats Bears as they go for a core flip to the bottom corner. The Pierce shot to follow it up as well. It wasn't even necessary as LaMao just hit a perfect angle off the bottom.
I mean, it's happening. It's going to be 0.5. We know it. Just get there. Just score a quick one and get there, please. Because it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It doesn't even matter. You think one team is about to make something insane happen, and then the other team it just manages to hold it down or make some crazy play or keep it going. Especially on Oni Village, it's such a wild map where you get so few like the time you have to interact with the core is so limited because of how fast it just moves naturally. That those interactions have to mean something, and if you mess one up, that's where the big swings tend to happen. And with how evenly these teams are going, it's really been the pinnacle of that. I think we're waiting on Venz's Egoist to really pop here for Lions Eat Bears to get the big playoff. John Fortnite has the flip that you can use defensively as well. Uses it right there, actually, to counter the top spin, which is pretty nice. But overtime is about to hit. And Cat Munch Enjoyers are open. Venz has the Egoist. This is their opportunity. Burns it pretty early. Pass up to LaMao. Goes over to the bottom, able to pass it back up once again, and there it is. We're going to 0.5.
Yeah, I mean, you predicted it, you called it. These teams are just too good to fall so easily. Every mistake is being punished so aggressively on both sides here, and this late into a game, there are a few mistakes that are cropping up that are being capitalized on. Things like a single lost strike where loses you 2 barriers like that, and Lions Eats Bears are now looking to take this game. Lomau with the core flip, but countered beautifully by Sphinx and Jewish Agent, even Jules playing in the back there. Primary from Mako is really nice. The barrier is still standing. The piercing shot is really nice to get through Jules, but not too much is happening just yet. Lomau wins the strike war again. The dribble on the bottom, the secondary as well, but Jewish Agent gets clear to the top. The rose rope is not quite enough. The primary from Mako is good. The core flip from Sphinx gets it over there, but it's not quite enough. Jules XL with the primary as well. The piercing shot goes right through him. The death touch, not perfect. Crystallones gets it forward. The pendulum swing, not quite nailing the core. Jules not quite getting it through Venz. Venz has the egoist proc. Lomau is very low on health, but can they get it done before he dies? The answer is no just yet. Venz not quite getting the perfect angle off the core flip. Lomau trying to get it up the top, but it's countered by Sphinx again and again. The interception is immaculate from him, and he's going the barrage, gets the barrier. Now it's open goals on both sides. The aggression flip-flops back. The strike shot is perfect from Jewish Agent, gets it down to the bottom. Lomau dribbling up to the top. Akai is fast. The piercing shot gets it forward. Jewish Agent, though, in the back line, rock solid on the defense. John Fortnite almost letting it go, but the strike shots as well from Jewish Agent, blocking the red cores down from Lomau from the top side of the map. It's so difficult to see where the core is going to be in 2 seconds, but these players are reading it like a book.
And now it's Jules looking for the strike board. Doesn't quite find it. Has the top spin. Still trying to get it through, but John Fortnite is on lock right now. Not letting anything get past. Lomau trying to bring it up to the top corner. Has a flip available. Venz as well. Burns it here. Sphinx blocks it away. Cuts the pass, but Lomau burning the flip. The piercing shot gets set up, and Jewish Agent taken out. That's going to be game. Lions Eat Bears take it home in an insane slugfest. Every single point had to be earned there, but they bring it back in set 5, and they'll be moving on to top 16.
What a game to decide. That feels like that was a grand finale match, but that was just to decide who's in the bracket, to decide who goes into the next stages. So absolutely amazing game. Wouldn't be surprised if we see these two teams later on, whether it's in one of the NASA or NASL matches, or just later on in today after a loser's bracket run, because Cat Munch Enjoyers, they lost the game, sure, but it does not feel like a loss. It feels like a very hard-fought game there that you can't even really consider that a loss. It was just such good Omega Strikers from both sides. So many good back and forth so many times. And in the end, both teams playing so well. Lions Eats Bears just the ones to hold on a little bit better, punish mistakes just a hair bit better. And really, it can only end on a play like that, where you are committing everything, multiple core flips, and killing the enemy goalie just to score 1 goal to finish it off.
Yeah, and coming out of that 30-minute slog, Venz, 366 redirects, 135 shots on the Estelle, 4 goals, 9 assists, absolutely putting in the work in this match. I mean, everyone as well has got a lot of big numbers, 329 and 117 for Sphinx, and 73 saves as well, almost as many as Jewish Agent and John Fortnite has. Everyone was putting up massive numbers, but I mean, with a game like that, that's going to be all from us for the time being. We're going to cut into a quick break just for a couple minutes, and when we come back, we're going to be moving on to, I believe, I don't know, I think like we're going to a loser's bracket, but I don't know, they'll let you know. Anyway, quick break, be back in a few minutes, stick around. Thanks for watching.
which 6 teams do you think will make it through Launchpad 2?
I think to start, definitely I want to shout out Return to Form. Hook Resets, love them to death. Player I've been playing with for quite a while. I like duo queuing with them every now and again. It's been a minute, actually. Hook, if you're listening to this, we got to duo queue again.
Leon, still one of the best brawlers in this game. Moffin Koi has a NASL experience with like while playing very, very well. I think that they're one of the few goalies that are not NASL right now that probably could play at that echelon.
3 absolute beasts of a players on the team. We've got Leon, who's been a NASL mainstay for, I think, the entire time NASL's been running. Hook Resets, who did have a break last season, although I've been playing against him a lot. Hey, he's back in form. That's what the name is for.
Hook Resets in the midfield is really, really good. He is going to make every game pretty easy for them. But even if he runs into another midfielder that kind of stands up to him a bit, Leon's going to be able to convert on the Launchpad goalies, and Moffin Koi is going to be able to defend against the Launchpad forwards. So in all 3 roles, you could argue that they have the strongest player in each role in this whole tournament.
We're back with Launchpad with the bangingest cast known to man. We're back as well. And Lions Eat Bears are right back in it. Look at this.
They
the draft is
are.
up.
They are right back in it, which is just crazy. They just went set 5.5 on Oni for like 30 minutes, and they said, I'm getting back up. Well, I guess they didn't even get knocked down, but yeah, they're ready to go. They've got a lot of energy in them to just get right back in things. Like I'd be like, I gotta get some water,
Yeah, like to be clear, they were offered a break, but they decided not to take it. They said, "We're warm right now. We just had a crazy game. Let's just get right into it." And they definitely are not the favorites heading into this one. Return to form is like a really stacked team.
Yeah, if you watched any of those pre-Launchpad 2 interviews, I heard they were pretty good. Hook Reset's got a lot of praise on those, and he's on my screen right now. I'm pretty excited for this guy to play. Big fan of Hook Resets, but also Moff and Koei has weathered the storm of NASL a few times as substitute, proven their mettle, and Leo Leon, S-tier winner, is a NASL champion even. But it was Mickey Mouse NASL East, so I guess that technically counts.
The most Mickey of all of the NASLs.
Yeah,
inarguably.
Universal Studios, they call it.
I haven't heard that one actually.
Yeah,
I really like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyways, behind us we've got 3Z Breezy playing League of Legends. Everyone cheer on 3Z Breezy. I hope he does well on Jarvan Jungle. I almost said Jarvan Goalie. Hope he does well Jarvan Jungle. We're getting in a game now. Is he playing ranked? 3Z playing ranked?
No, I'm playing more.
He said he's playing norms, so I don't know. I mean, that's crazy to me, but he's playing with Vaughn, so it's worth.
I think we like the Lions comp a little better.
I do. I think.
Yeah. I do too. It's a bang. It might be a bang bang comp.
It's looking a little bit like a bang bang comp.
A little bit.
I don't know how true that is, but it is looking. They got the Kazan, and then
they got Kazan, so it's a bang bang comp, man.
I'm known for my Ivy, and you're known for your Atlas.
It's true. We're well renowned on those two picks. So, yeah, well, we're on the map. Let's see. I want to see. Yeah, team players. A lot of team players. This makes a lot of sense. Rampagers on the brawlers. Pretty much exactly what you'd expect. Nothing that interesting on the gears. Just we see Strike Shot, which has been really popular lately. I don't know. Any comments?
Nope.
Yeah, me neither. All right, there's the flip from Leo Leon.
I think we've got so much comfort on the side of Return to Form that they're just gonna have an easy time, like closing it out. I say as it's 0-0, but I think they're super comfortable this game. Lolamau is on Kazan, which is a character that he could put in a lot of work on, so that's I think a good recognition by Lions Eat Bears. And here we go. Nope, Mopko shuts that down.
Yeah, team player overtime.
Yeah, we are
real quick.
We are in team play overtime. Things are gonna get a little crazy. I think the Rasmus, while his hook is up, is going to be more favored than the Atlas in this situation.
Oh!
But if the hook is down, less so. Oh, wow. This point's crazy. I mean, nothing's going in. Mopko is holding it down. John Fortnite's holding it down. Crazy pass from Hook Resets. A lot of faith in his goalie there. And the hook is down, but the players...
what?
Dude!
What even? How did that even happen? Was that the primary from Leo? I thought he was backing up. I don't even understand. Was there like is there a Giga Blast? I don't understand how that KO'd, but...
Atlas just wanted to go, I think. I think it was his time.
Yeah, well, win condition found, I guess. The flips were not able to get it in for Return to Form, but eventually they were able to find 2 KOs at the same time for a double power play. And although Venz is a known goalie, it didn't really get there.
That was a crazy save from Moff and Koei. The lose strike war into hook into win strike war combo went a little crazy, but yeah, right now we're just on what I like to call Inky's Clarion zone, the bouncy house. As we can see, one team got the better bounce and the whole entire point is over. So yeah, big fan of that map.
Daddy. That map's awesome. No, it does suck and it's completely Mickey, but I have a lot of fun every time I'm on it. What I'm realizing now is I think the reason they first picked Kazan is to deny Muffin, which I didn't really think about because it was team player
Yeah, 'cause
star.
it's team player star.
So they didn't want to have
Yeah.
to play against team player Kazan. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's real. I mean, Lolamao, I think, has been pretty impressive so far this game. Oh,
Ooh.
wow. The caster's blessing right there. Great play from Lolamao. That was awesome.
Yeah, good job on that one, Josh. Really.
No, that's not what I meant. That's not what I
Really? put in the work in.
Yeah, I'm helping Lions eat
friends.
bears.
Helping our friends at Lions eat bears.
Yeah, I mean, like when Bertram's calling, I gotta be able to commit. Because, hey, and speaking of Bertram, content coming next week with him in it. Everyone, look out.
Is that my thing?
Yeah, your thing that I just gave you
Yeah.
a deadline for.
Oh, okay. Next week.
Podcast.
That was my plan. No, you know what? I was gonna give myself that same deadline, so I'm chill with that.
Oh, great Giga from Hook
Yeah,
Reset.
it breaks
Love to see
through.
it.
Oh no! Ooh, comes out a little late.
Wow,
Done.
well done, return to form. Oh, Lolama's a little upset. X-Rage, and then Luna Orb. Studied the 3Z Breezy VODs on how to properly emote after losing a point.
Oh man, explosive, super, stagger,
Yeah, there's a lot to take
adrenaline
here.
rush.
Yeah, explosive entrance makes a lot of sense. Imee, I think you go stagger swagger here. Or you could deny your Atlas hotshot. Atlas gets Orb Ponder though, and would prefer to take that anyways, most likely. Rasmus gets size, and Kazan's really not left with much, so does have to take the adrenaline rush. Would have liked to see the stagger swagger on the Imee. I think it helps in this Kai matchup to pick up whatever speed you can, especially when you're playing. What's up, buddy?
Even the super surge, right? Like, I think
Yeah.
both of those are just like significantly better. But hotshot's nice, and
Yeah, it
there's
is
been a
very
lot
nice.
of core speed this game. You get your cooldowns a bit lower. They're not really playing for KOs anyway, so anything that
nice
gives
save by
damage.
Veds.
Yeah,
Oh, Zatar
I mean,
cheated.
Venz was a goalie player at one point. Played NASL goalie under Venris Solvin, I think was the tag at the time.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember them playing midfield when they played on Winterfall.
Oh,
Against
maybe it was
Streaks.
both.
Yeah, it might have been
To
both.
be
It was
honest,
It was against Streaks, Octavia goalie, but I think the Daft Grass was usually their goalie. Wow,
oh
Leo.
my, that's the S tier winning shot right
Amazing.
there.
Yeah, that really is the S tier winning shot. And Jonathan.
Oh, double soaring angle.
John Fortnite. Oh my.
Oh.
Oh.
We're so excited for John, for
Oh.
Jonathan, and then we get a little less excited. But Leo Leon had a crazy point.
Yeah. You know what? Let's highlight the good
Yeah,
plays.
let's
from
highlight.
that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Leo Leon playing really intelligently, covering a lot of space, taking some risks, but they're paying off in the midfield. And now we just got to defend against this Imee turret. And as long as the Atlas doesn't get too involved, there should be a nice rotation for them back to offense. There it is. And okay, so the Zentaro ults. I mean, this is just so exciting, isn't it, Fudgy?
Yeah, I was literally mid yawn when you handed that over to me. It gets there's not much interacting, just like hitting it away from the guy and then hitting it at the goalie and then using the cooldown. This is Omega Strikers, but once it gets to open goals, once it gets to overtime, every time this game, like it's just been a lot of OTs and they've all been going crazy. And John Fortnite loses the barrier, but
Hook
is
resets.
able
Really,
to KO
really
Muffin.
solid patience. I do think Hook loses the barrier here. Oh, never
Oh,
mind.
but not if it gets out. Not if Leo Leon.
Oh, Leo
doesn't
puts it
lose
in. Yep,
Oh,
yep,
and
yep.
he puts it in. Leo Leon. I think Leo Leon cleared that out. It looked like a really nice clear from Leo Leon. if I
Yeah, it
remember
was from his
correctly.
primary.
And then dashes, has that explosive entrance now, is able to get all the way down there, and then just puts it in with the flip.
Yeah, well played to Leo. Leo definitely the MVP of the game right now, going crazy. Muffin Cohee's probably saying a lot of, wow, I don't even have to do anything this game. This is awesome. This is
Yeah.
how well Leo and Hook are playing. But nevertheless, Muffin's still willing to get involved, still willing to own barrier. They're
true.
not. Maybe they should have not done anything. Leo takes the second barrier, and I expect Vens to flip sometime soon. But they are ice cold in the net. Okay, yeah, there's Lolamau, so one of the flips is gone. Ben's going to keep their flip for a while. Hook resets. The Stagger Swagger looking really nice for them.
Great
good
shot.
play from Lolamau, yeah. And now Vens has flip. If they can get it to Vens, well, they're in the spot. Vens is big now, too.
Yeah,
trying to kill that guy,
the flip
unsuccessful.
as well.
Yeah.
Flip's kind of in a weird spot, but look at that angle. Tries to get the bounce. Lolamau is ready, but it's not going to go in, but it's not, because Muffin has flip. Vens has the ult. It should get into melee range here, but it's just hard to win a strike war like that in that spot. But Leo Leon once again with the primary going to send that one through in the little hole in the expanse. So the 3-0 set. I mean, this team's looking really dominant.
Yeah, I mean, Vens almost had the fudgy angle there, but unfortunately wasn't quite able to get it in the net.
Not everyone can do it like I can, unfortunately.
Actually, it's a lot of people can too. Is the thing.
Well, I don't. Yeah, but not everyone.
Actually, a lot of people can.
Well, but not everyone.
And Catalyst on Zentaro, just aggressively strong pickup for him. He's going to have even more core flips, even more attempts at the fudge angles that he could study and improve so that he could be like our favorite caster.
Or people could have taken 1-2 team player and decided not to. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I mean, core speed is weak.
I guess when everyone has team player, no one has. That's not even true at all. That just means everyone has it. But it makes everyone took some pretty good things for themselves. But I'm a really big fan of the 1-2 punch team player, and a little disappointed to see it not be taken. But Lolamau getting it is also it's super bis.
Yeah, that's great for him.
Yeah, on him. So that'll be helpful.
Leo. And
Catalyst.
I wouldn't hate to see Leo. Yeah, I wouldn't hate to see Leo walk in the middle. Leo, come on.
Come on, do it, Leo.
Worth it, Leo.
I'm not even watching. Leo, walk in there.
I'm literally just watching Leo. I don't even know where the ball is. I know where it is now because it's on top of him. Yo, walk in the middle, Leo.
Yo, energy max.
Wait, Hook Resets was doing it. I need Leo to do it. I need Leo to do it right now.
Oh, okay, well, got hit once. Oh, just got like a ton of energy.
Yeah, because he got hit.
He got
hit twice.
Yeah. Oh, there's the
big flip. Okay, you decided not to use it, but
just
cashes out anyways.
3 people, just for fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Hook resets, passes to Moffin. Moffin's the team player. They both have team players, so when they pass to each other, it's going to go really fast.
Oh, nice try on the Giga.
Yeah, now it doesn't even take 2 shots. It just takes 1 to go extremely quick. So both teams are going to be looking for that, but it's really not looking as good for the one side. But Vens finds a spot, finds it, kind of abuses the Rasmus lag and speed, but Leo Leon is in the right spot, keeps the core speed.
Wow.
Not even a team player proc, just keeps the speed with the strike and hits that bottom corner, and it's just another pretty crazy highlight-worthy goal.
Yeah, I mean, Leo might have already returned to form. They could just rename the team. I mean, this guy is looking really good this game.
Yeah, it's true. After a disappointing last season, not getting a single win, did get at least 1 game win, I think, versus Bun, but...
Yeah, I mean, I know that if Hampshire Quest was on that team, they would have done better, but... Oh, Muffin Koei unfortunately own barriers. Hook resets, ready to make a play with the flip. Oh, tries to go for the fudge angle, but not able to quite hit the barrier. Great Giga on punishing John Fortnite for over-positioning, but not quite. And
the damage.
Everyone's dying. Everyone's dead.
Ooh, and that was just enough to Moffin with flip to hold us down. Might just even let it in without using flip, but that's how losers think.
Angle.
Oh, John Fortnite's just not ready for it. But now, Lolamau probably could have put that in, but it was a hard timing to get and isn't able to quite in time. Moffin has used all cooldowns on defense, but everyone's back online. And we're in OT, so it's anyone's game with this team player speed, especially the side of Return to Form, but doing much better with this core speed. And there's going to be another shot. I don't know. I don't think so, man. I don't think so. Oh, Lolamau. Gets the core and
Wow.
just sends it right in. Also, with the 1-2 punch, and straight up might not even need it, just as Kazan with closed form primary, or just strike, I mean, might just be finding those red cores anyway, so finds
Especially
the
with 1-2
shot.
punch.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, this game from our 1 seed is really, really delivering on the hype. I think the only thing that would make it more exciting, Fudgy, is if you started counting the redirects.
That's so
every
true.
individual player.
I've already
Oh,
have some
Leo.
things prepared for today. Like, don't even worry about it.
Oh, my bad.
Anyone's
Oh,
worried,
Leo,
but
great
Leo,
play.
yeah. I mean, it's movie.
Yeah.
Movie.
Drop your movies in chat.
Movie.
And yeah, I mean, I like this. I like this team comp from Lions Eat Bears, but I really like the execution from Leo Leon and the rest of Return to Form this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's this team. It's going to be interesting comparing them with Modern Magic, the other like kind of big launchpad team.
Yeah.
But they clearly do look a step above everyone else. They let it bounce off the barrier on purpose so that they can get this barrier.
Hook.
Like Hook knows what's up, doesn't strike immediately like a noob, gets all the way in. Leo tries to go for something crazy, but John Fortnite is ready.
No,
now,
Hook this in.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that line, but it bounced in a weird way. But there's this flip, great hook from Lalamau to keep it forward.
There's 3 hooks in this game.
There are. That's pretty crazy, but KO! But another one in return. Benz is in the goal box, but it won't be enough, and Moffin's gonna finish it off. I don't know, maybe even got a team player proc there, not quite sure, but just the flip sends it in, and that's gonna be your first qualifying Launchpad 2 team. 2 liftoff, that is. Return to form.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Some Launchpad 2 interviewees feeling very vindicated right now.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, I think their incredibly bold prediction that Return to Form would do well has paid off.
Yeah, do you think they dropped the set?
Do I think they dropped the set? I don't think they did.
I don't think they did either.
But, you know, maybe they did.
Who knows?
They know.
Maybe they played E-Daters, Gambit.
Oh, they didn't drop a set.
Yo! But
anyways,
yeah.
Good game to Return to Form. Lions Eat Bears. Pretty difficult matchup for them. I think they're kind of kicking themselves a bit for playing in Launchpad 1. Like, I'm going to be perfectly honest. Their performance in Launchpad 1, I think, lowered their seed a bit, and that resulted in them having to play Moffin, Koei, Leo, Leon 500, and Hook resets for their qualification match today.
Well, I don't think they regret playing in Launchpad 1. I think they regret having a poor performance in Launchpad 1. Unless that's what you meant, but maybe that's what you mean. But
no,
yeah.
See, they went into Launchpad 1 knowing they'd have a poor performance, but they just wanted to get experience. And then they did poorly, and now their seed was lowered. But I believe in them. They'll make a run. They'll make a run through losers. So we'll be seeing more of them later in the day when they're playing their qualification match in losers.
Oh, I'm so excited for this next one though. You see the next one? You seeing this right now? Seeing
no.
Polar Cortex versus Moa Chills.
Wow.
This is an awesome game.
Yeah, it's a really awesome game. Excited to see if ZZZ can just like slaughter them. So I guess we're hoping he doesn't pick Octavia.
What do you mean?
He might do. He might. Oh,
8,000 damage Octavia. Oh, it's looking a little tempting. I don't know.
It's looking tempting.
Okay, I was gonna say the X is definitely a much more appealing pick, but yeah, the Mako ban actually. I'm not sure if that's targeting ZZZ or if Cakes has been picking it up.
I think Cakes has been, but that could be a ZZZ target
could
ban.
be a ZZZ target ban.
No, he's playing Jarvan. He's playing Jarvan Twitch chat.
Oh, that could be. That's. I see. They're looking at Crazy stream.
Yeah, they're watching Crazy. Oh, Zed just got a kill on Yone.
Let's just cast that one. I think.
Wait, actually, yeah. 3Z taking the red buff, cutting it around. Oh, take some damage. Oh, drops a flag, getting that attack speed boost, gets a shield, mitigating more damage from the red buff.
Yeah.
Now, where will 3Z go from here? There's a lot of action going on in the middle lane, so he might go there. 2 supports, very mobile. Rengar goes down. 3Z comes in. Will he catch the Cataclysm? Yes, he does. Catches the Lux out, takes a ton of damage, but flashes out, manages to live, and Ezreal kills the Lux in the Cataclysm. Well played to... I don't remember 3Z's Omega Strikers team name, but we'll play to that team. Because we're just going to call it that. Well played the Suduba Strikers. Managed to get a pick in the mid lane. Fortunately, Pantheon dies in the top lane to the Yasuo, but 3Z, as always, is there to cover. And middle lane Siege is going swimmingly for them. Anyways.
Yeah, they finished a draft.
Oh, there's a rune on my screen.
It's on
It's over.
rune. They won. Like, they won. Like, look
Yeah.
at this comp.
I'm going to be honest. Rune has been making some waves recently.
Yeah, that character. It's kind of like like Estelle and Imi if they were good.
It's actually just like both of those characters if they were good. We got a full East game with Taco in the lobby and Cakes in the lobby, flying on Northern Virginia. Excited to see how A does. As we know, I'm extremely biased towards, just like how I was last week. Will continue to be extremely biased towards them today. Oh, that was crazy. Because they are my Pokemon friend, and therefore I'm biased towards them. Also, technically a member of the Bang Bang coaching staff.
Technically. Technically, don't ask why technically, but...
So, excited about that as well. But Woad Shills, very, very large fan favorite team. They've got Cakes, the biggest streamer in Omega Strikers. They've got ZZZ, the biggest freak in Omega Strikers. And they've got Dot Taco, the biggest Westie in Omega Strikers.
Yeah, I mean, I was wearing my ZZZ shirt a couple days ago. These are all... everyone on Woad Chills for me is the homie. They're all awesome, so I'll be biased towards them. I do let A is also like super chill, but I will. This is chill because we're both biased towards one team.
Oh, we have reports in chat. Really big news. Apparently, this is a Bonanza battle.
Oh wow!
Yeah, between Core Bonanza, Polar Bonanza, and Woe Bonanza. So
I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
but that's what they changed their names.
Yeah. Now we've got them switching sides. Lobby's looking like in good shape, and I expect we'll be going into games soon. But we've got 2 different Bonanza squads facing off. Loser, personally, is kicked from the team by Liari herself. She actually writes them a strongly worded message in their DMs.
Yeah, the Twitter post is ready for... They have it drafted for both teams, for which one is going to, like, thank you, blank team, for your service to our team.
Yeah, this is my platform promo. 3Z focus up.
Yeah, you might need to let him know. You might need to let him know. You might need to send that. Oh, okay, he heard.
This is my platform promo. That's so awesome. We got to do Copy Foster in chat. Spotted the Striker Saturday game where you already lose teammate got perma banned for self-reporting themselves cheating. That's true. They did. That Frost guy, Frust, or whatever their name was, self-reported themselves cheating in game. They were trying to screenshot their ping, but screenshotted their whole screen, and there was like a box around the core to make it easier to hit. And so they were just cheating. And if they had just screenshot their ping instead of their whole screen, no one would have known. Anyways, name Chaotic on the Rasmus. Really excited about this pick. A on the Juno. I don't know if I've seen them on the Juno. Little concerned. Juno, pretty difficult to pilot, but Aerials is a great start for that. But this Rune X, they're going to be doing a lot of murder.
Yeah, I mean, interesting, like, character development, too, is that Cakes had the Juno option, but opted for Kai instead. So, like, on the Aerial start, like, this isn't really a great start for Cakes Momentum Boots Juno goalie. I mean, it's great for eject Juno goalie, but Cakes going for the Kai instead, just because it's better, despite Kind of showing that Cakes is trying to play better picks now instead of just playing to Juno for fun.
Yeah, I've actually heard reports that Taka will commit violent acts against Cakes if Cakes picks the Juno, so that may play a part in it. But nevertheless, great evade from A. They're winning this game. I mean, they're winning. They're so locked in right now. Name Chaotic.
Yeah.
Yeah, pickpockets that guy.
Yeah, Name Chaotic's like, wow, my hook is so much longer on this character. I can hook from across map.
That's right, he can. Name Chaotic, most famous for playing Kazan in your solo queue games, most likely. But looking to make a name for themselves, chaotically, on the competitive stage. Hoping to qualify for liftoff today and get themselves in a league, which would be huge for their development. Right now, ZZ just causing a ton of mayhem in the net. A looking really low, might die soon. ZZ gets the barrier, but at the same time, Cake's really low. Oh, blows it up. Oh, great
Nice
strike from
number
Name
two.
Chaotic.
Yeah, so it's like Taco is going to be able to help on this defense a lot if they run put those pillars down,
Cakes.
but the mix-ups are crazy. A gets the pass through the Blobbo.
Yeah.
SBZ needs to find a way to get through an Atlas, which has been pretty difficult so far.
I'm going to be honest, I think Cakes was trying to pass to his own Blobbo there.
That could be true.
And was a little confused when he went the wrong direction. Nevertheless, a nice play in the midfield, Name Chaotic. Oh! Good play from A. Looking really solid on the Juno. I'm sorry for doubting them very, very briefly at the beginning of the game. Things are going really well for them. Big performance from them at that point. And they gave Elo Tourist the Atlas. Big mistake. Don't do that. That character's OP, and Elo Tourist known for playing that character. So
Yeah, just kind of force Name Chaotic onto like a better character, and then let Elo Tourist play that. But they do find the KO. The damage is coming together a little bit more, which has kind of just been this team style. ZZZ do 1 trillion damage, and then other members can help finish off. And Rune, a character, also just does a ton of damage. So Flip unfortunately doesn't kill for ZZ does not kill Elo Tourist, so the Flip will remain up, but a goal is kind of turning the tables for this team, and there's 2 sides to every table. That's what they say.
Oh, I forgot about this. I forgot about that. I forgot. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Don't worry, I got more. Don't worry.
Costco staff, can you meet this guy?
I've been
nice.
barely even talking. All right.
Nice flip. Nice flip from Elo Tourist. Big banish from Taco, but after these banishes, I would just really like to see this double pillar drop to give ZZZ some more pressure. But these pillars are mainly being used for core control, which is just like they're just not getting enough value out of it. ZZZ getting a lot of damage down on the Atlas, which is good, but nice pillar. Capitalizing on the offense there. Name Chaotic will have flip soon. Tries to go for a cheeky little shot there, and great pillar. I mean, this is some exciting stuff, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, Taco and ZZZ, I'm just like, they have to do something pretty crazy to score every time, where Name Chaotic just gets to do like the classic bread and butter Rasmus stuff like that to hit it in. Had the flip as well, so it's pretty doomed even if they were able to find a save off that. And are just able to grab the first set, and it's just like they look like they have a easier to execute comp, and that's going to help them a lot in this like pretty important match, this qualifying match for liftoff.
We see the Egoist pick up for A on first pick. That's going to feel amazing. I wouldn't hate a team player from the Kai here, but Mind of the Colossus to deny the Rasmus also makes plenty of sense. Rasmus can go Rapid to deny the Rune. Rune goes Monu. Now I really want to see these pillars being used for damage. Or Ponderer deny, but not really. Just means more X ults for the X.
Yeah.
And team player pickup finally by the Atlas.
Yeah, team player as the last pick is pretty awesome as a goalie. That feels really nice, but ZZZ might be able to get more damage off. Has been gobbling quite a bit of orbs this game, but there we go. There's that double pillar that you were looking for, and it's going to result in not exactly a KO, but at least a forced usage of the Atlas ult, and we're going to get a KO eventually there.
Wow.
Through Taco.
Yeah, I mean, that pillar just blew that guy sky high. Goodbye, A. Goodbye, noob, some might say.
Like Henry-esque.
Henry-esque on that rune pillar, I'll be honest. But now we've got ZZ with flip in the net. Might just use it to kill Elo Tourist.
Yeah, Elo Tourist is gone.
I mean,
Goodbye,
Whoa.
and it's in.
Chills.
Here's the flip. This could be the change we need. Taco gets damage onto one person, and immediately, like, ZZZ's able to convert that, and then immediately, the team's just looking so much, like, more cohesive. They just have, like, a goal now, and they're going to be able to chain that damage infinitely, especially with the addition of this Orb Ponder.
Yeah, I think the fact that ZZZ plays so heavily for orbs. I mean, look at him. He just got the top orb and then started walking at the other orb until the Atlas took it. And even though he knew the Atlas was going to take it and should have turned around sooner, it was not until it was off his screen that he stopped walking at it. And then he did finally. Oh, the orbs are back up and down. He goes. We know where he's headed next.
Oh, ZZZ's running straight for it!
Wait, there's one on his own half the map, but he would never ever walk over there.
Yeah, walking past the midfield line is a little dangerous,
great.
but yeah, that was an awesome play.
Great strike. Wochill's looking really good this game. I think they got good comfort. They got actual good picks instead of like Octavia or whatever. ZZ doesn't need to strike it in, just needs to strike the actual guy. Finding a lot of success primarying Elo Tourist. Elo Tourist not comfortable walking towards the X to reduce damage taken. And now A is in the net, but with the egoist speed that makes their job a lot easier. Great jump to bait out the flip. And this point's actually looking amazing all of a sudden. As long as A can get himself involved on offense and use this flip to score. So whenever their dash comes back up, I'm expecting them to try and get in position. Oh, we have flipped in the corner and it doesn't go in. Great filler from Taco. Nice pass, but A slides it in the bottom corner. Well done, team.
Saw that exact same shot earlier this game. Just has that secondary ready for the coverage. Some great saves from Cakes, but just the pressure just never was able to be cleared up. Core was just stuck for a little bit too long. The damage also eventually subsided. They had people low for quite a while, or they being chills, but it didn't matter at a certain point. But that's going to be a KO from the midfield line. You just aren't allowed to be ulted versus a Monumentalist Rune, but with the ult used from DZZ, they kind of just got to find more damage in order to score the goal, because they don't have any cooldowns. But it's not going to matter. It should go in, but yeah, big save from that primary. And there's
they knock out Elo Tourist and he comes back.
Yeah, so the ult is back, and they're all healed up once again. So really going to be looking for Taco to find another ult in order to reset this damage again, or as in to start it back up again. But the Giga is actually going to help out quite a bit. Elo Taurus is taken out of the game. It's just up to Taco to find a way to score, but it's just going to look for the KO instead.
And we got to get the X off the orb. He got his ult back.
Oh, who doesn't find a KO, but A is playing defense now,
strike.
but ZZZ will use a strike not in an attempt to KO someone, and it will result in the goal for Wochills.
Yeah, I mean, well played to them. They understand their damage win condition. Cakes and Taco doing a good job maintaining control and preventing themselves from having to play defense too hard. And Taco or Cakes, one of them picks up the KO, and it's over. It's cooked.
Yeah,
you want to start counting down?
Yes, count how many rune pillars are used for damage. You know, like it's not enough. Is how I'm feeling.
Evade and punish from Taco. Great rune play there. Drop that sad boys, Taco. Mog on him with the Atlas.
Shout out to my fake Westie.
What does that even mean?
Taco's like a Westie, but doesn't live in the West, but like used to be West.
Where does he live?
Well, I think his address was like 362.
Oh, okay.
Like Hemington Way, and so like you can go me up.
Well, yeah. Anyone investing in slot chat, head to that address now.
What is this? What does this siege machine take?
More damage, bro.
But there's a Deadeye right there.
No, but more pillar, bro.
Yeah, but like
and longer range banish.
But you got Deadeye right there.
No, more pillar, more banish.
Yeah. Also, the 1-2 on Juno is going to be quite scary, though.
Yeah, that is
I'm
a lot
pretty
of core
concerned.
speed.
But maybe I don't need to be concerned. There was a double pillar play, I think.
No, he just walked into the pillar. I watched it back on stream. He just walked
that's
the pillar,
so funny.
And it killed him from a million miles away.
That's a siege machine. Monumentalist right there. But to get the return KO.
Movie.
Yeah, the movie stuff. Yeah, I can see Otor's adapting to playing against the Rune. You just have to play super patient and wait for the stuff to come out. But Cakes is going to clear it in the name Chaotic, and it's going to result in a goal that honestly He probably shouldn't have happened.
Oh, you know what? Roberto in the chat has confirmed that it's actually 123 Sesame Street for Taco's address. So.
Oh, that sounds right. Actually,
Yeah.
It's been a while since we've hung out in person, so.
Yeah, it's been a while since I've been to Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Name Chaotic, kind of ripped him to shreds. What did Name Chaotic pick up that draft? Oh, the Chrono Boost. That makes sense. That's also really helpful for making this offense way more potent. No barrier taken. Nice try, Elo Tourist. And Name Chaotic kind of cherry picking with Hook a little bit. I just don't think it's the best against the Rune or the Kai unless the Rune walks up like they did there. And so I guess I'll eat my words. But would like to see Name Chaotic, especially with the Chrono Boost, be a little bit more involved in the midfield. But nevertheless, this core speed is definitely helping the ball get to them as they do this aggressive positioning. So.
Yeah, the pressure is like too much for them to be able to find their time to find damage, but they were able to last a bit longer this time. So Name Chaotic is getting healed up, but they were able to find damage without losing both their barriers, which is a good sign so far. But the stun isn't going to be enough. Cakes is going to defend. Taco doesn't have ult for a bit, but they're able to find the KO anyway. And if they need to be able to convert this onto something, but
Oh, that was so close. Yeah, the ego is paying dividends there for sure. Really came in at the right time. Able to use that energy burst for some really high value, and now Elo Tourist just kind of needs to weather the storm of ZZZ. More like freak. Beating
crazy.
on him.
Yo, ZZZ, the fun, like, if you don't know, like, ZZZ is the most chill person you'll ever meet, and that's the third sad boys from this team, this game.
Oh, nice pass with the one.
Oh, a nice strike for from the midfield line. Oh,
Name Chaotic.
They could have been KO'd as well. That could be detrimental not getting that goal right there. Cakes is going to be able to hit it up, but it hits it into the passing lane that A is covering, but it might not matter. This flip is super scary, and the flip will be used.
I mean, that guy's dead.
Yeah, the stagger is used, but there's the ult. It just came back pretty recently, but it does not matter. You're still off the screen. So ZZZ is going to KO you anyway. It does not care if the Atlas ult is up or not, and we'll use that timing to score.
I was actually confused for a second why the Atlas, who was mid-dash, didn't strike the ball.
They should add that. That would be pretty awesome, actually.
Yeah, give him some mobility, and then he can have Super Surge or whatever. Oh, what if they made it so Dash Awakenings make you revive faster?
I think someone told me that that's a mechanic. But
really?
I don't know if they were trolling me. It was just forever ago, and I never tested it. So, but that could be real, and I think that's like actually might be a thing in the game. Despite the game,
then Elo Tourist should have taken Chrono Boost, I guess.
That's what I'm thinking too. I agree.
Oh, hey, nice try. Cake's ready though. And ZZ's got the flip. Oh. That guy lived. I would have died. I'll be honest. Yeah. I would have died there. But A lives well inside the wall. And Name Chaotic finally on the breakaway a little bit. Great strike. A loses the offense a little bit. Not ready for the pass.
Oh, the orbs. Oh, ZZZ sprinted for the orb, and this time Elo Tourist doesn't get there first. So grabs both orbs and now has all the cooldowns up. Gotta be really careful here. Don't Sophia.
No, farming energy. Just farming energy.
Oh, nice flip, but crazy angle. Another crazy angle from Elo Tourist to get it through, but the pressure from the damage is too much. Taco actually threw a pillar out to slow Elo Tourist, which might have mattered, might have not mattered, but it was a good idea and a cool idea nonetheless, and was able to get that goal through. And ZZZ has flip. Elo Tourist has flip. Really, it's Polar Cortex that has the energy advantage, but either way, like, you can see a lot of things happen on this map, especially if a crazy angle's hit, but it's going to be the flip use, not for damage or for really scoring.
Oh, wow, Taco.
Look how fast.
Really good awareness of Taco there to go down into the corner like that, save the barrier, but it takes a ton of damage for it. Name Chaotic takes the KO. Things are looking really good for the side of Polar Vortex. But now things have slowed down a bit. Probably going to drop this barrier soon. At the very least, when this rune respawns. Oh, Name Chaotic, great play. And the barrier is barely taken despite the added size of the pillars. And so, with no... Oh, no.
Nightmare! Nightmare!
Oh, no. Oh, no.
They're gone! They're gone! Where'd the barriers go? They're all gone! Okay.
A has flip soon. A has ego soon. A has ego soon. It's their only hope.
True, but Cakes also has flip, and ZZZ also has flip. And
oh, no.
And there's the ego. It's gone. There's the flip, and it's gone. No. ZZZ barely misses the angle, and Ela Torres says, "I got you, homie." That one should have been.
There's no way that just happened, bro. Unplug your controller, dog. I mean, we might not actually get a Catalyst pickup by Rune here. There's a chance Taco decides that he doesn't want it and wants something else. No, he does pick the best Awakening in the game. Rasmus would really like the big fish here. Dagger Swagger denied by the X. I would love to see a reverb on this Atlas. That would just don't take the Twin Drive. Reverb would be awesome. Beautiful drafting, Bipolar Cortex. Wow. Really impressed with how they handled that. Surprised to see no ad rush on the other team, but that's just the way it is, and you have to double deny these survivability awakenings. I think that draft... Yeah, that draft went pretty well. The Stagger Swagger speed going to help ZZZ run to the orbs a little quicker. Manages to pick one up. Is ready to go on the breakaway. Running towards Elo Tourist. Mistimes his strike war with the blob a little bit, but really patient play with the jump there. Name Chaotic goes down, and things are looking really good for Woe Chills to enter their second season of NASL. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the damage is going crazy right now, and there's gonna be the strike shot.
That was insane.
But yeah, somehow the revival was still up. Now Taco has flip. There's gonna be a flip from Cakes as well. Good, great patience. Name Chaotic is gonna strike a little bit too early, but now it's another hard situation. But is able to get it out. Oh, see, Taco has the secondary in the right spot. Teleports to the spot, has everything covered. It's just so hard to be aware of that as a goalie and just be like, okay, I need to make sure I don't just clear it to Rune on accident, because Rune's always in two places at once. And
yeah, interesting point there. I think some macro that you can point out. Name Chaotic positioned in such a way that gave Cakes that clear. Obviously, you can't cover every clear, so he was positioned to cover a different clear, but that specific clear allowed for just this really efficient offensive rotation for ZZZ, and if Name Chaotic had just stayed in the corner, I think they would have been able to hold it down. But while I'm saying all this, really efficient offense generated for Polar Cortex, and Name Chaotic takes a strike war on the goal line, nerf Big Fish.
yeah, I mean, Name Chaotic has 2 size awakenings and Chrono Boost. It's pretty disgusting. It's like you really can sometimes just cover every clear, it feels like, when you have that, especially when you have a Juno with a dash awakening as well. So it's very hard to defend through this. You really do want to actually probably be playing through the corner. But yeah, but ZZC grabbed an orb, so now Elo Taurus is going to have to deal with some punishment for that. It's going to be both barriers taken. Great strike from Taco to grab that one, and now Cakes great clear. It's just the team's playing really well together. Name Chaotic's now extremely low. I don't know if we're going to see ZZC come back and try to get that KO or not, especially when Name Chaotic has flip. But yeah, instead it's just going to be the defense. It's going to be Elo Taurus getting punished instead, just moved out of position. Those mom boots are never going to be active, but it's going to be a good offense. The flip will get the last barrier. It's even moved back to help out on defense a little bit. Now Cakes versus A with the flips. It's going to be A who sends it in. 1-2 punch speed is a little crazy.
Yeah, good recognition that Cakes was a little too far forward to reasonably react to that with his own flip. Cakes also deciding not going to flip here, just going to save it. We're going to win the next 2 points. And then great play from A. The core speed was just so problematic there for the side of Woe Chills. And now we're going into really important point between these 4 and 5 seeds here. See how they can do. Energy is up for Taco, and energy is down for Name Chaotic right now. Elo Tourist drops the ult in a bit of a panic, and so now Name Chaotic doesn't have that in case ZZ gets ult back up soon, or there's just some other way to capitalize, and exactly, there goes that KO on Name Chaotic, but they bought a lot of time to stall out. Energy low on Taco, but very high on ZZZ. Picks up both orbs, starts beating the crap out of Elo Tourist, who really wants that ult, should be coming up somewhat soon, but dies to the Monumentalist from Taco. Banish goes wide. A back on defense, as we've seen them a lot this game. Great play in the corner to keep it out, but jumps out of the corner. And now it's all on ZZZ here to convert. Can he do it? Yes, he can, with the help from the pillar. And Woe Chills take the point. We're on match point. We're on liftoff qualifying point for this team. They're ready to enter the league again.
Yeah, energy is pretty even, so it's really anyone's game right now. Namecog gets the better of that kickoff, though, but one barrier doesn't mean too much on Atlas's lab. Taka's going to get it, or Namechaotic's going to really grab it.
Another orb.
Yeah, Orb's grabbing from ZZZ, so the damage is outcoming. The same game frame as last game, the adjustment made. ZZZ has been walking back to try to deal with Namechaotic to not let him have
great play
scoring. But yeah, A is going to cover that offensive gap that they have when they're dealing damage to Namechaotic, and once again is able to dash through to cover pretty much everything and hit that one through Cakes. Strike was not up, so then bring us to a set 5.
Wow, A. Well played. Just covered so many options there. Really lethal play. I wouldn't hate to see the hot shot personally. Kind of interested to see. You could also take the extra special, to be honest. This is going to be extremely problematic for the rune here. X picks up the fight or flight, denying Erasmus.
I mean, that's just this on X. This is pretty disgusting because X just hit by so much stuff. It can become really tough. This is working really scary. You do have hot shot, unstop, and like missile prop are all like pretty or reasonably good, or like even really good awakenings on these characters. But like, I don't think it's going to help them nearly as much as the awakenings that Willow Chills just got.
Yeah, I mean, we see a really good offense for the side of Polar Cortex here. And the big thing about fight or flight for the X is that he does have to be hitting or getting hit. Which, to be fair, ZZ isn't doing all the time. He's doing a lot of hitting, but when he's grabbing those orbs, he's not actually benefiting from the awakening. That being said, getting the speed there, able to capitalize a lot. Great strike shot from Cakes. And A, trying to lower ZZ's health bar a bit. He does have that stagger swagger, so killing him's kind of out of the equation here. Nice pillar in the corner, keeps things going. Good pass inside by Taco. The Huey angle. And just completely dismantles the offense for Polar Cortex. A coming around, trying to make another hero play like he did last set. Lives and baits out the flip. And now ready to come in. Great play from Namechaotic. 1-0 for the boys in blue.
Yeah, just Polar Cortex is really forcing Cakes to deal with a lot of hard clears in a row. And then sometimes on the 5th hard clear, you just don't hit the hard clear. And then it's also a tough spot, but no damage.
A looking like the Avatar striking with air twice in a row, but nevertheless, the hold comes out from Eloturus. Fantastic own barrier from Eloturus there. Oh, great Giga. And Namechaotic goes down the Atlas ult just a hair too late, and now they're going to rotate in the bottom side. Things are looking really good. A not able to strike, trust his goalie perhaps a bit too much. Balls in the net, 1-1.
Okay, so
Nightmare
big point here too. Eloturus just used ult, and Taco is extra special. So if Taco can land an ult, Eloturus will not have anything to deal with it. So that could be a really big starting play, but that's going to be both pillars used, so maybe we won't see a KO coming out that early.
Yeah, there comes the banish, not evaded by A. The nerves are probably setting in because he was evading those like clockwork earlier in set. Namechaotic on the breakaway. Cakes misses the strike shot, but the barrage has gotten him covered. Down the bottom we go, this chrono boost speed doing wonders. Oh, but CZZ does not care to save his strike for a guaranteed barrier take. Instead, just wants to beat up Eloturus. KO comes out. Oh, ZZ denied an orb, but running back for his own. Another ult coming out. The curved deck of ZZZ actually grabbing his own orb. Ult again, but both barriers go down for the side of Polar Cortex, and the defense is coming out. Juno Slime ready. Taco with the flip, not able to get the barrier. Eloturus has flip here, does not have flip here. Ready to try and hold it down. These primaries are going crazy. Drops another ult for healing. ZZ has the flip. Great patience, stuffed out by the Atlas primary once again. And the rune banish looking really intimidating here. No! Great play for the Juno. Cakes once again thought the blob was his own. And it's 2-1 for Polar Cortex. Wow, great hold from Eloturus that point. Really, really impressive stuff.
Yeah, has like, let's see, it has the perfect form
and the reverb.
So just had so many cooldowns to hold it down.
Yeah.
Like, admittedly, ZZZ definitely had more than his fair share of opportunities to score that round. But
sad boys!
And this is a really important one at that. This extra barrier being up is going to be really important, especially if they are going to try and KO Namechaotic here. But the missile prop is going to break it through. This is game point right now, but they are able to find that KO eventually.
Nice strikes,
A-
easy. Get the orb.
Yeah,
Oh,
A
vanished.
has so much control over the map, and there's the secondary to
Oh.
put that one in. Jumps across, puts it in. Crazy play.
Well played by Polar Cortex. Congratulations to them for qualifying for liftoff, but I anticipate Woe Chills. Their drafting, character selection looked really good today. Excited to see them play through the losers bracket. They're not out yet, but Polar Cortex has officially qualified for a league. We'll be seeing a lot more of them in the coming months. Congratulations to A. Got me into a Pokemon League recently. Got himself into a Mega Strikers League today. And great game by both teams. Wonderful goal by Elo Tourist there.
Yeah, crazy first replay. Crazy first replay.
Yeah, absolutely insane first replay. But that was really awesome game. I think Atlas Rasmus is just such a potent duo right now. The Atlas can hold it down for so long, and the Rasmus is so self-sufficient on offense and in the midfield that you just are guaranteed to have essentially everything you need in one team composition. And so the midfield is a little free to pick whatever they want. Juno in that game selected, provide a little bit of extra help on the offensive end. And, like I said, congratulations, Polar Cortex. Big win for them.
Yeah. So we still have a few more. Well, I mean, we have quite a few more qualification matches. So don't go anywhere. But we'll be heading to a short break before bringing you, I believe, Quest Esports versus Eternal Sovereigns.
Sad to see how that match goes. Eternal Sovereigns, in my opinion, been looking really strong recently. I've just seen some of their gameplay and pretty impressed with what I've seen. But at the same time, Quest Esports has some storied players on it with a lot of experience. I don't anticipate them getting particularly nervous. And in LAUNCHPAD, nerves, consistency, and the best of one. Those are the big things that are going to help get you across the finish line and into liftoff.
Yeah, so we'll be watching those teams after this break. Don't go anywhere.
to go to the second team, I would say like Quest Esports, obviously. Zoro is looking incredibly strong. Hamster Quest as well. Like Hamster Quest has been playing a lot more Aimee, which I hate that character so much, and he really frustrating whenever he plays it. He plays it really well. He plays it in like a way that I'm like not used to, where he doesn't really like take chances. He's just like very patient with it, which I think is like what a lot of Aimee players need.
Even though they have Vega in for Wallaby in this weekend, I think that team is still pretty likely to make it. It would be a pretty big upset if they didn't.
Got Hamster Quest moving to midfield, which I'm really weirded out about because I've known that guy as like a goalie player for like the last year now. So seeing him in midfield is going to be an interesting sight to see.
Then probably another obvious one, Quest Esports, now featuring Hamster Quest, of course, with Zoro in the box, and I think Wallaby, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be it's Wallaby for this weekend.
I believe so.
Okay. Hey, even if it was Vega playing, still a beast of a team. All three of their players have I think they've all, in my opinion, they've all proven themselves to be able to play at the national level. There are some consistency issues with some of them, but if they've been grinding it out, I think all of them have a lot of potential to just like become the super consistent players that they were meant to be and take their national spot.
We're back with some more LAUNCHPAD action. It is Quest Esports versus Eternal Sovereigns. I do think this game is Quest Esports' favor, but I want to hear your thoughts, Gramello Styles.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
He's eating a sandwich.
About this
He's
game.
eating how unprofessional. He's eating a sandwich. It's LAUNCHPAD. These teams are fighting for their lives here
Whoa,
to be able to play in NASL, the Premier League. And he's eating a sandwich over it.
I mean, do you guys see the Yuri spin in the background? Wait, spin it up, young man.
All right,
spin it up.
Spin.
Encore. Reezy, they want you on cast. Yeah, but like from my mic. You gotta come over here.
Just give him your mic, and then you can just sit there.
What's up, chat?
Oh, he's here.
How we doing?
They're already spinning. They're kind of going crazy right
now.
It's Eternal. Wait, can you hear me even?
No.
You can't hear me. I don't know why I started like talking.
You want to try it, Lon? All right. I wonder if they could hear it.
Cool. yeah. No, they can hear that. Alright, they can't hear it anymore. I don't think. Okay, we're heading into game. We do see Bozer is in instead of Wallaby. I don't know if that's like a substitute thing or if it's like a permanent thing.
Or if it happened to Wallaby again.
Or Wallaby had...
No, it's a substitute thing.
Again.
It's a substitute thing.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, it's a substitute
at that
thing.
point, like, then the rumors start to go. Like,
that's crazy, bro.
Like, is Wallaby the Dardock of Mega
Oh,
Striker?
true, actually.
Or what?
No, I don't believe he is.
Yeah,
Wallaby's
no,
quite sweet.
I've teamed with Wallaby. He's very nice. But that's a quick point. Sovereign just sends that one in. It was looking like it was going in the favor of Quest Esports, but in the end, doesn't go in that direction.
Yeah, like I said, Eternal Sovereigns. I'm excited about this team. I think Eternal Arctic has looked really good on this team now. I think Sovereign just killed that guy. Hamster Quest playing the Octavia, which I mentioned in my interview. Go watch at youtube.com/interview. And I brought up how this Octavia could make an appearance today, and here she comes. Excited to see how she performs. But right now, Eternal Sovereigns, like I said, looking good, having the advantage. Sovereign taking good recognition of canceling this Mako secondary on behalf of the Octavia. Whoa, we're just walking to the middle for damage, and Alonso accidentally owned barriers. Hamster Quest flip coming up really soon. Walks into Sovereign's secondary. Boser not quite able to defend. Flipping in our own triangle, but getting it out. Well played to the Fool, and Sovereign flip on the goal line, and it's in.
Yeah, some crazy triangle versus triangle action. The Zoro, aka the Fool, throws the ult down, and then immediately Eternal Arctic puts a triangle in the soft end of his triangle, so that when the flip goes off, there's nowhere to go. So there's 3 sides to every triangle, is what I'm trying to get at.
There is 3 sides to every triangle. There's actually...
Oh, goodbye.
Oh, Hamster Quest.
Oh, goodbye.
I mean, this game, I'm going to be honest, this game is an absolute disaster for Quest Esports right now. But it's still tied 1-1 in barriers. Zoro getting some energy back. Would love to see him take that orb, but not going to be able to, and instead loses his barrier. Eternal Arctic getting it in. Oh, nice patience from the side of Quest Esports, but good passing from Eternal Sovereigns, and anticipate them potentially winning this point, especially with Alonso's flip available.
Oh! Crazy back pass. And Hamster Quest somehow still has speed. I think that's just been going on for like a really long time now, and it's still going. So they kind of been able to grab this whole point back from the grabs of defeat that just like it was looking pretty doomed, but Hamster Quest builds up enough speed to grab that last barrier, and then it's a great play from Boser to put that one in.
Yeah, really impressed with how that point turned around. Things were looking really unfortunate. But like I said, that really good patience on the goal line is what kind of bought them enough opportunities to finally come out the other end. All right, and oh, Hamster Quest uses the speed to avoid Sovereign's dash punch. Able to live in a nice rotation in the top corner, takes the first barrier of the point.
Oh, there's the second one taken. This could be a quickly set to 2-2, but Hamster Quest is going to be able to maintain that speed at the cost of a lot of life. Now it's just staggered right now, but there's not really anyone who has a great way of finding this KO unless Alonso can, but the pressure from the core might be too much.
Oh,
but it's actually...
that guy died.
Yeah, Boser who gets down, but Hamster Quest, Mr. Esports HQ, is going to just send it in despite being staggered and down the teammate.
Wow, I mean, there's a reason Lob City should have put this guy in. That was a great play from Hamster Quest. And we've evened out the set after what was just like a disastrous start. Good passing from his team. Good recognition from Hamster Quest. Great evade. And now we've got the speed. Demon running around, loses speed by missing the strike. Boser in the corner of the defense, just a bit too strong. Great primary from the Fool. And now he's coming in with flip. Ready to get it in. Boser not able to get through. Alonso, great defense from a fellow CCL player. And now things are settling down quite a bit.
Yeah, really interesting, like the damage. Somehow Sovereign just gets staggered. That's kind of like probably a Mako moment, really. But Hamster Quest has built up the speed once again. Which is really scary. It's Chrono Boost start, so just being able to play Octavia with Chrono Boost off the bat for the whole game is going to be crazy. And this walk into the center, or maybe I would think was able to get a KO. That was pretty awesome. But the Fool loses the barrier. And it's gonna. I mean, nailed out twice. I'm gonna be honest. But the KO will be found at the very least. So Hamster Quest is going to need to do some crazy stalling once again. Gets past quite well. Has a flip to it as well, and the Fool's able to grab the barrier somehow. Now still has his flip, and oh, there's the pass. Still has that speed. Hits it back to Octavia. Gets to keep the speed. They keep hitting it. That's Octavia. Hit it somewhere else, guys. But
is there anywhere else?
Yeah, there's Boser. Just that guy. He's good, but like at least he doesn't get infinite speed, but he's gonna put it in. Maybe you can't be hitting it. That's why you can't be hitting it. I'm sorry. I stand corrected.
This is why we don't listen to Fudgy Waffles.
I stand corrected, guys.
Wow.
But yeah, it's hard, right? And they're probably not trying to actually hit Octavia. They're probably trying to hit around Octavia to get an offense going. But it's just like, it's just so hard to play around either way. Now we have Castellas, Chrono Boost, Octavia. We do at least have the reverb and like other speed awakenings gone here, so it's a little bit off the table for future drafts for Hamster Quest. But that's tough to look at if you are Polar Cortex.
Yeah. Castellas is rough. To be honest, I'm going to say something a little controversial. Hamster Quest should have taken the reverb, but Castellas definitely don't feel that bad about, I'm going to be honest. But and there he goes. His cast has been lasted, and he's knocked off the map. But good stalling by the side of Quest Esports. Nice try from the Fool on the clear, but Sovereign has the read. Now we get this offense going. Great save again by the Fool. Pass to Hamster Quest, manages to win the strike war. Keep things going. Eternal Arctic hits it into the corner, away from the Octavia. Unfortunately, not quite able to finally deny the speed, and there it goes down. Everyone dies, and the goal goes in. 1-0.
Yeah, that was a little back and forth there, but 2 KOs on the side of Eternal Sovereigns. So that's quite good for them if they can keep that up. But it kind of really depends on how each point starts, I feel like. If Sovereign's able to find them for free, or if, I guess if their whole team's able to find a barrier for free, that momentum can be shifted into like a full point win. But I don't know how consistent that will come in, where Hamster Quest is going to be really fast for like 90% of the game. So we'll see. Oh!
Yeah, and like I said, I've been really impressed with Eternal Arctic recently. If you pay a lot of attention to this game, I think they're holding their own against Hamster Quest. Hamster Quest
I super agree.
Yeah, super storied player, has plenty of NASL experience. Really is telling me that Eternal Arctic is more than capable on their own of lots of play. More than capable on their own of standing up to these stronger midfields. And takes the KO on Boser. Hamster Quest ball delivered right back into his hands, and now he's got the speed, manages to keep it up using his ultimate ability. Got the flip, really dangerous 1v1, but Lonzo calls him out with the strike timing. Boser trying to get in there, and the ball is in with another crazy bounce.
Yeah, bounces off the wall. It was kind of a weird round where one power play of Sovereign KO turns into a different, like a reverse power play when Boser gets KO'd during the power play. Kind of turns it around. And also something interesting. Oh, okay, good save. Is that Hamster Quest played a full season of goalie in NASA last season. So
that's true.
So now he's back on the midfield, and it's looking really better than ever, but also not right now. Looking a little worse for wear right now. Looking staggered right now. He's going to have to survive, but those are the 1v1s are going to be really scary.
Yeah, I mean, Hamster Quest been staggered the entire point. Would like to see the Fool leave up this orb. Manages to finally grab it, but Sovereign in the perfect position to take that strike war and get the barrier. Oh, the Fool also looking worse for it. If Sovereign's ult is coming up anytime soon, things are looking really, really rough. Alonso has just been a really consistent presence in the goal box, not giving away too many freebies, contributing on offense really well on their own. I really like this passing from Eternal Sovereigns as well between all three players. Just seems like they're in full control at all times, and they kind of know how to play around this Octavia pretty well. Right now I think the situation is really difficult, but managed to find a way to get it away from her. And the lack of a direct pass there keeps the ball out of Hamster Quest's hands long enough for it to lose speed. Has the flip ready, though. I anticipate a play to be made soon.
Yeah, this power on Alonso is becoming problematic, even like without the hot shot. Just the strikes are red coring at this point in overtime due to just a 194 power Pauldrons plus 3 prizefighter stacks. Even the flip is going to do a ton of damage to Boser. Boser is going to just like be out of the point for the rest of this point pretty much. So Eternal Arctic is going to look for the goal here, but Zoro is going to be able to defend. Hamster Quest is looking for a way through. Has to once again be in the spot where you kind of have to 1v9, but Sovereign's going to put it in through the Fool and make the Fool look like the Fool.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, thank you.
That was
I
good.
I was writing them down actually before to like rehearse.
Okay, big stagger swagger pickup for the now, in my opinion. Rasmus gonna try and pick up the big fish if it's not denied by Zoro. Really likes Twin Drive, probably anticipated the big fish being stolen. And now this Octavia's got to find a pickup. You could go 1-2, you could go prime time to keep your uptime on your secondary more. Extra special is probably not terrible either, especially at this point. Orb Dancer would have been pretty interesting. Same with Orb Ponderer. But the extra special is just keeping that up. But Kazan gets the prime time, and that is going to be really dangerous. More hooks, more of the open popping umbrella. hopefully that kind of gives Quest Esports the leverage they need to come back to this game. Because don't forget, and there's that hook from the prime time right as I'm talking about it. Don't forget that this first set was really close. So it feels like the momentum is kind of moving in Eternal Sovereign's direction right now.
Yeah, true. It's also like like look how much damage that just happened to Hamster Quest. Like even though they did get like the prime time to help with their scoring, the big like problem is that how much damage they're taking. They have such low stagger. Some of the lowest stagger characters in the game, Octavia and Kazan, they might even be. I could definitely be wrong, but they might be like the lowest stagger characters in the game, like straight up. So them having to deal with like the 1-2 punch pickup, having to deal with twin driving a little bit more damage, having stagger swagger and reverb taken out of the game is going to be really hard. But Bowser is going to have that prime time though, which will definitely be helping out.
Yeah, the Kazan in the spot in front of the net as a goalie, you've been assigned the condition of death. Bowser able to just outmaneuver Alonso in the net. Almost drops the double barrier. Now Hampshire Quest and the Fool trying to find a way out. Nothing quite yet. You see Hampshire Quest really wants that speed, but the Fool not comfortable giving it to him. Nevertheless, he finds it anyways with his primary. Takes a lot of damage. Retreats for the orb, and Kazan is just dead. Alonso is just dealing so much damage and is stacking up the prize fighter, and we've got a really good offense going for Eternal Sovereign.
Yeah, it seems really scary. Like they didn't even really feel like they were targeting Bowser that much. It kind of felt like they were targeting Hamster Quest for some of that point, but it just doesn't matter. Just like any 2 or 3 abilities is too much. It's Sovereign. It's all would have been KO'd maybe, but instead it's just going to be in the right spot to put it in, and it's going to be 1-1. And this is kind of the what I expect to continue happening is Eternal Sovereigns just need to find any amount of damage onto someone. They also just have like a pretty solid core control of this now. So, yeah, just be careful. Like Bowser, no energy right now. Something to keep your eyes on.
Yeah, and this third teammate in the black hole is really doing numbers for them. Bowser once again chunked by it, and has pretty much been eliminated from the play for the rest of the point. Look at him just sitting in the corner, so scared of the damage from Alonso and from Sovereign, and even these nagging now primaries that are kind of like picking him off. But while I'm saying all that, the Octavia managed to make a big play in the bottom and take that second barrier and take the goal. Well played to Hampshire Quest.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah, that's where like they missed a few like key cooldowns onto Bowser, which meant they didn't get the KO, and they didn't have anything to kind of deal with the offense afterwards. So that is like the part that makes damage comps like a bit harder to pilot. Is that like if you miss your abilities, then like wasting your abilities is so bad. In games where you have slightly less control. Great pass to Bowser from the Fool, able to get that one in. Alonso does have hot shot to keep that core up, but we're not going to sure if it's going to matter. But there, Sovereign's going to grab a double barrier, but it's a 2v1. Alonso's going to be able to retrieve, and Sovereign's going to find a KO, and the turnaround has come very quick. Alonso looking for the pass to Sovereign to put it in, but it's going to be kind of hard because the Fool does have cooldowns, and Sovereign needs to be in melee range for something to be done. And Bowser has a crazy dribble going, but it doesn't have a final cooldown to put that one into. Dorito helping a little bit, not letting him dash in that direction. Has the flip, doesn't even really need it, but goes straight in, and that's going to be a second set for Quest Esports.
Yeah, it seems like just a little bit of the inconsistency of damage. Hampshire Quest is doing a pretty good job now of avoiding a lot of it. He had the Oppa bug tech where he stood really close to the wall last set. And now Catalyst for this Kazan. Massive pickup. I wouldn't hate to see an adrenaline rush by this X, to be honest. Yeah, it's an intelligent pickup, I think. It gives him more cooldowns once they actually get those KOs. Unstoppable makes plenty of sense. Now it takes the stacks on the stacks, says Monumentalist isn't even worth it, denying the Octavia, but she gets the missile prop, which unironically will help her a bit with maintaining her secondary uptime. Just that added range makes her primary even more unpredictable of a tool to evade. And kind of excited to see how things go. They're really relying on this win condition of KOing with this adrenaline rush.
Yeah, the stacks on stacks, though, are going to be pretty nice to help compete with the speed. Oh, but the whiplash kind of sends it in the wrong direction. But back to, like, this stacks, like, Eternal Arctic probably shouldn't get KO'd, like, ever. Has stagger, swagger, and reverb. and Chrono. So should just kind of be a beast speed demon if these stacks can get stacked up. It'll be really hard to find a KO, and like I can see that being a really nice win condition, even if they aren't finding the KOs that they probably should also be finding.
No, they can just hit it away from him, they'll be fine.
True, it's true.
Oh, they hit it at him. Yeah, I agree. The stacks of stacks is an intelligent pickup. I do appreciate it as a deny as well. Manu, I think, just not the absolute Titan awakening it used to be on now that her secondary doesn't do the hit stun anymore. Oh, great hook from Alonso. Wow, really impressive stuff. And good strike shot from the Fool. Loses one barrier, but not both. And now we're seeing, I think, the stacks and stacks really paying dividends with how Eternal Arctic is able to maneuver around this map.
Yeah, it's moving around a lot right now. It's able to set up that second barrier, and now like we just need Sovereign to be up in a scoring position so that we can get the pass in. But Eternal Sovereign has to set up, is going to try and pass, but Bowser is going to grab the hook in order to grab that one away. Almost interrupts that hook from Alonso to grab the barrier, but isn't quite going to get it. Hamster Quest being taken out by the game by Sovereign right now is extremely low. A KO could be found, if not a goal. But look at Bowser, just consists by 2 abilities, one being a flip and is almost KO'd, but barrier will be found. The core speed's insane. The KO is found as well, though. The passing will begin, but Strike Shot will interrupt it, and it's passing possibly weak versus Strike Shot, but it's just going to be put in. You only have 1 Strike Shot, unfortunately, and they have 2 passing play opportunities, and Eternal Arctic will grab that point after a pretty clutch KO from Alonso.
Yeah, really, really big pickup by the Rasmus there to take the KO on Hamster Quest, get rid of the Speed Demon. But that being said, the Speed Demon is back and is ready to take your second barrier off a crazy bounce. Sovereign, nice try strike warring in the corner. Eternal Arctic drops the flip, and I think the pressure is really mounting here, especially with the Fool walking up, sends it right through Alonso, and we've got qualification point for the 2 seed.
Yeah, I mean, a Mako walking forward and flipping, you don't see that every day, you know?
No, there's some aura behind that.
There's some. Yeah, I would say even doing it set 4 versus Showtime.
No aura there.
Would be pretty good. That'd be like an idea. Like, at least the idea would be good behind that.
No, it actually wouldn't even, especially when your teammate communicates to play safe because they just got KO'd and then you just
so the damage is really on Hamster Quest is forcing him to retreat and lose his speed. He does grab the orb and has flipped now, but Bowser is the one who's taking the hits instead. Hamster Quest might be able to grab it flip in order to get it, but Eternal Arctic gets the read, is able to grab that in time. Now Sovereign tries to go for a double barrier play, but it's going to get 0 instead. Trying to get out of this corner now, but once Hamster Quest just wants to kind of keep it there, waiting for that speed to come up, and there it is. And Bowser, Alonso, great save for the Whiplash once again. Might find a KO, but just not enough damage yet. Hasn't stacked the 3 prize fighters yet, which actually probably would have made the difference there. Now Bowser, the one grabbing the orb, has no longer staggered, and it goes through the Fool. The Fool does get the strike off at least in time, but it's looking really sketch right now. Sovereign is just big enough to grab that one, and it's 2-2. We are not done with this game.
No, absolute disaster. Buff Mako, please. And great recovery from Eternal Sovereigns. That point was just, there was so much pressure being applied by especially the Octavius, who just kept that speed up forever, but they managed to find a clutch offense, get things going. Sovereign takes both barriers. Eternal Arctic comes in, and Doritos chip puts it in.
Wow. Doritos Locos Tacos is able to block that one. It was like 1 strike war 1, a second strike war 1, but from the Dorito from the top rope being the 3rd striker they needed in order to grab that goal, coming super clutch. And now there's an Egoist fight or flight options here, but there's something, it's really scary here because in return you're giving up Egoist team player or perfect form or something like that. But this is a crazy draft.
Yeah, this is a crazy draft, but this Kazan is going to end up with absolute scraps by the end of it. I guess you go Blast Cannon. Yeah, that feels terrible, but the Egoist feels amazing for that extra energy for Hamster Quest.
Oh, interesting. The BD taken because of the Might of the Colossus on X, which makes sense, but honestly, I don't know if I would have went the same way. It's really hard. It's really close because of that Might of the Colossus, but and the size is obviously good, but Perfect Form X is just so nice. But
yeah, I mean, Perfect Form X, so lethal. Every punch gives you so many cooldowns, and Hamster Quest goes down. Sovereign has that adrenaline rush.
Whoa!
They find the clear.
Whoa!
1. Okay, not 2 quite yet. They pretty much completely stalled out this power play as long as they don't lose the barrier here, and they don't. But scary situation in the top side. Hamster Quest has made it back in time with their ult, but also has to commit their secondary. Oh, never mind. Keeps the speed up. Thanks, Castelas. And, Hamster Quest absolutely nuked and dead again. The other guy's dead too. And the Fool just needs to hold it down. Nice flip. Will he get the barrier? Doesn't quite. Oh, but Alonso does.
So unlucky.
Oh,
but it's going to get buried nonetheless.
On the other end, Hamster Quest dribbling it off the black hole, ready to make play. Alonso keeping it away from Hamster Quest. Hamster Quest keeping the speed up. Eternal Arctic moving around. Great passing plays going on, and not quite able to get it through. And now Hamster Quest is on the breakaway with all this speed. Wait for the Rasmus to use all their abilities. Can you get it through them? The flip comes out next. Full pass to Hamster Quest. Hamster Quest back out to Boser. I want to see Boser positioned a little more aggressively like that so that they can put it in. 1-0 for Quest Esports after an insane point.
Yeah, crazy point, but this time it's Sovereign with 3 prize fighter stacks. Really scary. It was really, like, that point should not have gone that way. Their power plays should have been converted upon. Even some of the points earlier without the power plays should have possibly been converted on, but this is an adrenaline rush. It's going to be scary. Just walks in. Just walks in. Sovereign just walks through the entire team, wins 2 strike wars, wins the whole point. That's an 8-second point in your set 5 qualification match.
Yeah, you love to see that for for the side of Eternal Sovereigns, but now we're back in the thick of things. Octavia playing through the corner, good pass to Boser, but not able to get anything off it. I'm really eyeing this energy that Boser's got. Uses it to stun Eternal Arctic. Hamster Quest tries to put it in, but they're too quick. Kills the prize fighter. Rasmus loses the stack, takes their own barrier, and Boser's low Eternal Arctic is flip. I don't think this goes in yet by the time Rasmus is back, but the pressure is just so mounted. And the Fool with a great snipe. Wow.
Siege Machine. Strike shot.
Yeah.
I don't know if it actually mattered, but the Siege Machine might have mattered there, increasing that primary range in order to grab that goal. Crazy shot. Really saved the point, honestly. It would have been really scary to have Alonso back up. But we've seen another play, like kickoff is kind of being a really big deal in these points, resulting in like who gets that first barriers, who gets that first offense. That's gonna be both taken. Answer Quest and Boser are both extremely low. It is just gonna be a go next
to a set 5.5.
5.5.
Drop your movies in the chat. Drop them now. Get them in. Wow.
Let's check it out. Let's check it out. Alonso 0 prizes, Sovereign 3, Boser 0, because did get KO'd at the end of that round as well. So it's going to be first barrier going to the side of Quest Esports, and great pass to the strike shot, but the Sad Boys on set 5.5 is going to result in not the barrier taken. The goes for this double barrier, but only grabs 1, but the damage is just so much right now. It's going to be way too much. There's no way that he'll be able to defend against this. Sovereign has done so much damage, has the adrenaline rush speed. Running in, Boser's going to need a flip to just get this out. Here's the flip, but it gets blocked by both Eternal Arctic and Sovereign, who are going to qualify in a huge upset versus Quest Esports. Wow.
I mean, well played to Eternal Sovereigns. Congratulations to them. They have also qualified for a league. We'll be seeing a lot more of them in the future. Really, really awesome performance from them. Really impressed with Eternal Arctic. I think they stood up to and even outperformed Hamster Quest in this game. 2+10 goal participation for them. And just a crazy, crazy game. The Octavia Gambit did not quite pay off. In Quest Esports, I keep saying this, but I'm excited to see them again later in losers, but only so many people can qualify from losers. Pressure's really mounting for them.
Yeah, it's especially this LAUNCHPAD, it's going to be only 6 teams since they have 7 teams that are making it through. So there's going to be no tiebreaker for 7th. It's just 2 spots in losers to be taken, and there's quite a lot of good teams in there. Just like PLX making it cool, or Flex going to give it to you, making a good run, but like Woa Chills is down there. Cat Munch and Joyers have been showing off some great plays, and like just it's tough. It's tough to lose in winners right now.
Yeah, I mean, this LAUNCHPAD has been absolutely I thought I had a word. I'm gonna be honest with you, I didn't have a word. It's been
well,
tough.
They say there's 6
It's been
sides to
tough.
every cube, 6 players in every game, and every player today has been showing off their stuff. And I think it's really cool to be seeing how the scene has evolved so much. Like how really I'm watching these games and it's every player just seems so good compared to like even like a couple seasons ago. Like it just everyone's playing so much better. People are able to do so much more stuff. The comps are awesome. Draft has been evolving as well. Just really like proud of the community leveling up, and I think it's been really awesome to watch.
Yeah, and with that finishes our cast for today, I believe. 3Z, how about you send us off?
Happy launch padding, everybody. Bye. Yes, I'm a Tarkov player. Recently. Good luck in your future games if you're still in. Bye, guys.
All right, welcome back everybody to Launchpad number 2, where we're going to find out which teams are actually going to be cleared here for liftoff and who might not make it this time around. Last time we just saw Quest Esports get kind of a little upset there against Eternal Sovereigns, but hey, congrats to Eternal Sovereigns for pulling that one off, but got another interesting game coming up here. Would you like to introduce them here, Liari?
Yeah, I am so excited for both of these teams. Obviously, I have history with both of them. I had to check that my mic wasn't muted because I've done that before. But anyways, so I think the Drew Danger team, right? I keep calling the Drew Danger team. Now is Burrow of Strikers. That's a bit of a mouthful. With Scandals and Spooked Alter, both of these players were formerly on the Fool's Wands and NAST last season. They had a good run in playoffs. Scandals would play for Color Craze at times during the regular season. Not sure if he played in playoffs, but they've been grinding a lot. Drew Danger, funnily enough, has not been playing the game as far as I'm aware. He has I think he was plat when I checked in solo queue, and they thought they were playing with Willy Boyle a few days ago, actually, until Drew was able to get work off. He's been really busy with work and school. But I think we'll still see the same old Drew Danger. And Spooked Alter, known Rasmus player, has a lot more stuff up his sleeve nowadays. Scandals, formerly a Juno One Trick. I saw him playing Octavia earlier, has a Kai, has a now. I coached him in Knowledge Gap. He was pretty good then and has improved a lot since. And then finally, Cyberswipe, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, I'll keep listing stuff off. I have so much information. Cyberswipe, a Bonanza team. I have to throw that in there. So Ashyberg is actually the only beta player in this entire lobby. Everyone else played since release only. Spooked Alter was golden beta, so he doesn't really count. And I think this is a really interesting matchup as a result of that, right? All these players are newer. They've only really established themselves since launch. And Cyberswipe, Assertive is a very unique goalie. I might call her Ashley Verb sometimes by accident. That was her older name in OS. Assertive, she plays Atlas, Drakkar, a whole bunch of stuff. I know she plays IME too. She's willing to kind of do what it takes for the team. Expo Chan, known as an IME player, but has been playing a lot of Rune lately. Also has a Finny. I know this game we've already seen a Rune ban, which makes sense. And I should accept the lobby invite.
And in here.
Yeah, it's a little important. Yeah, they all of the Evil Drew Danger team has the same profile picture, which might pay off for them. Anyways. Expo Chan, yeah, now Rune, Aimee, and Finny player. Also used to have an Estelle. Zoe the Witch, known Kazan player. The game is starting, so I'll stop yapping about them. But all these players looking to prove themselves. Really excited to be here. I know Cyberswipe has such a good team vibe, and I'm really excited to see them play.
No, we needed that. We needed all of the backstory there. I mean, you had everything there, to be honest, and it's hard to follow even for me because that was a wonderful introduction of all of these teams, though, and you were quite invested, which is sick. That'll make for some great commentary here. We'll just really quick hit on some of the awakenings that are showing up here. Expert Special and 1-2 Punch on Clarion Test Chamber. So we're gonna probably see a little bit more KO action than we're used to here. Probably, I'll see this Kazan probably try to get a couple of kills though as well, but. Yeah, definitely interested to see here. As you had mentioned, only one player here really from beta. You said Spooked Alter was gold in beta, which is kind of funny to think about. Zoe, the Witch, definitely has been showing up a little bit more often recently, as I've been seeing them on the ladder kind of do quite well, and it's been really sick to see. But we're gonna start getting on in here finally, because we're gonna have one barrier go down here on the side of Cyberswipe. Though Chan's gonna fight it out onto the top side. Drew Danger always dribbling. If there's one thing I've learned from this game to dribble, it's from Drew Danger. You can never always count on him to always keep the dribble going, honestly.
Yeah, and this is actually the exact draft that Cyberswipe wanted. They banned Dubu, they picked Atlas, and got the Drew Kai. Obviously, we're seeing a quick kill there on Expo Chan, and now Cyberswipe is pressured, and Scandals with a really good primary from the now there, getting the goal. And yeah, I think you see obviously the Evil Drew Danger team, I can't say their name, now is Burrow of Strikers, has a clear game plan. They wanted to pick the Kazan from Zoe the Witch. She's a known Kazan player. Spooked Altar really isn't. And I'm excited to see how like Spooked Altar and Zoe the Witch match up on characters that are opposite of what they're known for.
Yeah, fair. I definitely agree with seeing Zoe the Witch playing a whole lot of Kazan here, and also agree with stealing that pick away as well, and then focusing on maybe a little different ban there, as we saw Now's Bureau, of course, banning the rune out there. Could see working for them. Zoe looking a little bit low here and has Flip. Gonna have to use that one to grab the barrier, perhaps. We're gonna miss, but they're gonna get it either way, though. Drew Danger trying to help clear it out with their own energy burst. We're gonna have a kill and a power play here for the side of Now's Bureau of Strikers. Can they grab this final barrier here from Assertive, who does seem to have core flip, can stall out for a couple seconds, decides not to use it though. Expo grabbing an orb to stay on healthy here. Now spending the flip to try to go for a real cheeky goal there. Doesn't seem to work out though. Another core flip coming out here from Expo doesn't seem to work out though. Now we have a turret onto the top side. It's going to be a tough spot here for Drew Danger, but okay, in the hands of Scandals now. Another core flip again coming in through, but not seem to working out too much, and a kill from Expo Chen that was going to put Cyberswipe behind, actually, as they're going to get scored on.
I definitely see Cyberswipe making some silly moments so far. Meanwhile, though, now it's Burrow of Strikers. Got it right. Finally, like, they're really playing as a team, and you see Drew always running up and always applying pressure, but kind of reversed now with Scandal's really low, and now lower stagger pool than a lot of other characters. Zoe the Witch confirms the kill after Drew steals Scandal's orb, kind of Drew Danger lore.
Yeah, tough spot there. Drew was probably trying to get into position to at least get a little bit of defense here, but kind of standing on top of each other was a tough spot, though. But they're going to eventually clear that one out. Scandals does return back here. We got Spooked Altar trying to push onto the top side, though. Assertive, great use of cooldown, saves both barriers, but has nothing now, but will be taking a little bit of time here with this Firewall Sentry down onto Zoe the Witch. Not going to be able to grab that one. A strike shot to do a self-dribble here to the top side to Expo Chen. Spooked Altar needs to make something happen here, grab some of these barriers, get some experience to make it happen, level up. Actually looking a little bit low here. And another core flip, little stall, and not much happening except for another goal. All right, Cyberswipe on the board.
Yeah, good win there with the spin from Zoe the Witch. Those are a lot of like nearly rhyming words, but I think as this first draft matters a lot, right? Like whoever wins this first set, because nowadays Monu not as good, but still a bunch of really scary awakenings. Dash awakenings or speed awakenings can really set blue team on a really strong pace here to win against the Cyberswipe team.
Yeah, absolutely. Even Size Kazan is some of the scariest things that I've ever had to deal with as a goalie, so I think that's another thing to keep in mind here. If Spooked Altar gets just enough experience maybe to get in front of Scandals, grabbing a barrier or the goal here, they could make that one happen, as they do have a lot of control, except we're going to get a flip here from Assertive to clear it on out there. Once again, over to Zoe. Just going to try to make it happen with the pendulum swing. Back over to Assertive, though. Spooked Altar looking at getting a flip just a couple strikes away here. Scandals could be pushing the pressure here, but actually deciding to simply deal a little bit of damage to Zoe. I'll say it, I just dislike most of that play, but now they're all going to switch their sights onto Zoe, but still fail to get the kill. But barriers are holding here 1-1 still. I mean, Zoe does have flip. Drew has flip as well. Spent finally gets the orb, and now we kind of have open goal here for Cyberswipe.
Yeah, in that moment you were calling out where they kind of focus every ability to try and finish that kill. That's a Drew Danger special, I'll say it. As someone who's played with him and who has coached multiple midfielders, he calls for those plays sometimes, and afterwards he dies, and Cyberswipe ends up getting a goal, and now this set is really close. In Cyberswipe, they can easily start getting some damage for IME, some defensive trainings or CDR for Atlas, and make this game really scary.
Yeah, fair. I think it just felt like the flip there from Scandals was a little like before the call in a weird way. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not in their comms, of course,
yeah.
But nonetheless, yeah, First Awakening is going to be huge here, as both teams are going to be looking for size for Kazan and for Rasmus. Expo Chan loves to get a lot of damage on that Aimi. Nice stall there from Drew Danger, keeping that strike to make sure they can defeat the pendulum swing. The turret comes out here. Expo Chan spending the Cyberswipe as well, and making true to their name, scoring with the combo there.
Yeah, that glitch spot was insane, right? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, that was really good. And I feel like Cyberswipe starting to come into their own a bit. Those last 2 points were looking a lot cleaner, and now Rasmus, first pick in this draft, has size. Aimi guaranteed a dash awakening. Drew is the guaranteed orb ponder, right? So if you know Drew Danger lore, he's definitely looking for that. But overall, I would say this is a good-looking draft for Cyberswipe. Now actually forced to take Stagger Swagger. Exochan ends up taking Glass Cannon, which
That's
is
crazy.
okay. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's
but-
crazy.
Okay, that's a better way to put it.
That's crazy.
I'm a little Cyberswipe biased. I think what they're looking for here, since they're a Mag Souls player and they have extra special, they're just looking to kind of control space and stop Now's Burrow Strikers from being able to move the core up. I don't think Exochan is known for like being one of those blink, glitch pop, IME KO players. So that might be why she opted to not go for it, but it's definitely a more questionable decision.
Definitely got me questioning as well. I mean, hey, we could always say the speed is the most important stat in the game, and you can get a little bit of it there, but man, the top spin is going to end up getting a kill for Spooked Altar, and they're going to score right on off of that one under Cyberswipe's nose there. And let's see if Bureau of Strikers can grab a set here, grab some Awakenings, and even out this this game.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. You don't want to see when the enemy team picks up Orb Ponder for them to win the first point. It just gives them more time to get more orbs and get to the point where they're actually stronger. However, Zoe and Expo, with a pretty solid offense there, it was hard for Zoe to walk up, so Expo kind of took the brawler spot, and it was very clean how they kind of orchestrated that. That was pretty cool to see. It doesn't work out, but True Danger is a pretty good goalie.
True, gonna keep defending that one right there, holding this barrier dear life. Scandals, okay, actually gonna send it up there and get kind of glitch popped. Expo Chan just super ready for that one in the hands of Assertive here, seeing if they can get it past. They're gonna spend a flip and get stuffed a little bit there by Spooked Altar, who's going to grab that nice barrier. Again, Expo Chan holding the top lane nicely. They both spend flip though, really low energy on the side of Cyberswipe. Gonna use another flip here from Scandals. Okay, Assertive blocks that one, gets a redirect with that strike shot. Huge Expo Chan, gonna try to make things happen with some extra power here, extra size, but not much going on right now. Can barely even dribble because of how powerful they are, and overtime is going to roll over, and Assertive's got this barrier left to deal with.
Yeah, that was one big cat. Kind of crazy. Spooked Altar are about to have flip, and it's huge if he can get this in front of the barrier. Atlas kind of starting to run out of CDs, and even though she has Unstoppable, that doesn't help like a ton against how Kazan scores. And he's able to find it. Good sequence so far. Can't keep the core. Scandals gets it back to him, and solid shot there by Spook. The overtime Kazan core speed a little tough to react to.
Actually, some of my least favorite stuff in the world is like overtime Kazan. Just Kazan hitting the core when I'm in the game just triggers me. I'm not gonna lie. And 1-2 punch is not making that any easier here for Cyberswipe.
Yeah,
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, especially in like any like qualifying game like this, you don't want to see it. It's so annoying.
Yeah, like in some situations, I'll just deny things like Hotshot because it's like, I don't know. I feel like it's so hard to deal with core speed sometimes, and you just lose resources for no reasons. Like, they could just spend an extra minute holding a barrier, like a double barrier, but then it just like goes for free with some extra core speed. And like 1-2 punch Kazan, you just have a lot of core speed at all the time, so it's just kind of hard to defend unless you beat the crap out of Kazan right there. We're gonna get a lifeline to try to keep Spooked Altar up. A little bit of ult action coming here from Assertive, the Celestial Intervention, healing up Zoe just for a moment there. Expo Chan trying as hard as they can to keep the ball onto the top side here to get it from True Danger. Okay, a Pendulum Swing is going to send it on up there. Assertive spending a cooldown to keep it in there. Firewall Sentry is going to be enough to help Zoe grab that barrier. Spooked Altar's chance, but it actually gets cleared, and it looks like a good spot here for the Bureau of Strikers. Actually, sorry, looking good for the Cyberswipe.
Yeah, crazy point. These long bounce house rounds always get so crazy, and Atlas is really good on this map, especially with this one barrier up. It's kind of like Night Market. He can just hold forever, and it's a lot easier for him to just press Expanse and get the core out than it is for like any other goalie to get the core out on this map. And Expo Chan about to have flip, same with Zoe the Witch. As long as they use it right, they should be able to score here. True Danger does have flip, it's not guaranteed, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely getting the energy up there. Assertive misses a little, minor perception there. Going to miss the core, lose the barrier. Spooked Altar is going to be on there with the top spin. Get it on in, and it's going to be a set here for Narrow's Bureau of Strikers, evening this one out. True Danger, the one to grab their first awakening, which is not as good as getting Kazan in there, but still completely acceptable as you've certainly won the set.
Yeah, and okay, so first off, I cast a curse that, my fault. But Atlas might get perfect form here, which is insane. Yeah, he has a ton of CDR now. This Atlas has unfortunately took 1-2 punch and not extra special, so he's not able to like constantly churn cooldowns. But still, like perfect form on its own helps your CD so much as Atlas with ult. And it's important to note, however, Now's Burrow Striker just got good awakenings on every single character. Fight or Flight Now, Rapid Fire, Orb Ponder, Kai, and Rampage Kazan are really difficult to deal with, especially when the Kazan has 1-2 punch and Adren, and when he gets bigger, his primary pushes you further.
Yeah, absolutely. Size Kazan is just something I'm personally scared of, and something just like a good stat to go for. Kazan, his whole character kit scales on size. And we'll see it in just a moment as some of these barriers might go down here to Spooked Altar, grabbing some of these buff stacks. But we do have Now's Bureau of Strikers, no barriers right now, but they do have a power play, which is huge here. If they can get this barrier, yes, they do grab a stack here for the Rampage. Now, if they can make it happen with the Adrenaline Rush, is also helping on in here. The speed, again, another flip coming in. Okay, yeah, energy just keeping it up. A lot of the ping-ponging that's going on here, and just good movement here from Spooked Altars, getting them in the fray, into the core, and that's just a lot of energy. And nice point there from the Bureau.
Yeah, a lot of good rounds in a row from the Bureau. That is a great way to refer to them. And I think, like, it's hard here when you're in a qualifying game when Cyberswipe, they really want this, right? They're the 6th seed team playing the 3rd seed. It's a hard matchup, but the first set they barely won, and since then they've been scored on 4 times in a row. And some of those rounds did not look great. Exochan almost with the really clean, like, Aimee main Blink Glitch Pop score there, barely not scoring. And fun fact about this game, I remember Appabug saying this to me like 2 seasons ago. Drew Danger has a problem with playing against Aimees. Maybe he's fixed it by now, but it at least used to be a thing.
Interesting. What about, like, you just like did not like playing against the abilities, or what?
Well, he would never admit it, but Appabug felt like whenever they played against Aimee, he would lose to Blink a lot.
Interesting. Okay, that's fair. It is sort of hard to react to, but you can definitely do it. I think Drew Danger is looking solid enough in this game. I wouldn't say he's too super losing to Aimee just yet, but overtime does seem to roll over here, and the Bureau is looking a little weak right now with no barriers. They're gonna have to get this one out of here, get in the hands of Spooked Altar, so we can grab another one of these stacks of Rampage. Kind of looking like one of their win cons right now, though. Okay, clears the ball down once more here. Just Scandals through this little cubby here, but oh man, helps it on through into this sentry. The firewall sentry is actually going to grab that one, and nice one by Expo-chan.
Yeah, huge. And Expo was able to pick up Secret Surge on that last draft. So that last draft, or the previous draft where they didn't go the Dash Awakening and went Glass Cannon instead, they still got a Dash Awakening because there were just enough left. 4 Dash Awakenings in this Awakening rotation is a little crazy. And they're able to get both barriers here so quick. And Spooked Altar still has not gotten another Rampage stack since the first round of this set. I've been tracking, he's still at 2. So
Indeed.
There's only a set amount of barriers you can get per round, and another one just went away for Spooked Altar. Now, Cyberswipe is on set point for this set, and I mean, if Assertive can get more CDR Awakenings, if Aimee can get a little bit of damage or some more speed, there's so many ways for them to break this game open. On the other side, this Now build is already looking terrifying, and so is this Drew Danger build. This is a typical Drew Danger build where you can carry games in the late game. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, Scandal's definitely got a lot of speed coming up here, though. Fight or Flight, really crazy awakening, but man, a kill. Looks like from Assertive here, possibly with that energy burst. It's going to make a little bit of a power play for Cyberswipe. Maybe Assertive pushes in on one of these lanes here. Expo-chan getting that Firewall Sentry, but doesn't seem to grab the goal. Drew Danger does a solid job of holding. In fact, loses their own barrier here. Cyberswipe. Scandal's pushing in with that flip, and wow, nice one. Get right past that Astral Projection. And they're making it happen here as they even this game up completely. I was going to ask you, Laird, do you happen to know that when Atlas ult ticks actual heals, does that cause perfect form?
Yes.
Alright, that's kind of big.
Yeah, if you ever play Atlas and get perfect form, ulti someone when they're, and watch when they're standing inside of it, how quickly your ult ticks down, or your other cooldowns tick down. It's really funny.
That is good. That is definitely super good to keep in mind here for all you Atlas players. I actually don't play any of Atlas, so useless for me.
Unfortunate. But Zoe the Witch about to have core flip, Expo using hers there, and oh, that's such a good clear by Drew. Actually, props. Sony salutes himself. Always love how Drew Danger emotes. Underrated thing that people talk about with him. He emotes a lot like Gumi. I'll say it, at least old Gumi. Current Gumi, not as much of an emoter, but Drew Danger still has that emote gene in him.
The emote gene definitely is an interesting one, and not always most favored. I know a lot of people do not like that, but oh, real quick, top spin from Spooked Alter right in Assertive's face is going to be enough to grab that one. He even had the flip right behind Scandals behind them as well. Is going to be a pretty tough to get that one out. It looks like the Bureau looking solid right now, and we have Kazan. Oh, could this be more size? Catalyst is being hovered right now, which is another pretty crazy awakening just in general. I mean, Energy Burst is the best move.
Yeah, Egos is still up, so Catalyst, really good awakening. Rasmus, meanwhile, getting more size. Now, Ops for Stacks over Monu. This is Shianzu endorsed, I'm pretty sure, to be clear. I think Stacks, really good awakening on now. Monu, still good, just not as good. Missile Prop on Aimi, gonna let her catch some more things off, but it gives the Kai Primetime Rapid Fire Orb Ponder, and Drew is not gonna run out of barrages now. This is a pretty scary spot to be in if you're Cyber Swipe. Blue side has a lot of scary awakenings now. They have a lot of scary awakenings coming for the next draft. I think Cyber Swipe has the draft, the awakenings they need to win, but they have to outplay.
Yeah, I think it's close. I mean, getting the second size for Rasmus allows you to just win strike wars and wins a lot of situations in general. A win condition from team player can be a win condition by itself, just having a lot of extra core speed. I think a little bit extra damage from Expo Chan is acceptable, maybe not as strong, but like you said, lots of barrages here from Drew Danger, lots of barrages indeed, and it's Scandals use full speed build actually, so this is mobility master right now. They're going to be all over the map, and it's going to be definitely needed as Zoe is going to be putting a lot of pressure here on Drew Danger.
Oh, good strike by Scandals. Sorry, I was so focused on that strike core. I was like so into it. But they have double flip on the side of the barrow. And it's really important how this gets used here, but Expo Chan has the core, ends up forcing double flip out from Scandals and Spook, but they get the barrier, and now, I mean, they can definitely score. Atlas gets so much more scoreable on once the barrier is down. Like, that striker, he is so scary when the barrier is up. Now, big, wide open expanse for you to hit the core into, which Atlas's expanse won't cover, gets a little easier.
Sure. The team player on overtime, though, is also going to be a little bit problematic for the Bureau, except for when Scandals is faster than light, getting one strike in there, and that fight or flight's going to make them super fast. Already has 150 stacks. It's kind of hard to stack that sometimes, but now does a super good job of getting tons of hits to make it happen, though, and it looks like the Bureau is kind of in a little bit of an advantage here. I say a little bit just to be nice, but definitely a lot of advantage here. The Cyber Swipe's going to have to make something happen, as the core is going to get into the hands of Spooked Alter again. More stacks of Rampage is not what you want if you are Cyber Swipe. Zoe looking a little bit low here. Now Kazan can do the second thing he's made to do, which is kind of finish off kills, kill people whenever he feels like it. And the third thing that Kazan's really good at is having no stagger at all and dying on impact.
Yeah, I mean, Expo Chan just had a hero play. That was pretty insane. Drew getting really low, almost dead. Expo goes for the hero blink, but barely able to make it. Meanwhile, Assertive murders Drew Danger in cold blood, and Scandals unfortunately strikes into the gigantic Rasmus primary. This game is 1-1 now. Could be anyone's game. Zoe the Witch almost has core flip, so does Assertive and Scandals. And something I wanted to mention was Assertive could have had Primetime Perfect Form and bend this Atlas with like a billion cooldowns. Instead, giving Drew Danger the Primetime, and I didn't even mention this, he has Orb Ponderer too, right? Orb Ponderer gives you double cooldowns back if you have Twin Drive or Primetime. It is broken.
Extremely good, sounds like.
Yeah, so one of those like quirky little awakening interactions people don't know much about, but can win or lose you games. Meanwhile, though, Cyber Swipe finding some good KOs, kills Spooked Alter there. Scandal's gonna have to do something with this core flip.
Yeah. Definitely don't want to miss this core flip, though, as we've seen tons of core flip misses in exactly this game. Also, a little bit earlier, we were mentioning, is Expo Chan the Cyber Swipe Glitch Pop combo type? And I'm going to go with yeah. I think Expo Chan's been doing a really good job of exactly that to steal some kills, especially with some of that extra power here from the 30% guys from Super Surge. Oh my god, 32 on Deadeye, but it's like 30, whatever. And a little bit of extra power here from the missiles too, 20%. So they are quite strong with both of their moves here. But Drew Danger, great redirects to keep that speed, get that core away. Now Assertive's under a ton of pressure here from Spooked Alter, who has died. No stacks of Rampage left. Now they're just a little bit small small Kazan, but Giant Rasmus is still coming in hot here. Drew having a tough time dribbling because he's so powerful with this 1-2 punch in overtime. Gonna have to clear this one away. It's hard to get to the teammates here. Scandal's gonna have to get in front one more time and give it to Drew, and give it to Spooked Alter for this goal.
Yeah, and this is intense, right? Like, they barely got that barrier skin of their teeth. This 1-2 punch really gaining a lot of value along with the team player, and Zoe the Witch barely able to sneak that in. Huge because Evil Drew Danger almost had core flip. Spooked Alter had flip. This now they're gonna have to use it on this round instead of the last round, and they're playing from behind. They're one set Cyber Swipe. I still think it's a rough spot for them, but with Spooked Alter dying instantly, losing his flip, and now Drew kind of getting no value from his flip, Cyber Swipe could bring this to set 5.
Agreed, and that was by Expo-chan. Once again, Cyber Swipe glitch pop combo just going to be slaying Spooked Alter. Left to right, Expo-chan's getting a ton of kills here. Now they're going to try to set their sights on Zoe, perhaps. Okay, going to spend a flip there. Expo-chan's not going to hit the ball once again. Cyber Swipe kind of for nothing there. Drew Danger backs up nicely. Spooked Alter gets their hands on the ball for just a moment. Crooked leverage to keep itself in the corner here. Scandals trying so hard to get it past Expo-chan, but doesn't have any strike advantage to make it happen. They do have a flip, though, if they can get a little bit closer to this barrier. Okay, nice shot from Spooked Alter. Now they can use this flip to actually grab this goal. Okay, they use their thing to get the Maelstrom Orb. Can they get close enough to this? They actually get super counter flipped. Oh, no.
I mean, Assertive just was very assertive there with the flip, for sure.
Oh, man.
That was insane. That was like in her net that was insane. Well deserved MVP. And now with the pick of what she wants, we'll see what happens. Does Orb Dancer fall to Drew Danger is the first thing I'm thinking of. She grabs the Egoist. This makes sense. Kazan kind of was gonna get it. Expo-chan takes the Orb Dancer. Okay, things are going pretty expected. Scandals has to deny Might of the Colossus, and the Kazan gets nothing. Like, he can dash further, and that will help him live a little bit more in some specific spots, and also maybe secure a goal or two, but that's about it. Really good draft for Cyber Swipe there. Basically, like, everything went about as good as they could hope, I think, with, like, the placement of everyone and everything. And this could easily be Cyber Swipe's game. They're off to a good start, on a map that I would say favors their comp.
Yeah, true. I do like the Awakenings indeed. Definitely don't want the enemy team, just in general, to have that Egoist. It's really scary burst potential and longevity potential, as it just gives you 25 energy back, which is kind of a lot. So definitely securing that one. Even grabbing it right now, getting a little bit of extra speed, they can kind of flip on a whim, and they'll just have it back in a short time, as they do have both of their barriers down, though. Scandal's trying to make it happen here with that primary. The drone, okay, almost enough to score the goal. Zoe looking really weak right now. Their size might actually get them killed. Drew moves up a little bit too much, but does end up clearing it out there. Expo-chan going to try to get involved here. Assertive spends their flip, doesn't get much off of it, but Spooked Alter's relentless pressing the point passive is going to score that one, and Scandals gets to keep their flip for the next round.
Yeah, hard round there for Cyber Swipe. In the end, they lose the barriers, and when Kai has barriers up, and has all the CDR trainings. It's pretty good. Zoe the Witch dying on cooldown on the start of on kickoff because of the Deadeye that Drew Danger caught in that last draft, and he loses a barrier here. Cyber Swipe doesn't lose anything, ends up not really working. They die.
Oof.
Kind of a bad power play there, but
oh god,
there are things happening.
It feels like Drew is just beating people up in defense. He's like, the only thing I could do is fight the people, like kill the people who are attacking me. That's what it feels like right now. Does have a lot of barrage cooldown. Can kind of do that. But okay, yeah, no barriers right now. Giant Zoe in the way, and man, that pendulum swing was truly the size of the sun, and not many people are good against the size of the sun, so it's going to be Cyber Swipe taking that point, evening this one up, and again, we're getting closer and closer to the biggest part of this game, which is who's moving on.
Yeah, and this is the winner side qualification for liftoff. Both of these teams, it will still have a chance if they lose this, but it means so much to win here, and Zoe the Witch, Expo-chan, expert offense, looking to try and seal the deal and get themselves a match point.
Yeah, really great evade there from Expo as well to also help grab the orb, stay alive, and keep themselves in this game. Zoe the Witch, huge, just in the way, just what a menace, and had flip for that moment. It was going to be nearly unblockable there for Drew, as the open goal is going to make it just too hard. And now Cyberswipe is trying to take this one and not play any more games. They're just trying to qualify and get the heck out of here, which is totally fair. It's starting off really great here with a barrier already here, 5 seconds in. Assertive gonna get it on up there to Expo-chan. They do have team player to help them out there. So we looking a little bit weak, actually getting blasted left and right, almost dying, hoping Assertive has ult at some point here. Spooked Altar's going to get in the way, grab a barrier themselves. Not going to end up finishing off Zoe the Witch just yet, though. Gonna hold on to this. Okay, actually Drew is gonna get a barrage backwards here, and now this is a big point here to stay alive for Cyberswipe.
Expo-chan and Assertive both have flip. They can definitely hold this. Assertive wastes the flip. Unfortunate sequence of events there. Spooked Altar about to have flip. Could be huge, and he just gets a pass anyway. Atlas Expanse has a small buffer when you press it, and kind of looked like that timing. Spooked Altar could just push to the core through that much faster. Now, the Burrow, almost 3 flips. No flips on the side of Cyberswipe. This is a very tough game. Scandals misses the KO. That's huge.
Yep, Spooked Altar getting a stack there of Rampage, helping out just for a moment here. Also has flip to try to make it happen right through Assertive. Actually doesn't need it yet. Now they can use it for the goal, which is a huge problem here. Okay, looking for a pass. Drew Danger actually spamming right now. Spends his own flip, gonna try to back it up with Barrage, and Spooked Altar's strike is gonna get it through, and that's it. It looks like now's Bureau of Strikers takes this one from winner's side, and Cyberswipe's gonna have to keep playing more games for the day.
Yeah, I'm a big Cyberswipe fan, so I'm a little sad to see that. Of course, also now is Bureau of Strikers. Ton of good storied players on that team. Evil Drew Danger has been a NASA champion, right? He got subbed out last season for chatting, but they still ended up being a champion. And meanwhile, Spooked Altar and Scandals had good runs in Nasty up till this point. And I think you saw that here, right? They, on the last set, kind of came together. They missed the first pass to Drew Danger, but they saw it afterwards and they were able to score. And on this leaderboard, right, like we see Scandals, huge performance, ton of redirects. We saw him miss a kill on the last point, but that was not the game that we saw from Scandals overall. He had a really good performance, and he was able to play now. He was able to keep the core, get a ton of speed awakenings, and pop off.
Yeah, I agree. Now is like, it's like half mobile, right? Which she has an ult that's like a pretty great teleport, but like she doesn't have a normal blink like most characters, but she does have a speed up, and grabbing all of those speed awakenings kind of makes you this like just good melee mobile force of reckoning. I don't know. Scandals did a great job of drafting there, and just look at this, 342 redirects. They were all over the place making it happen. So really great work there from Now's Bureau of Strikers. Actually just clutched that one out, and we'll be seeing Cyberswipe a little bit later perhaps as the next matches will commence.
I do think if you look at what kind of decided that game, to me, it was the fact that Kai had so many cooldowns. He could just spam them on Zoe the Witch basically the entire last set. Once he got prime time with the Orb Ponder and it resetting double CDs, he was just unstoppable, right? Like, he didn't have many redirects, he didn't have many saves, but Kai had 50,000 damage.
Yeah.
It's a little insane. And congratulations on Now's Bureau of Strikers for making liftoff. Meanwhile, these teams in losers, what are we probably going to end up casting? The winner of Low Chills and Flex going to give it to you versus Lions Eat Bears?
Possibly, but we'll have to wait just a few minutes here as we're going to jump to a little bit of a break here. Stay tuned as there's so much more strikers to see. This is Liftoff 2. The champions will be made. See you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to Launchpad number 2 here, and we're getting on in here to the side of losers bracket. We just saw a really sick set there from Cyberswipe, and the Bureau of Strikers was actually pretty close. Yeah, go ahead.
5.5 banger.
Yeah.
I think we're also going to be in for another, right? Lions Eat Bears versus Vochells.
Yes, actually, definitely. These are all like pretty competent players you see on the ladder all the time. And I think that they're all pretty evenly skilled here. So I am definitely expecting like a really solid game.
Yeah, both of these teams were seeded pretty similarly. I think Wochills was like, I don't know why I'm trying to pull up their seeding. It doesn't really matter that much. But 9th seed for Lions Eat Bears, 5th seed for Wochills. They're both expected to pretty much meet each other here. And I think when you look at the Lions Eat Bears team with Lola Mao, Venz, and John Fortnite, Lola Mao, nasty playoffs. I don't think he won, but like they got top 4 or something. I don't know. And Ven's NASA playoffs got 6. Has been a player around for a while, around that like NASL level. And John Fortnite had a really good LAN appearance like months ago, like almost a year ago at this point. Not the most known player, doesn't play a ton, but they're a pretty solid roster. They're kind of one of those stereotypical Rasmus Mako teams where they're going to be looking to pick size characters and beat you with that. Meanwhile, Wochills, one of the most like original and kind of funny teams in OS, always banger games. ZZZ known to have a very one-dimensional but fun to watch and unique playstyle that no one else really does.
Oh yeah, definitely master of kill confirms, master of dealing damage, master of stealing all the orbs on the map as fast as possible. If you've played with ZZ a couple times, you know exactly what's going on, and we'll be seeing it once again here as it looks like ZZ is probably hitting the X here. Their team has an Octavia, though, so this is going to be kind of... It's actually so funny, because we have, like, Octavia Chrono Boost. Okay, that's pretty scary, but then it's like, oh, how do you counter that? Maybe Deadeye, maybe some big fat damage with Deadeye Amy to make it happen. So it looks like Taco is going to have to play a little bit defensively here, even though they do have Chrono Boost Octavia, which is going to be just a headache for everybody. It's like a headache to manage her, a headache to kill her. It's kind of just the worst.
Yeah, I think I mean, oh god, Wochills picked Octavia. Okay, yeah, you're probably right. I hope this is ZZZ X. It could be the ZZZ Octavia.
We've
seen
way.
It before.
I have seen it before. I will not allow this.
They are red side. We cannot tell until after draft. Meanwhile, Lions Eat Bears, very traditional comp. Rasmus, Aimee, Atlas. I think all these characters you can say are at least top 4 in their roles. And when you see Lola Mao, you get why it's Rasmus and not like Asher or something. Especially on Chrono Boost and High Start. And it is the ZZZX. Okay. We've been saved. No Siphoning Wand Octavia. Is a Siphoning Wand X, however. We are going to see ZZZ set on the enemy goalie or someone and try and slowly damage them over time. Octavia is probably just going to keep the core, and Mako is going to make people fast and help Octavia keep the core. Wochills, as far as their weird comps go, this is like one of the ones that like you can at least see what they're going for. And yeah, winning the first set gonna matter a lot for either of these teams because either of them can get vital awakenings that will break the game open.
Yeah, absolutely. Octavia is just kind of like that. She gets some of the speed awakenings or Castelless or something like that, and she just becomes the worst. I mean, X is the same way, as they do get a score there. CZZ with the help of Taco, of course. But yeah, X is another character that just loves to be scaling at the end of the game. I mean, that's the thing, is if X wins the first set, it's usually a catastrophe for the enemy team, because he is a slow start, basically do nothing for a while until he gets things like Perfect Form or Egoist or something ridiculous. Even some size on X is also just like a problem, so they're going to be trying to look to scale a little bit as they have X and Octavia on that team, and the opposing team is definitely, like we were mentioning, a little more traditional. The characters are quite good in their roles, and they're probably going to be trying to stop this Octavia from moving, but I mean, actually, they are doing a solid job right now, as they do have both of Cake's barriers down right now, and it's going to be a punch here from ZZZ. Taco going to be supporting with that flip. Okay, actually going to get counter flip there from Venz, and they score right off of it.
Yeah, and like you said, this is an important set for Lions Eat Bears to win. They kind of they're against a team that scales really well. They can just get all of these really valuable awakenings like Chrono Boost, which was a starter awakening, but more dash awakening, stagger swagger, that type of thing on Octavia, size on X and power, and then obviously Mako can also get dash awakenings and just like make the Octavia essentially have a dash awakening herself. Kind of a crazy comp. Meanwhile, Lions Eat Bears, they had 3 flips at the beginning of the round, I feel like, and now they're all gone and not much to ask to get from it. ZZZ has flip. Really curious how he ends up using it.
Yeah, true. You know, it's interesting. A dynamic of this comp. Really great kill from ZZZ there. Actually, the Chrono Boost helping out. An interesting dynamic of this comp actually could be seen like, okay, you know how you kind of want to kill Octavia, you want to kind of focus her here and there, but ZZZ being just damage X character, kind of putting pressure on the opponents to play more defensively, kind of keeps Octavia alive in that weird way. So if that's kind of what they're going to go for here, I could totally see that happening. As long as Octavia is free to roam, she is a menace.
Yeah, it's also really hard to score on Mako if you have no abilities after killing Octavia. I think, like, as far as Wochill's comps go, this is like, I mean, I don't think Octavia is really meta right now, but this is like a comp where you can definitely see, like, a NASL team might pick this one day. I could see Bozo Bunch playing this comp, right?
Yeah, sure.
And fun fact there, Lolamau, like a Bozo Bunch sub, kind of playing against this comp that he may have even like played against in like scrims or something before. I don't know. Fun fact. Meanwhile, Wochill is about to have 2 core flips, one of them on ZZZ. Gonna be huge how he uses it, especially since John Fortnite has no abilities left.
True, ZZZ, definitely a couple of strikes here from that core flip. They do end up finding a kill onto the opposing goalie though, and man, that's gonna be it. Octavia pushes that one in, and oh man, I can't say the word scale any harder. If Wochills wins this first set, it's like it's really bad here for Lions Eats Bears. They have to pull everything. They have to pull it together right now and win this set if they're going to keep themselves alive, because this team is probably going to scale no matter what, but it cannot be on the first set, as we see ZZZ already beating the crap out of Lamau XD, and he's already basically low to nothing here. Taco even helping out with a little bit of damage there, and they know their win condition is for ZZZ to basically end the lives of some of these players.
Yeah, and Lolamau had like this hero evade earlier in the round on a dashed core flip that was incoming from ZZZ, but he's out of evade. Taco doesn't opt to use the core flip to kill him. Kind of not what I think is correct there, but overall, somehow Ven's winning every strike war in a row makes this play end up really good for Lions Eat Bears. They're getting so many resources out of Wochills, who is out of Octavia secondary, but then kind of just Ven's dies. A lot of things are happening. I feel like when things happen in Omega Strikers, you think they're going to go one way, and then like half the time they don't.
Yeah, I mean, ZZZ is doing a ton of damage here, and it's really just being supported by Taco and Cakes, as they're just really helping it so that people are not regenerating. Of course, the siphoning one doing its job, I mean, Taco getting a kill themselves there. Octavia X is going to win this first set, and this is going to be huge for Wochills. Oh man, actually, ZZZ missing just by a pixel there. Going to try to push it in, but Venz gets a great defense here. The top and the bottom here from John and Venz do end up holding that one. Lomaris getting in there as fast as possible here. The Firewall Sentry do a little bit of damage, put a lot of pressure here. Venz can get the ball, not fast enough in the hands of ZZZ. Going to make it happen, actually going to kill on to John Fortnite. It's going to roll in there from another hit from Taco, and well, Catastrophe has struck. Somehow this team on the right here has won the first set. I mean, please explain that one.
Yeah, I mean, Chronoboost X found so many random valuable kills in that set, it felt like, with his longer dash that people just weren't ready for, and they stacked damage well, they kept the core. Now Octavia able to get big fish instead of aerials or rapid fire. I kind of see why. Denies it from Rasmus. Gets stagger so she can live longer, gives Mako aerials, which is basically like getting aerials on Octavia anyway in some ways. I can see it. She has size, she has speed now. X gets 1-2 punch, they'll do even more damage, and that draft looked really good for Wochills. The one thing is, Lions Eat Bears can scale. They have Twin Drive Atlas, they have an Aimee who has rapid fire. There are good awakenings here. There's something to work with.
Sure, I can agree with all of that there. The Awakening pick's definitely a little interesting, but it's kind of Octavia. I feel like newer age Octavia kind of has been experimenting a little bit more with like some of the more stagger things, picking Catalyst over like Castelast I've seen happen before. And it's like, okay, I mean, fair. Catalyst is kind of insane. You get a bunch of extra hits from the ult as well, so it's like, Okay, sure. Energy Burst is the best move in the game by a mile, so I guess more of those is totally fine. This Taco was already built up enough energy to make that one happen. They're getting on in there, getting involved, spending the ult, but a perfect evade here from LAUXD is actually going to keep them totally healthy here. ZZZ trying to press in here with that Energy Burst as well, and they're going to knock Vens down to nothing here with the help of Taco too. Maybe Cakes can get a kill here, and yeah, they kind of just do the strike. The Mako passive plus the strike shot is enough to kill, and Wochills has just been in control since this game has started.
Yeah, it really does feel like Wochill's game so far. They haven't scaled yet, and they're taking a lot of damage. I feel like they could be playing these like death situations a little better and not taking as much damage. But they're now in a good position set up to try and find something, but Cakes with an insane core flip, and now John Fortnite getting low, has no ult, has no evade. He's probably not going to die unless he messes up, but when you're getting this pressured as a goalie, it's just really hard to strike the ball at the right time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lions Eat Bears able to get the barrier and now be in a stronger spot than Wochills, but Wochills has 2 flips. Wastes 1, lull him out, about to get flipped in front of this Mako in a 1v1. Strike shot saves it.
Yep, great strike shot there from Cakes, though. Taco do have flip here to hold on to this. Spends the ult for... I'm not entirely sure why we saw that ult there, but no problem, though. We're going to get that one cleared. Cakes with another close save here. LAUXD finally getting that flip here from that last strike. Going to try to get themselves involved now to make this point happen here. He actually hits both players with the flip. Nicely passed on over to Vens. Keeps that speed with a good 45 angle right past Cakes, and they're going to score that one. And finally, a little bit of signs of life here from Lions Eat Bears. Yeah, again, their Awakenings do have scaling potential, as Vens has a lot of primaries, and John Fortnite has the potential to have a ton of expanse uptime here, but we'll have to see it happen if they can get it around some of the... Like, the strategy here is looking about half the time, where it's like Taco and Cakes are just playing defense 2v2 against LAUXD and Vens, and it's just, can ZZZ kill John Fortnite in time?
Yeah, and he's not even necessarily looking to kill John Fortnite, but be like this big walking hitbox that like gets him out of the spot he wants to be in. And that's what ZZZ's good at, but Cakes hasn't been able to hold for long enough yet and get this speed on like really good windows. They're almost able to get that. Vens is really low now, but John Fortnite's holding. This twin drive seems to be helping along with the rapid fire, but Taco snipes it with his own primary. And now there's an open net here. Cakes has flipped. Barrier's going to take a while to come down, and ZZZ plays that amazingly. Great timing on the strike, slow, patient play, and he gets the core in.
Yeah, good work. ZZZ just being a big menace, exactly like they're supposed to here, with 1-2 punch also helping a lot of that damage, including, you know, the chrono boost 1-2 punch, the bull rush plus the ult is really painful when you have things like 1-2 punch to go with it as well. And you get a little bit of the ensnare jumps here to keep the ball onto the top side into the hands of Taco, who's working on another flip for themselves here. Cake has theirs to make it happen, but we're going to have one from Vens to grab the final barrier here. Cake's going to have to try to get some value out of their own flip, though. Taco has theirs now. ZZZ trying to build a little bit of energy here and just knock John Fortnite out of position. It looks like Taco's going to spend theirs just to get it to ZZZ, but again, we have John Fortnite doing a solid job of holding here. This one barrier is their entire life, is their child in this situation here. You always got to hold that last barrier. It's a really slow game as this moment here, as we're going to get a firewall sentry. Cake's going to try to defend it with not much, but ZZZ looking a little bit low. If we can have that Lions Eat Bears get a kill on ZZZ, maybe that'll be the pressure relief that they need.
Yeah, ZZZ tanking the entire turret helped Cakes get it out, but at the cost of his own stagger, and he's able to heal. Vens almost gets the kill. That was like frames away from still being staggered. And now ZZZ is just going away, hitting Atlas. Could have timed his hit stun a little better there and probably got the core through, but they're still keeping the core up. Taco has flow state running, about to have flip. Great damage there, taking almost his entire HP bar from like one hook and cyber swipe. But he still has flip, he still has flow state. Lions Eat Bears is using every single resource they have trying to finish this kill, but there's orbs on the map. Taco is fast, and Wochill's got the barrier.
Look how fast Taco is. That's crazy. Oh man, another bull rush here with the combination of 1-2 punch, chrono boost, and making it happen. ZZZ using it perfectly, gets a kill onto the goalie again. And man, when you said the hook damage, I had to actually check if LAUXD took Deadeye. Did not take Deadeye. That was just simply hook destroying Octavia, which is fair. She should be dying. She should be getting killed. So it's all good, everybody. We're chilling. This is vanilla. This is real. This is canon. So
Yes.
working on this next point here. Chills still ahead here by 1 point in this set, though. Lions Eat Bears doesn't even have a set right now to work with, so they're going to have to try to, once again, pull this together as the Firewall Sentry does grab a barrier here. No pressure on John Fortnite just yet, though. ZZZ perhaps charging up a little bit of health, grabbing some cooldowns. They're going to fly in with the Chrono Boost. Taco, no cooldowns right now to help keep possession, though. The Mao XD can't seem to get it to Vens for a nice pass through the center here. Fortnite using that expanse to keep their own barrier alive right now, but it's going to be 0 cooldowns against a Strike War, and they're going to lose it. It's actually an advantage strike. It's really not like a Strike War. It's whatever you want to call it, but getting in there with that. Oh gosh, the ult. What's the ult named? I forget. With Taco's ult.
I have no idea. I do not know.
Boom is the passive, flow state is the thing.
Oh my,
and
how do you know that?
I used to know them all. I stink now. Sorry everybody, I stink.
Well, I think you're still pretty great. Meanwhile, in this draft, Catalyst for the Octavia. Kind of crazy, no?
Yeah.
Atlas doesn't go perfect form. John Fortnite, not a knower, or at least Lions Eat Bears, not a knower of how good this Awakening is. He gets hot shot anyway, but like perfect form, twin drive, like I don't know. I think it's still perfect form there. Meanwhile, Mako gets Rampage, and the X goes built different, which feels like it should be flipped, but like, hey, they still got really good Awakenings. Both teams, really good Awakenings. Something to look at. Lolamau has stacks. Will he be able to get the stacks in this round? Or in this set, because he has been dying, and when will he? Because until then he is a dead Awakening.
True. Stacks really slow. Even when you have 149 stacks, it's like, okay, and it just doubles right when you get that 150. So it's full stack or nothing pretty much for that Awakening, as they do blast Octavia out of there with that Pendulum Spring. Really great work there from MSC to catch that one. Ven's bottom side here with a little bit of extra speed, wins that war against Cakes nicely. Okay, Fortnite maybe moving up a little bit to help it on through here. Good pass. Ven's tries to make it happen, but Cakes really gets that primary in there. Damn it, forget everyone's move, but really great primary from Cakes there. Oh my god, I'm so bad. I'll take over.
Wait, no, you were doing so good.
I'm a
okay, listen, we
noob.
all
I'm
forget
a
about
noob.
names. But meanwhile, 3 core flips on the side of Ochills. ZZZ using one to find the KO and Benz. Insane strike war there, actually, but ZZZ, gigantic, in the right spot at the right time, and this is looking like Ochill's game. ZZZ has a talent show to get to that he's hosting next weekend. And
oh yeah, I did hear
he's
about
trying to finish this up, yeah. I wanted to throw in the shout out, but anyways, 2 core flips on the side of Ochills, and they're point up. Lola Mao only at 54 stacks. This is a really hard spot to be in if you're a Lions Eat Bears fan or a player on the team, especially when you have Octavia in your face with her ultimate running, no ability name, and core flip.
Base drop. It's base
drop.
drop. I was given the answer. Yeah, Base Trap doing a really great job of killing players who are not standing in the goalie arc. I mean, ZZZ, crazy bell ringer there to actually grab a kill, deal a ton of damage, all the pressure, get the goal. I mean, does it all right now. They're looking at match point, though. I mean, Wochills has had every bit of advantage in this game, and they're just going to keep at it. I mean, Taco was level 10 for the last, like, 3 rounds as well. So just hitting the ball infinitely, getting all the barriers, helping out. I mean, they're just doing exactly what their roles were meant to do here. They just have all the control.
Yeah, and like we saw in the beginning of the game, it was so much closer than this. But at this point, the Roadchills team comp of like 3 scaling picks somehow won the first 2 sets and has scaled. So one of the like more dominant Roadchills games I've ever seen. This is like the team I know to always go to set 5.5, but they're up 2 barriers and they might be punching their ticket 2 lift off right here.
They could be doing that. Taco has flow state pushing onto the bottom side. We just saw Expanse. It's definitely going to be down. Astral Protection comes out. Atlas maybe low on cooldowns. Lamau does get it out here with the help of a Whiplash. Okay, going to get a little bit of a strike to get it out of there. Cakes on up to Taco, who does have Energy Burst. This could be big. Vens had to use an evade just to stay alive. Could have had an Energy Burst of their own. This is going to be impossible, but actually shoots it at the Expanse. Going to be saving that one right there. John Fortnite. Okay, Lamau XD has a chance to really make this happen here. Combo with Vens. Oh, doesn't get the pendulum swing. Vens, don't be losing to ZZZ right now. Keep yourself in the game. Oh.
That was, yeah, the Atlas primary shot it up into the like inclined area of the net, and John Fortnite unable to land the strike. Hard sequence to pull off, and that's it. That's Wochills in liftoff, and this team, they didn't make playoffs in Nasty. People kind of view them as this hot and cold team that kind of trolls a lot of games. But in this one, they were dominant. They picked a kind of real team comp. Paco got a whole ton of redirects and played pretty well. And ZZZ kind of did his thing.
Yeah, I can agree with all that. I mean, we see an incredible amount of redirects from Taco being Octavia. You better have that many redirects. You're playing Octavia or you're garbage. But yeah, good job here from Taco. I mean, ZZZ again, 50,000 damage. That's almost double second place here. So they were doing exactly what ZZZ was born to do, which is beat people up. Getting 7 kills there, 3 kills from Taco as well. We saw a couple of those from that base drop, Octavia Ultimate. So that's also, I mean, man, they just played all of their roles perfectly. And unfortunately, the other team could not seem to get a hold on it. Lion Eats Bears was just down. They couldn't pick themselves up. They couldn't get a big enough advantage. And yeah, I mean, just great teamwork from a team that's been relatively static for a while here, though. Woe Chills has been in it. They've been out of it. And so now they're going to be moving on there right over to Launchpad, or right over to Liftoff.
Yeah, and now I have to say this. 4 out of 5 Liftoff qualified teams from this Launchpad are Bonanza affiliated. And we're about to see Cyberswipe against the Power of Friendship. Cyberswipe, a Bonanza team, I yapped about them already, but the Power of Friendship, seed 27, has made it all the way here, upset Quest Esports, the 2nd seed. There is a Power of Friendship. And I think they're playing against the one other team in this entire bracket that I would most characterize as the Power of Friendship. Something I've always heard from Cyberswipe is that they're all like good friends who get along and laugh a lot and have fun. Looks like Power of Friendship has been doing that all the way through this bracket, and this feels like a lore matchup to me.
I mean, everything you say, I mean, true. I mean, you need the Power of Friendship to defeat that team of Quest Esports. I mean, that's a crazy upset, and it's like, oh, damn, good job, guys. You're really just coming out to play today, I suppose, and we'll be seeing them on stream. You guys are probably thinking, like, what the heck? What the heck happened, guys? Seriously, and you're going to see it. You're about to see the Power of Friendship showing up. We'll be seeing how exactly they were able to take out Quest Esports, which might be a little cursed. It's all good, though, because they're going to keep getting some more games.
And they took Quest Esports out 3-0. And let me say their names: What Zero, Zero, and Mr. Flambeau. Zero and Mr. Flambeau, and I think What Zero too, like all known as CCL players, collegiate. Mr. Flambeau on a team with Nikki Minilin, who was on Time Thieves. They did pretty good in this bracket, unfortunately couldn't qualify. Zero was on a team with Mary Meg in collegiate, who is on a team with like Fresh and Twee waiting and landing for maybe this team to make it there at this rate. And What Zero, I think like a melee goalie player who I really don't know too much about. So sorry, What Zero, but making a name for themselves here. And I'm really excited to see how they play. I feel like if you're Cyberswipe, like you were thinking when you lost that set 5.5 banger to Now's Borough of Strikers, I have to play against Quest Esports, and this is going to suck. Instead, they're against the Power of Friendship. But Power of Friendship got them pretty far so far. I've been making that joke a lot, but I think it's really funny.
It makes sense. It's really semi-inexplicable on how this has happened. But hey, if you're Cyberswipe, you're thinking, wow, this is what a pleasant surprise to not have to play against the Power of Quest Esports right now, as they're going to go into it against the Power of Friendship, making the match. I mean, boy, what an adjustment here for the bracket. If you are a fan of seeing some close matches here, probably Bonanza matches. If you're a fan of that, you're seeing a couple of Bonanza lore going on right now.
Yeah, definitely. As the official term is secretary for the Bonanza, I personally like to vouch even, that every Bonanza team game is a banger. And as we've seen, even Woe Chills, when they're having a 3-0 performance, can have a bit of a banger game. And this upcoming one, let me make sure I'm like looking at Coscord and getting like the link for the draft and stuff. I should probably have that open. Oh wait, we're supposed to like cut to break at some point.
No,
anyways, okay, we're good.
We're good.
Okay, yeah, we've been yapping long enough.
Yo, Cero, that's my teammate. That was my teammate for the LAN, bro. I know Cero.
Oh wait, here's your LAN. Tell me about him. I don't know much.
brawler player. Zero is a brawler player. He kind of does like mostly Zentaro, working on Kazan, trying to hopefully has expanded a little more to X. We were like, oh, you got an X, that'd be really good here. And he was like, I mean, but either
Does he
way,
have a rematch? Does he have Erasmus?
yes, yeah, he does
Okay,
have.
I thought I saw it before. And apparently this is a run back from winners round 2, which now that Achi is telling me that, I remember Ashley Verb saying that was assertive saying that was a really close game.
Ooh, there you
So
go, getting an insight there.
yeah, I mean, this could be a heater. I'm expecting it to be. I feel like that last match we watched was like the only 3-0 I've ever seen in one of these losers qualifying games. Which just speaks to like how much is on the line here and how like anxiety inducing this experience can be when you're the last team to get a spot in liftoff. And there might be like a nasty like last chance redemption bracket, but like that isn't for NASA, that isn't for NASL. And for these teams that want to make NASA, want to make NASL, this is their last shot.
Yeah, for sure. Especially since like a lot of the NASA and NASL teams are really like kind of jumbled up now. A lot of people have like moved on, have stopped playing, or maybe joined a different team, or just switched roles. Even sometimes they switch teams, switch roles, do things like that. So I think that in general, the power level has lowered a little bit, and a lot of people can really make their way into a bigger tier tournament like NASA. And I mean, even NASL is open to some of these stronger teams. Like Wo Chills, could like make NASL, and I'd be like, oh, I mean, okay, fair. I think the power level has lowered just a smidge,
I
and
think
allows a lot of the teams to get into like NASA.
not only like Omega Strikers is a game that isn't receiving major updates, right? So obviously I can say people have kind of quit the game or stopped playing. But I think also a lot of these people who have continued to play have improved a lot. There I feel like there's things that I thought I was amazing for learning how to do 6 months ago that I see people do in my random solo queue games now. I feel like there's a lot to be said about like people like to complain about their solo queue games. There's only so much you can do, and the game population is what it is. But when you get to these like high stake events, I feel like you see some high quality teams.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even some of these teams that are like very not static, just like show up with a lot of great synergy. And like
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much like even Assertive Zoe and Expo-chan have teamed that much. I don't know anything about their like past teaming or
Expo
like
Chan and Assertive go way back. Zoe is new. I actually scouted Zoe for them and recommended her, so part
oh
of my
nice.
bias.
My God, you're like the matchmaking in heaven.
I helped Name Chaotic get on Polar Cortex and Zoe get on Cyberswipe. Polar Cortex made it earlier today. I'm really hoping I'm 2 for 2 here.
Okay, I mean this could happen. You might be like the fortune teller or like the matchmaker here. This could be crazy.
Yeah,
This
sorry,
might
I
be a
was trying to
skill.
yeah, sorry, I was trying to pull up the draft link, but unfortunately not working for me. But that is okay. I'll see it a little delayed. I yeah. I feel like these teams, I don't really know what we're going to see from the Power of Friendship, except for Mr. Flambeau as a rune player. And we covered Sero a little bit earlier. Besides that, Cyberswipe also has a rune player, also has like Zoe the Witch, who we've talked about earlier, Kazan Rasmus. I don't think we really spoke about her like enough because she's a really interesting player. She recently came more on the scene with Draftif, formerly played like Counter-Strike Global Offensive and was the second highest rank or something in that game. Yeah. Some background in a completely different genre. Besides that, Assertive played Zealot Hockey back in the day, a game that's kind of similar to Omega Strikers. Random fun facts about these players.
Okay, we love random fun facts
Yeah.
about these players.
And besides that, like, I don't know. I'm just kind of yapping. There is a draft. I see it now. Okay. Atlas banned from Cyberswipe, assuming What Zero is an Atlas player. Meanwhile, Asher banned on the side of Power of Friendship. Not super confident about that. Zoe the Witch not super known for her Asher. But meanwhile, Expo Chan able to get the rune from Mr. Flambeau, which is a notable pick because I think Mr. Flambeau is significantly less comfortable on the other picks. Goes to the Juno, which still pretty good. And looks like a now goalie from Assertive, which I've heard she's been playing recently. My goalie, Lily Button, likes this pick a lot. More on like the timeless creator type starts, but I'm really excited to see how Assertive does on this pick. And I think Zoe the Witch on her signature Kazan gonna do a pretty good job.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised that we do see like Zoe on their main pick and Expo-chan on the pick that they really wanted as well. So I kind of feel like that's really a good start here for that team, as we do see like Flambeau getting, what do we have here? You said Juno, nice, and we have Sarah on the Rasmus. Okay, I mean Rasmus, good character basically all around. I'd like to see Sarah's Rasmus really work out here, because this is going to be like we had mentioned a little earlier, they played before and it was kind of close, and now they're coming off of a fat win against Quest Esports. They might have some really good momentum here and maybe some new ideas that they've come up with, so it's going to be a pretty good game.
Yeah, and the last game was on Night Market. This one is on Atlas Lab. Very different maps. Both have double barriers, but basically everything else is about as different as they can be. And I'm really curious. I feel like Rasmus Mako, obviously always a good comp. Meanwhile, for Cyber Swipe, this is a very like comfort comp for them. And I kind of like to see that in these kinds of games. But also, I was talking earlier, if Ruin is your comfort pick, that is a scary pick to have.
Okay,
Meanwhile,
we did chat about that.
yeah, and everyone in this game except for Sero going for rapid fire over stacks on stacks.
Whoa, that's crazy, because if we had just a moment to say like, oh, what do you think people would take in this game, I felt like it would be the exact opposite, and we would have seen almost 6 stacks on stacks.
So something notable is that nowadays that stacks takes way long. Oh, great, so clean by Zoe the Witch. Sorry, that was really clean. Wasn't expecting that, but something we've seen nowadays from these rapid fire versus stacks on stacks comps, and stacks got increased to 150 stacks. It's a lot easier to kill them and do stuff before they get the stacks if you have a bunch of rapid fires. It makes a lot of sense to me that Rasmus went stacked. I think that's just the better choice on him. But all the other characters, they stack fairly quickly. They get a lot of, they get a lot of value from having more primaries, and I can definitely see the argument for them getting it. Now goalie wants that CDR, she wants the creation size, and if they're able to get 2 more goals and win this set, and if Assertive can get something like Timeless Creator, that's really big for a now goalie.
True, I could agree with that. I felt like Now is a really good character for stacking stacks, though. She gets like a lot of different hits here and there, but we do see rapid fire, which is totally fine as we are moving on to this point.
They're both
here.
really good.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I guess it's more like a preference thing, right? 'Cause, I mean, like you're saying, you could just kill people after it takes a while to stack, but as we do see someone going off right there, it looks like Expo-chan might have fallen off the map there. Perhaps a kill from, I don't know who killed him, but
looks like a primary or something from Sero. I don't know.
Perhaps, but good kill there. We're gonna have the Power of Friendship grabbing their first point in this set here, evening this game up. Sero does have flip, could make a quick double barrier here, unless Assertive can stop them. Maybe if Sero gets a nice... Okay, actually, if he flipped like right there, I thought we would be seeing something big like that. Well, counter flip does end up catching it, though. Keep a little bit of possession of the ball. Not much going on here, and Snare Jumps does kind of jail both players, gets them to use a little bit of evade here. We got Rune with his own like Shadow Strike there, as you can kind of like stay in on board and use the pillar to strike for you in that spot. Really great primary from Sarah, but does get the Sad Boys angle, so not much happening there. Assertive really happy to see that strike shot on Now. Actually, I usually see boots, I feel like, on Now some of the time, but strike shot totally acceptable here as they're working on to this next point on the top lane.
Yeah, I think after the recent change where Momentum Boost got nerfed, it's really valid to go strike shot here. I think it works pretty well. Zoe the Witch about to have core flip, gonna be really important how she uses it, especially since overtime hits in 2 seconds. She can easily score on this Mako who has an open net. Also gonna be harder for Now to find good clears against this team comp. Zoe the Witch winning a huge strike war there, and Assertive using this ultimate to kind of create space, pressure, and keep the core up while Expo-chan respawns. Mr. Flambeau and Sero about to get core flip. Wet Zero still has his. Zoe the Witch trying to live, gonna be hard for her too, especially if she's trying to keep this flip that she almost has. And Assertive barely misses the strike. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, really close spot there, but just not enough. A point going on over to the Power of Friendship here. We do have Juno on this team, which is notoriously quite good in overtime, as you're going to see some red ball action happening here from just the strike with friends some of the times here. Just a little bit of power, a little bit of multiplier on that primary or the passive, and it's just going to give her those red balls here. A really great attempt there from Flambeau, but even better save there from Expo Chen, but the relentless efforts here of Power of Friendship is going to get that barrier here from Assertive into the hands of Wet Zero. Not going to spend the flip to help it on through. Going to use it defensively perhaps here. Okay, ends up sending off that barrier, which is fine. Okay, losing both there and spending the flip. Kind of worst case scenario if you are Power of Friendship here. Still a little bit of possession onto the bottom side. Assertive has their flip, not enough pressure to cause them to use it here. And let's see if Sarah can get this one through this banish, I guess.
Yeah, Zoe the Witch popping the flip, then the quick little Mako emote to note that was a mistake. Assertive has flip right now. Defending an open net, it's going to be hard for now to do this when she doesn't have creation size. She does have CDR with her primary, so she can set them up, and that makes it a little easier for her. But Cyberswipe basically just trying to get Expo Chan flip. Barely misses the strike on that slime. Flambeau didn't strike, kind of a no-strike mix-up. Barely misses that angle, and Sarah really clean strike into the spin. Something I see Scyther12 do all the time. One of those really clean Rasmus scores, then you know he's played Rasmus.
Yeah, for sure. And they buffed that, actually. And like I think the last 2 patches or something like that, they buffed the knockback on the Whiplash. So you do get red ball in overtime now. I think that was kind of a crazy change, but hey, you know, I'm just a guy. You know, this Awakening draft is going to show what's going to happen here. We do have primetime Rasmus, which is not something I'd expect to see.
He was forced to deny it.
From Kazan here?
Kind of, yeah. So it's weird. I don't necessarily agree with this. He takes primetime. Kazan would have probably gone Catalyst anyway, I think. But then, like, so I don't know. Really weird draft. But Red side got like every single thing they wanted. They have Monu on now. They have Timeless on Rune. Catalyst on Kazan. Juno did get Hot Shot. The core is going to go fast. So there's definitely some things for Power of Friendship to be happy about. But, I mean, that was a really lucky draft for Cyberswipe, I'm not going to lie. I feel like it looks like they had kind of the better Awakenings there, and they lost the set.
Yeah, that does happen sometimes. Yeah, good point here. That does definitely happen sometimes where you win the set and lose the Awakening draft because it's a little bit random and the characters you've picked are, you know, whatever they are, and Juno got Hot Shot, and I feel like that's going to be huge here as they are kind of ahead right now. Power of Friendship feeling themselves right now. Expo Chan going to try their best to make use of this Timeless Creator, which is insanely powerful for Rune, but in certain situations. So we'll have to see it happen here. Okay, really big banish on basically everybody, but again, another great hold here from Cyberswipe. It's actually going to be a double barrier here from Cyberswipe. Can they get themselves on this board to work on this next set? Good strike shot there from Assertive. I keep forgetting that he has strike shot because I never take it myself, so trying to remember myself that they have this strike shot.
Yeah, Assertive, she definitely is, like, I think having some unfortunate moments this game, but also some good defensive moments. Hopefully gets this out, has flip, misses the strike, but it's fine. Doesn't see the angle to Expo Chan. This is a hard game. On the side of the Power Friendship, they're about to have 3 flips, but great little setup there from Expo Chan, and Zoe gets all of the flips out and almost gets the goal, finally gets the goal. This is a close match. Sarah about to have flip though, and I feel like this now goalie struggles against Sarah when he has flip, but she got Monu. There is a play for her now.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think in this spot now will struggle with, especially the speed here from Juno. I think now is quite terrible at dealing with opposing like core speed, especially with something like Juno where it's red ball before overtime pretty much, because now his primary is quite slow. The setup doesn't really get big. It's kind of hard to set up the sentry drone when you're just like, oh, red ball's on the way. So just really tough goalie to use in certain situations. Does not seem to teleport back here. Free barrier for the side of the Power of Friendship, and man, Cyberswipe's gonna have to pull themselves together here and not get scored on, because the Power of Friendship is a little stronger than we thought, perhaps.
Yeah, sort of goes a little too far up. I think doesn't take the ultimate back. A rough round for Cyberswipe, but this game is close. I mean, we're seeing a lot of double barriers that Cyberswipe's able to get when they do get these offensive plays. They're finding sneaky little pillars or cute little redirects with Kazan. And it's a hard game because when the Rasmus has the core, a barrier usually is going down.
Yeah, Rasmus is a force to be reckoned with, especially with having that whiplash up. It just makes things super difficult here. Okay, nice strike and secondary there from Expo Chan. The Shadow Swap is going to make an instant strike there. Wet Zero does have the strike shot to hold the board there. Okay, and Snare Drums is also going to keep that one in here. So Expo Chan setting up the Shadow Swap a little bit close to the enemy goalie here to try to hold the ball, keep some more possession. Okay, that was close. The drum and bass does keep the ball away from the goal here. Can we get it out of here? Dealing a lot of damage to Expo Chan, though. Pulling them back left and right. They don't end up getting killed, though, and maybe are actually going to grab a score here. Okay, they do get a power play, though. Cyber Swipe is kind of in trouble, though.
Yeah, I mean, this is an insane point. I'm nervous for both of these teams. The ball has been almost in the net of the Power of Friendship so many times. They're holding hands in net using the Power of Friendship to just keep the core out. And now, barely saving that flip. It's basically just like a lull state if Cyber Swipe gets the core out. Yeah, now they're like kind of even again, but they just use a ton of CDs, so maybe this offensive works out. And both teams really using the Power of Friendship here. That's all I can really say.
Yeah, I feel like I favor the Power of Friendship team comp for a little bit more mobility here. Juno just has a more consistent mobility tool, unlike Rune, who's a little bit more, like, it's not, you know, you have to set it up, and it only goes to one spot. So it's, like, really good, and it does, you know, what it needs to most of the time, but it's not like a blink. It's not like a normal dash, so I would give the consistency here a little bit over to Power of Friendship, especially grabbing, like, that hot shot is just making this Juno a big force to be reckoned with. Cero, as full stacks right now, is now maybe just a little bit more powerful than some of the rapid fire right now, as they're going to try to look for a kill. If they couldn't kill Cero, yeah, that would prove your theory true, as you can just kind of simply kill the one who has the stacks. Another great hold here for the Power of Friendship, though. Assertive, keeping the ball away here, but the Now is definitely having a tough time blocking when the Rasmus has the ball, like you said.
Yeah, and Expo trying to do a cute little quirky rune play there. Unfortunately, barely doesn't work out. Now really low with no flip. Assertive, able to get the core out without using the flip there. Huge for this upcoming sequence. Now uses it. Zoe the Witch in their own net with flip. Has to use it too to kind of live. And almost dies to the middle, but barely able to kind of avoid it. And now Wet Zero with flip loses the barrier, but this is still a huge play for Power of Friendship. They're just one goal away, and Wet Zero has the reaction. Assertive has the monumental secondary, and Zero primary scores.
Okay, rough spot here if you're Cyber Swipe, but that was so close to being like this like 4D chess play here from Expo Chan, setting up the Rune and Cyber Swap in that spot, or the Cyber Swap, the Shadow Swap in that spot. Almost made it happen though, but we did have some good reactions there from Wet Zero to end up scoring that one. And again, they take the next set here, which is big. They're having some size Rasmus, which is also pretty powerful here. They don't really have anything crazy to deny from Rune. In fact, he's going to go for deny himself, not even going for Siege Machine. And that's kind of some of the things that happen in these drafts with some of the creation characters, where it's like, oh, you want to get all your creation stuff because it's so good. But there's some stuff that exists in this game that are just like, you kind of have to deny it, because it's like, boy, if they get that 7% speed at all times, it's really going to be so annoying. And, well, you could use it yourself, but then it just feels so bad because you're not even playing a creation character with your creation stuff, and then it's like, things get a little messy, so a lot of powerful awakenings.
I feel like Cyber Swipe just won another draft without winning the set.
It's
the Now
possible.
has Monu Chrono Boost. Like, yeah, Mako, Rasmus both got size, but like, that's a lot of good awakenings. Meanwhile, though, both barriers down on both sides, and Power of Friendship is one set away from being the 27th seed that made it all the way to liftoff. Bad start for them. Cyber Swipe got a goal, but anything can happen.
Facts. I mean, 1-2 punch here for Kazan does make things a little bit awkward here for any goalie, as that's just going to be a lot of extra power, right? Basically out of nowhere. No setup needed, actually. I mean, another hit is a setup, but I mean, when you got crooked leverage and things like topspin, it does not cost you damn near anything, as Zoe's going to be taken just about to nothing here. Lots of flips, 3 of them coming out here. And going to have sort of losing one of these barriers here, spending their proximity drone, getting basically nothing but a little bit of speed here. Now they have to defend against Cero, who has lots of strike resets here with those moves. Expo Chan in a great place there to grab the barrier of their own, and Cyber Swipe could start bringing this back here, though. Again, Expo Chain is a little bit low, but Sarah really just kind of good shot to strike it in a spot where Assertive just couldn't get there, and man, that keeps happening. Unfortunately, Assertive just can't get there.
Yeah, huge there. Zoe tries to find a pass to Expo Chan, barely hits the middle at the wrong point, and kind of sends it back to Assertive way faster than she was expecting. So now Power of Friendship 1-1 has 2 core flips on their side, and this is a scary spot to be in if you're Cyberswipe. Seeing Rasmus with core flip in your face uses it to effect there, and now there's an open net, and they're 1-1 strike war away from being on match point. Zoe the Witch finds the barrier though, and Expo Chan, oh my god, that Rune Pillar play. Zoe the Witch almost able to find the score, barely misses the core. And they're just working their way through. Flambeau, a lot of patience there. I've seen him multiple times now have to stare down this Rune Pillar, and he's been able to find like the resolve within him to just hold it down. And oh my god, that pillar actually kind of saved it because the core went so much slower because of it. This is an insane point.
Yeah, it's really stressful when you're the goalie playing against the Rune, because even if your teammate loses like a bad situation to a Rune Pillar, it's gonna be unreactable for you. So it's really, you have to be very conscious of all players when you're playing against Rune, because he could pillar right in your face, and that's a completely unreactable situation that you're gonna lose, especially in overtime when he's got some power. It's gonna be red. It's gonna be tough. But now we're looking at the last point here for the Power of Friendship, though, and I mean, could this be the end?
It could be the end for Cyberswipe, and Sero, he had an insane hook strike there, barely getting the core out of Assertive strike shot, and he's just really coming alive. Merrimack's former collegiate teammate, and unfortunately core barely getting away from Assertive there, but they're able to find a kill on Sero, and this is a huge switch in Cyberswipe's fortunes. Hopefully they'll be able to find this last barrier if they want to keep this game alive. Zoe the Witch about to have core flip, and they're covering, but Zero barely gets the core out. Zoe, hero play, dashes, hooks, scores, about to have the flip, and it's match point for Power of Friendship, set point for Cyberswipe, but Cyberswipe has 1 core flip about to be available. How does Zoe the Witch use hers?
Yeah, you can see it right there, the 1-2 punch Kazan. No overtime there, it's just a little too fast to get it. Big flip there, and actually it's not going to grab double barrier, but Zoe does end up collecting the next one here, and this is crazy for Cyberswipe. 13-second point, they keep themselves in the game, getting a kill, getting some experience. Actually, no experience really needed, everyone's almost at max level here, but this is big, they keep themselves in the game. Kazan getting their first awakenings. Is there any size left? Not entirely sure, though.
Yeah, I think there's like a size in the next draft, but not this one. A lot of fun awakenings here. She ends up getting perfect form, gonna be a really good Kazan awakening. She has rapid fire, gives her a ton of CDR, and meanwhile Rune getting twin drive, gonna have more secondaries. Argument that should go to the Now, but she gets super surge anyway. Deny from the Mako. Mako has no dash awakenings, Now has 2. And Monyu, she kind of has like a better Mako secondary at this point, and it's still a very winnable game for Power of Friendship. Rasmus got speed, Flambeau has glass cannon, and it's kind of easy. It's kind of hard for him to keep it, but he definitely will get some value out of it, especially because of how Juno slimes get faster the faster the character is. But already, this point looking very different. Cyberswipe able to find the quick score. Is Zoe the Witch form swapped to like the other Kazan form and sent the core there a little faster, I would have been like, good job, but she didn't see it. Still, good goal. Sorry, I'm toxic. Anyways, about to have 3 core flips on the side of Cyberswipe, and this round looking complete opposite of the other one.
Yeah, the Power of Friendship taking over completely. I mean, my goodness, it matched you up with a 9-second point. Power of Friendship, again, a little stronger than we thought there, but this is a big set. This is a big set here for both of these teams. Once again, we have Cyberswipe just trying their best to stay alive right now. The hotshot Juno really showing up as the core is just flying at Mach 10. No one can really stop it. We could literally see no one can stop the core. It's actually soloing right now as we have just Mr. Flambeau is kind of taking the goals, kind of taking the points right now. See if they can get it out of here. Lose the situation to Expo Chan for the final barrier. Okay, Assertive has a little bit of extra speed here from the awakenings that they have taken. Sero does have flip with Zoe the Witch. Okay, the Death Touch does not seem to end up landing here. Zoe approaching, does get stuffed a little bit though. Assertive now against Sarah with Flip, ends up committing to a pendulum swing, so they don't actually get close enough to make that flip happen. Great bandage from Expo Chan, a big 2v1 now.
Oh, Expo, if she saw the pass there at the end, it would have been huge, but barely gets through. And I just keep seeing the core barely get by on the top side because of the core speed. Someone has to cover that spot. The Power of Friendship about to have triple flip, 1 point away from securing their ticket to liftoff. No one on Cyberswipe has any evade. This is such a scary spot to be in, but the core's moving fast. It's on the side of the Power of Friendship, and it's right back. Sero has flip right in front of Assertive's face, tries to go for the pass. Flambeau barely doesn't react.
Yeah, it could have been that final barrier, but no problem here. Cyberswipe keeping this last one with their life here. Yeah, we can see that Flambeau definitely getting a lot of value out of the edge core speed right now. If they can hold on to some of these corners, maybe they can hold on to some of these barriers, but we're going to have a power play here for Power of Friendship once again. Assertive has flipped now, finally just got it there. Going to spend it in, and unfortunately get nothing out of it though. Expo Chan going to try to hit their best to get a little bit more extra defense, and here Zoe finally does show up after being killed there. Expo Chan has a situation. Okay, I'm going to setting up the Cyber Swap instead. Keep saying Cyber Swap though. And same situation. Once again, can't cover the top spot against the Hotshot Juno. And it's, I mean, it's kind of Expo Chan's job in a way to like cover that spot because it's much easier for the goalie to cover the others. And it's going to be the Power of Friendship.
Yeah, unfortunate ending there for Cyberswipe, but Power Friendship, 27th seed, managing to make it all the way to this spot, prevailing with the Power of Friendship. I can't even say, like Sero had a really good performance, honestly. I think, but so did Flambeau, Wet Zero, lost some barriers, but kept the open net really well. They kind of just had their comp, they played their comp, they made the core go really fast. Rasmus got really big and got the core, and they had an insane upset and got to lift. They beat Quest to get here, and then beat the 6th seed to make it into liftoff. Or I guess the 7th seed. I don't know what seed Cyberswipe did. But anyways, point is, pretty insane performance from them, and excited to see what they do in liftoff. Can they make it further?
They might. They might. That was a pretty solid performance, like we said. They it looks like Cyberswipe, I'm pretty sure they did have a chance to deny Hotshot Juno if they wanted to in one of those drafts. Yeah, they could have, but opting to go for some other awakenings there, which were also probably pretty strong. But sometimes core speed is just, it's just too good. Sometimes core speed, I mean, you can't be everywhere at once, and you try to read maybe one thing and then it just gets past you and your goalie is trying to cover everything, and it's tough. So really great work there from the Power of Friendship to take that one. I mean, beating Quest Esports and then moving on, I mean, how poetic, right? To do so well and then to really get it going.
Yeah, it's just insane for a 27 seed to make it all the way, right? Like, to me, I said this in the player interviews for Launchpad 1, for Launchpad 2, any of the top 20 teams can make it. I didn't see this 27th seed making it. And this team had a poor performance in Launchpad 1. They were seeded higher than they ended up, than their result ended up being. Their seed got lowered for Launchpad 2. Clearly, they grinded for this and they came prepared, and they managed to go all the way. Really impressive. I have no idea. This is a team where now I have no idea how to rate them because they just had this huge upset path to get here. Are they better than Quest Esports? At least the theorized Quest Esports have a 2nd seed and everything. Maybe. I don't know.
True, but that look like it's going to be all for us tonight. Really great games. Loved commentating with you here, Liari. And I mean, you guys got to stay tuned, of course, because in not sure when exactly. Do you know when exactly liftoff is?
Liftoff in 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Okay, cool. 2 weeks from now, we're going to be seeing liftoff, which all the teams you saw winning here today are going to be showing up here and trying to moving on to making their way in NASL or NASA, and everyone else will be showing up for NAST, and we got that tier 3 bracket tier 3 tournament as we have added there, so which is really great. And anything else you'd like to say, Liari?
Sign up for ZZ's talent show. That's gonna be pretty cool. It's next weekend. I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm a judge for it. There's 2 other really cool judges, and yeah, you should watch that and participate in it.
When is that?
Next weekend.
Boom, next weekend. You guys got something to do for next weekend, and then the weekend after that is your liftoff. So thanks for staying tuned, guys, everybody, and I'll see you guys next time.